Section 1 of the State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 to 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. William H. Taft, December 7, 1909, Part 1. The relations of the United States with all foreign governments have continued upon the normal basis of amity and good understanding, and are generally very satisfactory. Europe. Pursuant to the provisions of the General Treaty of Arbitration, concluded between the United States and Great Britain, April 4, 1908, a special agreement was entered into between the two countries on January 27, 1909, for the submission of questions relating to the fisheries on the North Atlantic coast to a tribunal to be formed from members of the Permanent Court of Arbitration at The Hague. In accordance with the provisions of this special agreement, the printed case of each government was, on October 4 last, submitted to the other and to the arbitral tribunal at The Hague, and the counter case of the United States is now in course of preparation. The American rights under the Fisheries Article of the Treaty of 1818 have been a cause of difference between the United States and Great Britain for nearly 70 years. The interests involved are of great importance to the American fishing industry, and the final settlement of the controversy will remove a source of constant irritation and complaint. This is the first case involving such great international questions which has been submitted to the Permanent Court of Arbitration at The Hague. The treaty between the United States and Great Britain concerning the Canadian international boundary, concluded April 11, 1908, authorizes the appointment of two commissioners to define and mark accurately the international boundary line between the United States and the Dominion of Canada in the waters of the Passamaquoddy Bay, and provides for the exchange of briefs within the period of 6 months. The briefs were duly presented within the prescribed period, but as the commissioners failed to agree within 6 months after the exchange of the printed statements, as required by the treaty, it has now become necessary to resort to the arbitration provided for in the article. The International Fisheries Commission, appointed pursuant to and under the authority of the Convention of April 11, 1908, between the United States and Great Britain, has completed a system of uniform and common international regulations for the protection and preservation of the food fishes in international boundary waters of the United States and Canada. The regulations will be duly submitted to Congress, with a view to the enactment of such legislation as will be necessary under the Convention to put them into operation. The Convention providing for the settlement of international differences between the United States and Canada, including the apportionment between the two countries of certain of the boundary waters, and the appointment of commissioners to adjust certain other questions, signed on the 11th day of January, 1909, and to the ratification of which the Senate gave its advice and consent on March 3, 1909, has not yet been ratified on the part of Great Britain. Commissioners have been appointed on the part of the United States to act jointly with commissioners on the part of Canada in examining into the question of obstructions in the St. John River between Maine and New Brunswick, and to make recommendations for the regulation of the uses thereof, and are now engaged in this work. Negotiations for an international conference to consider and reach an arrangement providing for the preservation and protection of the fur seals in the North Pacific are in progress with the governments of Great Britain, Japan, and Russia. The attitude of the governments interested leads me to hope for a satisfactory settlement of this question as the ultimate outcome of the negotiations. The Second Peace Conference, recently held at The Hague, adopted a convention for the establishment of an international prize court upon the joint proposal of delegations of the United States, France, Germany, and Great Britain. The law to be observed by the tribunal in the decision of prize cases was, however, left in an uncertain and therefore unsatisfactory state. Article 7 of the Convention provided that the court was to be governed by the provisions of treaties existing between the belligerents, but that, quote, In the absence of such provisions, the court shall apply the rules of international law. If no generally recognized rule exists, the court shall give judgment in accordance with the general principles of justice and equity." End of quote. As, however, many questions in international maritime law are understood differently, and therefore interpreted differently in various countries, it was deemed advisable not to entrust legislative powers to the proposed court, but to determine the rules of law properly applicable in a conference of the representative maritime nations. Pursuant to an invitation of Great Britain, a conference was held at London from December 2, 1908 to February 26, 1909, in which the following powers participated: the United States, Austria-Hungary, France, Germany, Great Britain, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, Russia, and Spain. The conference resulted in the Declaration of London, unanimously agreed to and signed by the participating powers, concerning, among other matters, the highly important subjects of blockade, contraband, the destruction of neutral prizes, and continuous voyages. The Declaration of London is an eminently satisfactory codification of the international maritime law, and it is hoped that its reasonableness and fairness will secure its general adoption, as well as remove one of the difficulties standing in the way of the establishment of an international prize court. Under the authority given in the Sundry Civil Appropriation Act, approved March 4, 1909, the United States was represented at the International Conference on Maritime Law at Brussels. The conference met on the 28th of September last and resulted in the signature ad referendum of a convention for the unification of certain regulations with regard to maritime assistance and salvage, and a convention for the unification of certain rules with regard to collisions at sea. Two new projects of conventions, which have not heretofore been considered in a diplomatic conference, namely, one concerning the limitation of the responsibility of ship owners, and the other concerning marine mortgages and privileges, have been submitted by the conference to the different governments. The conference adjourned to meet again on April 11, 1910. The International Conference for the purpose of promoting uniform legislation concerning letters of exchange, which was called by the government of the Netherlands to meet at The Hague in September 1909, has been postponed to meet at that capital in June 1910. The United States will be appropriately represented in this conference under the provision therefore already made by Congress. The cordial invitation of Belgium to be represented by a fitting display of American progress in the useful arts and inventions at the World's Fair to be held at Brussels in 1910 remains to be acted upon by the Congress. Mindful of the advantages to accrue to our artisans and producers in competition with their continental rivals, I renew the recommendation heretofore made, that provision be made for acceptance of the invitation and adequate representation in the exposition. The question arising out of the Belgian annexation of the independent state of the Congo, which has so long and earnestly preoccupied the attention of this government and enlisted the sympathy of our best citizens, is still open, but in a more hopeful stage. This government was among the foremost in the great work of uplifting the uncivilized regions of Africa and urging the extension of the benefits of civilization, education, and fruitful open commerce to that vast domain, and is a party to treaty engagements of all the interested powers designed to carry out that great duty to humanity. The way to better the original and adventitious conditions, so burdensome to the natives and so destructive to their development, has been pointed out by observation and experience, not alone of American representatives, but by cumulative evidence from all quarters, and by the investigations of Belgian agents. The announced programs of reforms, striking at many of the evils known to exist, are an augury of better things. The attitude of the United States is one of benevolent encouragement, coupled with a hopeful trust that the good work, responsibly undertaken and zealously perfected to the accomplishment of the results so ardently desired, will soon justify the wisdom that inspires them and satisfy the demands of humane sentiment throughout the world. A convention between the United States and Germany, under which the non-working provisions of the German patent law are made inapplicable to the patents of American citizens, was concluded on February 23, 1909, and is now in force. Negotiations for similar conventions looking to the placing of American inventors on the same footing as nationals have recently been initiated with other European governments whose laws require the local working of foreign patents. Under an appropriation made at the last session of the Congress, a commission was sent on American cruisers to Monrovia to investigate the interests of the United States and its citizens in Liberia. Upon its arrival at Monrovia, the commission was enthusiastically received, and during its stay in Liberia was everywhere met with the heartiest expressions of goodwill for the American government and people, and the hope was repeatedly expressed on all sides that this government might see its way clear to do something to relieve the critical position of the Republic, arising in a measure from external as well as internal and financial embarrassments. The Liberian government afforded every facility to the Commission for ascertaining the true state of affairs. The Commission also had conferences with representative citizens, interested foreigners, and the representatives of foreign governments in Monrovia. Visits were made to various parts of the Republic and to the neighboring British colony of Sierra Leone, where the Commission was received by and conferred with the governor. It will be remembered that the interest of the United States in the Republic of Liberia springs from the historical fact of the foundation of the Republic by the colonization of American citizens of the African race. In an early treaty with Liberia, there is a provision under which the United States may be called upon for advice or assistance. Pursuant to this provision, and in the spirit of the moral relationship of the United States to Liberia, that republic last year asked this government to lend assistance in the solution of certain of their national problems, and hence the commission was sent. The report of our commissioners has just been completed and is now under examination by the Department of State. It is hoped that there may result some helpful measures, in which case it may be my duty again to invite your attention to this subject. The Norwegian government, by a note addressed on January 26, 1909, to the Department of State, conveyed an invitation to the government of the United States to take part in a conference, which it is understood will be held in February or March 1910, for the purpose of devising means to remedy existing conditions in the Spitzbergen Islands. This invitation was conveyed under the reservation that the question of altering the status of the islands as countries belonging to no particular state, and as equally open to the citizens and subjects of all states, should not be raised. The European powers invited to this conference by the government of Norway were Belgium, Denmark, France, Germany, Great Britain, Russia, Sweden, and the Netherlands. The Department of State, in view of proofs filed with it in 1906, showing the American possession, occupation, and working of certain coal-bearing lands in Spitzbergen, accepted the invitation under the reservation above stated, and under the further reservation that all interests in those islands already vested should be protected, and that there should be equality of opportunity for the future. It was further pointed out that membership in the conference on the part of the United States was qualified by the consideration that this government would not become a signatory to any conventional arrangement concluded by the European members of the conference, which would imply contributory participation by the United States in any obligation or responsibility for the enforcement of any scheme of administration which might be devised by the conference for the islands. The Near East. His Majesty Mehmed V, Sultan of Turkey, recently sent to this country a special embassy to announce his accession. The quick transition of the government of the Ottoman Empire from one of retrograde tendencies to a constitutional government with a parliament and with progressive modern policies of reform and public improvement is one of the important phenomena of our times. Constitutional government seems also to have made further advance in Persia. These events have turned the eyes of the world upon the Near East. In that quarter, the prestige of the United States has spread widely through the peaceful influence of American schools, universities, and missionaries. There is every reason why we should obtain a greater share of the commerce of the Near East, since the conditions are more favorable now than ever before. Latin America. One of the happiest events in recent Pan-American diplomacy was the pacific, independent settlement by the governments of Bolivia and Peru of a boundary difference between them which for some weeks threatened to cause war and even to entrain embitterments affecting other republics less directly concerned. From various quarters, directly or indirectly concerned, the intermediation of the United States was sought to assist in a solution of the controversy. Desiring at all times to abstain from any undue mingling in the affairs of sister republics, and having faith in the ability of the governments of Peru and Bolivia themselves to settle their differences in a manner satisfactory to themselves, which, viewed with magnanimity, would assuage all embitterment, this government steadily abstained from being drawn into the controversy, and was much gratified to find its confidence justified by events. On the 9th of July next, there will open at Buenos Aires the 4th Pan-American Conference. This conference will have a special meaning to the hearts of all Americans because around its date are clustered the anniversaries of the independence of so many of the American republics. It is not necessary for me to remind the Congress of the political, social, and commercial importance of these gatherings. You are asked to make liberal appropriation for our participation. If this be granted, it is my purpose to appoint a distinguished and representative delegation, qualified fittingly to represent this country and to deal with the problems of intercontinental interest which will there be discussed. The Argentine Republic will also hold, from May to November 1910 at Buenos Aires, a great international agricultural exhibition, in which the United States has been invited to participate. Considering the rapid growth of the trade of the United States with the Argentine Republic and the cordial relations existing between the two nations, together with the fact that it provides an opportunity to show deference to a sister republic on the occasion of the celebration of its national independence, the proper departments of this government are taking steps to apprise the interests concerned of the opportunity afforded by this exhibition, in which appropriate participation by this country is so desirable. The designation of an official representative is also receiving consideration. Today, more than ever before, American capital is seeking investment in foreign countries, and American products are more and more generally seeking foreign markets. As a consequence, in all countries, there are American citizens and American interests to be protected on occasion by their government. These movements of men, of capital, and of commodities bring peoples and governments closer together and so form bonds of peace and mutual dependency, as they must also naturally sometimes make passing points of friction. The resultant situation inevitably imposes upon this government vastly increased responsibilities. This administration, through the Department of State and the Foreign Service, is lending all proper support to legitimate and beneficial American enterprises in foreign countries, the degree of such support being measured by the national advantages to be expected. A citizen himself cannot by contract or otherwise divest himself of the right, nor can this government escape the obligation, of his protection in his personal and property rights when these are unjustly infringed in a foreign country. To avoid ceaseless vexations, it is proper that in considering whether American enterprise should be encouraged or supported in a particular country, the government should give full weight not only to the national, as opposed to the individual benefits to accrue, but also to the fact whether or not the government of the country in question is in its administration and in its diplomacy faithful to the principles of moderation, equity, and justice, upon which alone depend international credit in diplomacy as well as in finance. The Pan-American policy of this government has long been fixed in its principles and remains unchanged. With the changed circumstances of the United States and of the republics to the south of us, most of which have great natural resources, stable government, and progressive ideals, the apprehension which gave rise to the Monroe Doctrine may be said to have nearly disappeared, and neither the doctrine as it exists nor any other doctrine of American policy should be permitted to operate for the perpetuation of irresponsible government, the escape of just obligations, or the insidious allegation of dominating ambitions on the part of the United States. Beside the fundamental doctrines of our Pan-American policy, there have grown up a realization of political interests, community of institutions and ideals, and a flourishing commerce. All these bonds will be greatly strengthened as time goes on, and increased facilities, such as the great bank soon to be established in Latin America, supply the means for building up the colossal intercontinental commerce of the future. My meeting with President Diaz and the greeting exchanged on both American and Mexican soil served, I hope, to signalize the close and cordial relations which so well bind together this republic and the great republic immediately to the south, between which there is so vast a network of material interests. I am happy to say that all but one of the cases which for so long vexed our relations with Venezuela have been settled within the past few months, and that, under the enlightened regime now directing the government of Venezuela, provision has been made for arbitration of the remaining case before the Hague Tribunal. On July 30th, 1909, the government of Panama agreed, after considerable negotiation, to indemnify the relatives of the American officers and sailors who were brutally treated, one of them having, indeed, been killed by the Panaman police this year. The sincere desire of the government of Panama to do away with a situation where such an accident could occur is manifest in the recent request, in compliance with which this government has lent the services of an officer of the Army to be employed by the government of Panama as instructor of police. The sanitary improvements and public works undertaken in Cuba prior to the present administration of that government, in the success of which the United States is interested under the treaty, are reported to be making good progress, and since the Congress provided for the continuance of the reciprocal commercial arrangement between Cuba and the United States, assurance has been received that no negotiations injuriously affecting the situation will be undertaken without consultation. The collection of the customs of the Dominican Republic through the General Receiver of Customs appointed by the President of the United States in accordance with the Convention of February 8, 1907, has proceeded in an uneventful and satisfactory manner. The customs receipts have decreased owing to disturbed political and economic conditions and to a very natural curtailment of imports in view of the anticipated revision of the Dominican tariff schedule. The payments to the Fiscal Agency Fund for the service of the bonded debt of the Republic, as provided by the Convention, have been regularly and promptly made, and satisfactory progress has been made in carrying out the provisions of the Convention, looking towards the completion of the adjustment of the debt and the acquirement by the Dominican government of certain concessions and monopolies, which have been a burden to the commerce of the country. In short, the receivership has demonstrated its ability, even under unfavorable economic and political conditions, to do the work for which it was intended. This government was obliged to intervene diplomatically to bring about arbitration or settlement of the claim of the Emery Company against Nicaragua, which it had long before been agreed should be arbitrated. A settlement of this troublesome case was reached by the signature of a protocol on September 18, 1909. Many years ago, diplomatic intervention became necessary to the protection of the interests in the American claim of Alsop and Company against the government of Chile. The government of Chile had frequently admitted obligation in the case and had promised this government to settle. There had been 2 abortive attempts to do so through arbitral commissions, which failed through lack of jurisdiction. Now, happily, as the result of the recent diplomatic negotiations, the governments of the United States and of Chile, actuated by the sincere desire to free from any strain those cordial and friendly relations upon which both set such store, have agreed by a protocol to submit the controversy to definitive settlement by His Britannic Majesty Edward VII. Since the Washington Conventions of 1907 were communicated to the government of the United States as a consulting and advising party, this government has been almost continuously called upon by one or another, and in turn by all the 5 Central American republics, to exert itself for the maintenance of the conventions. Nearly every complaint has been against the Zelaya government of Nicaragua, which has kept Central America in constant tension or turmoil. The responses made to the representations of Central American republics, as due from the United States on account of its relation to the Washington Conventions, have been at all times conservative, and have avoided, so far as possible, any semblance of interference, although it is very apparent that the considerations of geographic proximity to the Canal Zone and of the very substantial American interests in Central America give to the United States a special position in the zone of these republics and the Caribbean Sea. I need not rehearse here the patient efforts of this government to promote peace and welfare among these republics, efforts which are fully appreciated by the majority of them who are loyal to their true interests. It would be no less unnecessary to rehearse here the sad tale of unspeakable barbarities and oppression alleged to have been committed by the Zelaya government. Recently, 2 Americans were put to death by order of President Zelaya himself. They were reported to have been regularly commissioned officers in the organized forces of a revolution, which had continued many weeks and was in control of about half of the republic, and as such, according to the modern enlightened practice of civilized nations, they were entitled to be dealt with as prisoners of war. At the date when this message is printed, this government has terminated diplomatic relations with the Zelaya government for reasons made public in a communication to the former Nicaraguan charge d'affaires, and is intending to take such future steps as may be found most consistent with its dignity, its duty to American interests, and its moral obligations to Central America and to civilization. It may later be necessary for me to bring this subject to the attention of the Congress in a special message. The International Bureau of American Republics has carried on an important and increasing work during the last year. In the exercise of its peculiar functions as an international agency, maintained by all the American republics for the development of Pan-American commerce and friendship, it has accomplished a great practical good which could be done in the same way by no individual department or bureau of one government, and is therefore deserving of your liberal support. The fact that it is about to enter a new building, erected through the munificence of an American philanthropist and the contributions of all the American nations, where both its efficiency of administration and expense of maintenance will naturally be much augmented, further entitles it to special consideration. End of Section 1. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 2 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 through 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. William H. Taft, December 7, 1909, Part 2. The Far East. In the Far East, this government preserves unchanged its policy of supporting the principle of equality of opportunity and scrupulous respect for the integrity of the Chinese Empire, to which policy are pledged the interested powers of both East and West. By the Treaty of 1903, China has undertaken the abolition of liqin, with a moderate and proportionate raising of the customs tariff, along with currency reform. These reforms, being of a manifest advantage to foreign commerce, as well as to the interests of China, this government is endeavoring to facilitate these measures and the needful acquiescence of the treaty powers. When it appeared that Chinese liqin revenues were to be hypothecated to foreign bankers in connection with a great railway project, it was obvious that the governments whose nationals held this loan would have a certain direct interest in the question of the carrying out by China of the reforms in question. because this railroad loan represented a practical and real application of the open door policy through cooperation with China by interested powers, as well as because of its relations to the reforms referred to above, the administration deemed American participation to be of great national interest. Happily, when it was, as a matter of broad policy, urgent that this opportunity should not be lost, the indispensable instrumentality presented itself when a group of American bankers of international reputation and great resources agreed at once to share in the loan upon precisely such terms as this government should approve. The chief of those terms was that American railway material should be upon an exact equality with that of the other nationals joining in the loan in the placing of orders for this whole railroad system. After months of negotiation, the equal participation of Americans seems at last assured. It is gratifying that Americans will thus take their share in this extension of these great highways of trade, and to believe that such activities will give a real impetus to our commerce and will prove a practical corollary to our historic policy in the Far East. The Imperial Chinese government, in pursuance of its decision to devote funds from the portion of the indemnity remitted by the United States to the sending of students to this country, has already completed arrangements for carrying out this purpose, and a considerable body of students have arrived to take up their work in our schools and universities. No one can doubt the happy effect that the associations formed by these representative young men will have when they return to take up their work in the progressive development of their country. The results of the Opium Conference, held at Shanghai last spring at the invitation of the United States, have been laid before the government. The report shows that China is making remarkable progress and admirable efforts toward the eradication of the opium evil, and that the governments concerned have not allowed their commercial interests to interfere with a helpful cooperation in this reform. Collateral investigations of the opium question in this country lead me to recommend that the manufacture, sale, and use of opium and its derivatives in the United States should be, so far as possible, more rigorously controlled by legislation. In one of the Chinese-Japanese conventions of September 4 of this year, there was a provision which caused considerable public apprehension, in that, upon its face, it was believed in some quarters to seek to establish a monopoly of mining privileges along the South Manchurian and Antung-Mukden railroads, and thus to exclude Americans from a wide field of enterprise, to take part in which they were by treaty with China entitled. After a thorough examination of the conventions and of the several contextual documents, the Secretary of State reached the conclusion that no such monopoly was intended or accomplished. However, in view of the widespread discussion of this question, to confirm the view it had reached, this government made inquiry of the Imperial Chinese and Japanese governments, and received from each official assurance that the provision had no purpose inconsistent with the policy of equality of opportunity to which the signatories, in common with the United States, are pledged. Our traditional relations with the Japanese Empire continue cordial as usual. As the representative of Japan, His Imperial Highness Prince Kuni visited the Hudson-Fulton celebration. The recent visit of a delegation of prominent businessmen as guests of the Chambers of Commerce of the Pacific Slope, whose representatives had been so agreeably received in Japan, will doubtless contribute to the growing trade across the Pacific, as well as to that mutual understanding which leads to mutual appreciation. The arrangement of 1908 for a cooperative control of the coming of laborers to the United States has proved to work satisfactorily. The matter of a revision of the existing treaty between the United States and Japan, which is terminable in 1912, is already receiving the study of both countries. The Department of State is considering the revision, in whole or in part, of the existing treaty with Siam, which was concluded in 1856 and is now, in respect to many of its provisions, out of date. The Department of State. I earnestly recommend to the favorable action of the Congress the estimates submitted by the Department of State, and most especially the legislation suggested in the Secretary of State's letter of this date, whereby it will be possible to develop and make permanent the reorganization of the department upon modern lines, in a manner to make it a thoroughly efficient instrument in the furtherance of our foreign trade and of American interests abroad. The plan to have divisions of Latin American and Far Eastern affairs, and to institute a certain specialization in business with Europe and the Near East, will at once commend itself. These politico-geographical divisions, and the detail from the diplomatic or consular service to the department of a number of men, who bring to the study of complicated problems in different parts of the world practical knowledge recently gained on the spot, clearly is of the greatest advantage to the Secretary of State in foreseeing conditions likely to arise and in conducting the great variety of correspondence and negotiation. It should be remembered that such facilities exist in the foreign offices of all the leading commercial nations, and that to deny them to the Secretary of State would be to place this government at a great disadvantage in the rivalry of commercial competition. The consular service has been greatly improved under the law of April 5, 1906, and the executive order of June 27, 1906, and I commend to your consideration the question of embodying in a statute the principles of the present executive order, upon which the efficiency of our consular service is wholly dependent. In modern times, political and commercial interests are interrelated, and in the negotiation of commercial treaties, conventions, and tariff agreements, the keeping open of opportunities and the proper support of American enterprises, our diplomatic service is quite as important as the consular service to the business interests of the country. Impressed with this idea, and convinced that selection after rigorous examination, promotion from merit solely, and the experience only to be gained through the continuity of an organized service are indispensable to a high degree of efficiency in the diplomatic service, I have signed an executive order as the first step toward this very desirable result. Its effect should be to place all secretaries in the diplomatic service in much the same position as consular officers are now placed, and to tend to the promotion of the most efficient to the grade of minister, generally leaving for outside appointments such posts of the grade of ambassador or minister as it may be expedient to fill from without the service. It is proposed also to continue the practice instituted last summer of giving to all newly appointed secretaries at least 1 month's thorough training in the Department of State before they proceed to their posts. This has been done for some time in regard to the consular service, with excellent results. Under a provision of the Act of August 5, 1909, I have appointed 3 officials to assist the officers of the government in collecting information necessary to a wise administration of the Tariff Act of August 5, 1909. As to questions of customs administration, they are cooperating with the officials of the Treasury Department, and as to matters of the needs and exigencies of our manufacturers and exporters, with the Department of Commerce and Labor, in its relation to the domestic aspect of the subject of foreign commerce. In the study of foreign tariff treatment, they will assist the Bureau of Trade Relations of the Department of State. It is hoped thus to coordinate and bring to bear upon this most important subject all the agencies of the government which can contribute anything to its efficient handling. As a consequence of Section 2 of the Tariff Act of August 5, 1909, it becomes the duty of the Secretary of State to conduct as diplomatic business all the negotiations necessary to place him in a position to advise me as to whether or not a particular country unduly discriminates against the United States in the sense of the statute referred to. The great scope and complexity of this work, as well as the obligation to lend all proper aid to our expanding commerce, is met by the expansion of the Bureau of Trade Relations as set forth in the estimates for the Department of State. Other departments. I have thus, in some detail, described the important transactions of the State Department since the beginning of this administration, for the reason that there is no provision, either by statute or custom, for a formal report by the Secretary of State to the President or to Congress, and a presidential message is the only means by which the condition of our foreign relations is brought to the attention of Congress and the public. In dealing with the affairs of the other departments, the heads of which all submit annual reports, I shall touch only those matters that seem to me to call for special mention on my part, without minimizing in any way the recommendations made by them for legislation affecting their respective departments, in all of which I wish to express my general concurrence. Government expenditures and revenues. Perhaps the most important question presented to this administration is that of economy in expenditures and sufficiency of revenue. The deficit of the last fiscal year and the certain deficit of the current year prompted Congress to throw a greater responsibility on the Executive and the Secretary of the Treasury than had heretofore been declared by statute. This declaration imposes upon the Secretary of the Treasury the duty of assembling all the estimates of the executive departments, bureaus, and offices, of the expenditures necessary in the ensuing fiscal year, and of making an estimate of the revenues of the government for the same period. And if a probable deficit is thus shown, it is made the duty of the President to recommend the method by which such deficit can be met. The report of the Secretary shows that the ordinary expenditures for the current fiscal year ending June 30th, 1910, will exceed the estimated receipts by $34,075,620. If to this deficit is added the sum to be disbursed for the Panama Canal, amounting to $38 million, and $1 million to be paid on the public debt, the deficit of ordinary receipts and expenditures will be increased to a total deficit of $73,075,620. This deficit the Secretary proposes to meet by the proceeds of bonds issued to pay the cost of constructing the Panama Canal. I approve this proposal. The policy of paying for the construction of the Panama Canal, not out of current revenue, but by bond issues, was adopted in the Spooner Act of 1902, and there seems to be no good reason for departing from the principle by which a part at least of the burden of the cost of the canal shall fall upon our posterity who are to enjoy it. And there is all the more reason for this view, because the actual cost to date of the canal, which is now half done, and which will be completed January 1st, 1915, shows that the cost of engineering and construction will be $297,766,000 instead of $139,705,200 as originally estimated. In addition to engineering and construction, the other expenses, including sanitation and government, and the amount paid for the properties, the franchise, and the privilege of building the canal, increased the cost by $75,435,000 to a total of $375,201,000. The increase in the cost of engineering and construction is due to a substantial enlargement of the plan of construction by widening the canal 100 feet in the Culebra Cut and by increasing the dimensions of the locks, to the underestimate of the quantity of the work to be done under the original plan, and to an underestimate of the cost of labor and materials, both of which have greatly enhanced in price since the original estimate was made. In order to avoid a deficit for the ensuing fiscal year, I directed the heads of departments in the preparation of their estimates to make them as low as possible, consistent with imperative governmental necessity. The result has been, as I am advised by the Secretary of the Treasury, that the estimates for the expenses of the government for the next fiscal year ending June 30th, 1911, are less than the appropriations for this current fiscal year by $42,818,000. So far as the Secretary of the Treasury is able to form a judgment as to future income and compare it with the expenditures for the next fiscal year ending June 30th, 1911, and excluding payments on account of the Panama Canal, which will doubtless be taken up by bonds, there will be a surplus of $35,931,000. In the present estimates, the needs of the departments and of the government have been cut to the quick, so to speak, and any assumption on the part of Congress, so often made in times past, that the estimates have been prepared with the expectation that they will be reduced, will result in seriously hampering proper administration. The Secretary of the Treasury points out what should be carefully noted in respect to this reduction in governmental expenses for the next fiscal year, that the economies are of two kinds. First, there is a saving in the permanent administration of the departments, bureaus, and offices of the government. And second, there is a present reduction in expenses by a postponement of projects and improvements that ultimately will have to be carried out, but which are now delayed with the hope that additional revenue in the future will permit their execution without producing a deficit. It has been impossible in the preparation of estimates greatly to reduce the cost of permanent administration. This cannot be done without a thorough reorganization of bureaus, offices, and departments. For the purpose of securing information which may enable the executive and the legislative branches to unite in a plan for the permanent reduction of the cost of governmental administration, the Treasury Department has instituted an investigation by one of the most skilled expert accountants in the United States. The result of his work in 2 or 3 bureaus, which, if extended to the entire government, must occupy 2 or more years, has been to show much room for improvement and opportunity for substantial reductions in the cost and increased efficiency of administration. The object of the investigation is to devise means to increase the average efficiency of each employee. There is great room for improvement toward this end, not only by the reorganization of bureaus and departments and in the avoidance of duplication, but also in the treatment of the individual employee. Under the present system, it constantly happens that 2 employees receive the same salary when the work of one is far more difficult and important and exacting than that of the other. Superior ability is not rewarded or encouraged. As the classification is now entirely by salary, an employee often rises to the highest class while doing the easiest work for which alone he may be fitted. An investigation ordered by my predecessor resulted in the recommendation that the civil service be reclassified according to the kind of work, so that the work requiring most application and knowledge and ability shall receive most compensation. I believe such a change would be fairer to the whole force and would permanently improve the personnel of the service. More than this, every reform directed toward the improvement in the average efficiency of government employees must depend on the ability of the executive to eliminate from the government service those who are inefficient from any cause, and as the degree of efficiency in all the departments is much lessened by the retention of old employees who have outlived their energy and usefulness, it is indispensable to any proper system of economy that provision be made that their separation from the service shall be easy and inevitable. It is impossible to make such provision unless there is adopted a plan of civil pensions. Most of the great industrial organizations and many of the well-conducted railways of this country are coming to the conclusion that a system of pensions for old employees, and the substitution, therefore, of younger and more energetic servants, promotes both economy and efficiency of administration. I am aware that there is a strong feeling in both houses of Congress, and possibly in the country, against the establishment of civil pensions, and that this has naturally grown out of the heavy burden of military pensions, which it has always been the policy of our government to assume. But I am strongly convinced that no other practical solution of the difficulties presented by the superannuation of civil servants can be found than that of a system of civil pensions. The business and expenditures of the government have expanded enormously since the Spanish War, but as the revenues have increased in nearly the same proportion as the expenditures until recently, The attention of the public and of those responsible for the government has not been fastened upon the question of reducing the cost of administration. We cannot, in view of the advancing prices of living, hope to save money by a reduction in the standard of salaries paid. Indeed, if any change is made in that regard, an increase rather than a decrease will be necessary, and the only means of economy will be in reducing the number of employees and in obtaining a greater average of efficiency from those retained in the service. Close investigation and study needed to make definite recommendations in this regard will consume at least 2 years. I note with much satisfaction the organization in the Senate of a committee on public expenditures charged with the duty of conducting such an investigation, and I tender to that committee all the assistance which the executive branch of the government can possibly render. Frauds in the collection of customs. I regret to refer to the fact of the discovery of extensive frauds in the collections of the customs revenue at New York City, in which a number of the subordinate employees in the weighing and other departments were directly concerned, and in which the beneficiaries were the American Sugar Refining Company and others. The frauds consisted in the payment of duty on underweights of sugar. The government has recovered from the American Sugar Refining Company all that it is shown to have been defrauded of. The sum was received in full of the amount due, which might have been recovered by civil suit against the beneficiary of the fraud, but there was an express reservation in the contract of settlement, by which the settlement should not interfere with or prevent the criminal prosecution of everyone who is found to be subject to the same. Criminal prosecutions are now proceeding against a number of the government officers. The Treasury Department and the Department of Justice are exerting every effort to discover all the wrongdoers, including the officers and employees of the companies who may have been privy to the fraud. It would seem to me that an investigation of the frauds by Congress at present, pending the probing by the Treasury Department and the Department of Justice as proposed, might, by giving immunity and otherwise, prove an embarrassment in securing conviction of the guilty parties. Maximum and Minimum Clause in Tariff Act. 2 features of the new Tariff Act call for special reference. By virtue of the clause known as the Maximum and Minimum Clause, it is the duty of the executive to consider the laws and practices of other countries with reference to the importation into those countries of the products and merchandise of the United States, and if the executive finds such laws and practices not to be unduly discriminatory against the United States, the minimum duties provided in the bill are to go into force. Unless the President makes such a finding, then the maximum duties provided in the bill, that is, an increase of 25% ad valorem over the minimum duties, are to be in force. Fear has been expressed that this power conferred and duty imposed on the executive is likely to lead to a tariff war. I beg to express the hope and belief that no such result need be anticipated. The discretion granted to the executive by the terms unduly discriminatory is wide. In order that the maximum duty shall be charged against the imports from a country, it is necessary that he shall find on the part of that country not only discriminations in its laws or the practice under them against the trade of the United States, but that the discriminations found shall be undue, that is, without good and fair reason. I conceive that this power was reposed in the President with the hope that the maximum duties might never be applied in any case, but that the power to apply them would enable the President and the State Department, through friendly negotiation, to secure the elimination from the laws and the practice under them of any foreign country of that which is unduly discriminatory. No one is seeking a tariff war, or a condition in which the spirit of retaliation shall be aroused. Uses of the new Tariff Board. The new tariff law enables me to appoint a tariff board to assist me in connection with the Department of State in the administration of the minimum and maximum clause of the Act, and also to assist officers of the government in the administration of the entire law. An examination of the law and an understanding of the nature of the facts which should be considered in discharging the functions imposed upon the executive show that I have the power to direct the Tariff Board to make a comprehensive glossary and encyclopedia of the terms used and articles embraced in the tariff law, and to secure information as to the cost of production of such goods in this country and the cost of their production in foreign countries. I have therefore appointed a tariff board consisting of 3 members and have directed them to perform all the duties above described. This work will perhaps take 2 or 3 years, and I ask from Congress a continuing annual appropriation equal to that already made for its prosecution. I believe that the work of this board will be of prime utility and importance whenever Congress shall deem it wise again to readjust the customs duties. If the facts secured by the Tariff Board are of such a character as to show generally that the rates of duties imposed by the present tariff law are excessive under the principles of protection, as described in the platform of the successful party at the late election, I shall not hesitate to invite the attention of Congress to this fact, and to the necessity for action predicated thereon. Nothing, however, halts business and interferes with the course of prosperity so much as the threatened revision of the tariff, and until the facts are at hand, after careful and deliberate investigation, upon which such revision can be properly undertaken, it seems to me unwise to attempt it. The amount of misinformation that creeps into arguments pro and con in respect to tariff rates is such as to require the kind of investigation that I have directed the Tariff Board to make, an investigation undertaken by it wholly without respect to the effect which the facts may have in calling for a readjustment of the rates of duty. War Department. In the interest of immediate economy, and because of the prospect of a deficit, I have required a reduction in the estimates of the War Department for the coming fiscal year, which brings the total estimates down to an amount 45 millions less than the corresponding estimates for last year. This could only be accomplished by cutting off new projects and suspending for the period of 1 year all progress in military matters. For the same reason, I have directed that the Army shall not be recruited up to its present authorized strength. These measures can hardly be more than temporary, to last until our revenues are in better condition, and until the whole question of the expediency of adopting a definite military policy can be submitted to Congress. For I am sure that the interests of the military establishment are seriously in need of careful consideration by Congress. The laws regulating the organization of our armed forces in the event of war need to be revised in order that the organization can be modified so as to produce a force which would be more consistently apportioned throughout its numerous branches. To explain the circumstances upon which this opinion is based would necessitate a lengthy discussion, and I postpone it until the first convenient opportunity shall arise to send to Congress a special message upon this subject. The Secretary of War calls attention to a number of needed changes in the Army, in all of which I concur, but the point upon which I place the most emphasis is the need for an elimination bill, providing a method by which the merits of officers shall have some effect upon their advancement, and by which the advancement of all may be accelerated by the effective elimination of a definite proportion of the least efficient. There are in every army, and certainly in ours, a number of officers who do not violate their duty in any such way as to give reason for a court-martial or dismissal, but who do not show such aptitude and skill and character for high command as to justify their remaining in the active service to be promoted. Provision should be made by which they may be retired on a certain proportion of their pay, increasing with their length of service at the time of retirement. There is now a personnel law for the Navy, which itself needs amendment, and to which I shall make further reference. Such a law is needed quite as much for the Army. The coast defenses of the United States proper are generally all that could be desired, and in some respects they are rather more elaborate than under present conditions are needed to stop an enemy's fleet from entering the harbors defended. There is, however, one place where additional defense is badly needed, and that is at the mouth of Chesapeake Bay, where it is proposed to make an artificial island for a fort which shall prevent an enemy's fleet from entering this most important strategical base of operations on the whole Atlantic and Gulf coasts. I hope that appropriate legislation will be adopted to secure the construction of this defense. The Military and Naval Joint Board have unanimously agreed that it would be unwise to make the large expenditures which at one time were contemplated in the establishment of a naval base and station in the Philippine Islands, and have expressed their judgment, in which I fully concur, in favor of making an extensive naval base at Pearl Harbor near Honolulu, and not in the Philippines. This does not dispense with the necessity for the comparatively small appropriations required to finish the proper coast defenses in the Philippines, now under construction on the island of Corregidor and elsewhere, or to complete a suitable repair station and coaling supply station at Olongapo, where is the floating dock Dewey. I hope that this recommendation of the Joint Board will end the discussion as to the comparative merits of Manila Bay and Olongapo as naval stations, and will lead to prompt measures for the proper equipment and defense of Pearl Harbor. End of Section 2. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 3 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 through 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. William H. Taft, December 7, 1909, Part 3. The Navy. The return of the battleship fleet from its voyage around the world, in more efficient condition than when it started, was a noteworthy event of interest alike to our citizens and the naval authorities of the world. Besides the beneficial and far-reaching effect on our personal and diplomatic relations in the countries which the fleet visited, the marked success of the ships in steaming around the world in all weathers, on scheduled time, has increased respect for our Navy and has added to our national prestige. Our enlisted personnel, recruited from all sections of the country, is young and energetic and representative of the national spirit. It is, moreover, owing to its intelligence, capable of quick training into the modern man-of-warsman. Our officers are earnest and zealous in their profession, but it is a regrettable fact that the higher officers are old for the responsibilities of the modern Navy, and the admirals do not arrive at flag rank young enough to obtain adequate training in their duties as flag officers. This need for reform in the Navy has been ably and earnestly presented to Congress by my predecessor, and I also urgently recommend the subject for consideration. Early in the coming session, a comprehensive plan for the reorganization of the officers of all corps of the Navy will be presented to Congress, and I hope it will meet with action suited to its urgency. Owing to the necessity for economy in expenditures, I have directed the curtailment of recommendations for naval appropriations so that they are 38 millions less than the corresponding estimates of last year, and the request for new naval construction is limited to 2 first-class battleships and 1 repair vessel. The use of a navy is for military purposes, and there has been found need in the department of a military branch dealing directly with the military use of the fleet. The Secretary of the Navy has also felt the lack of responsible advisers to aid him in reaching conclusions and deciding important matters between coordinate branches of the department. To secure these results, he has inaugurated a tentative plan involving certain changes in the organization of the Navy Department, including the Navy Yards, all of which have been found by the Attorney General to be in accordance with law. I have approved the execution of the plan proposed because of the greater efficiency and economy it promises. The generosity of Congress has provided in the present Naval Observatory the most magnificent and expensive astronomical establishment in the world. It is being used for certain naval purposes, which might easily and adequately be subserved by a small division connected with the Naval Department at only a fraction of the cost of the present Naval Observatory. The official Board of Visitors, established by Congress and appointed in 1901, expressed its conclusion that the official head of the observatory should be an eminent astronomer appointed by the President by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, holding his place by a tenure at least as permanent as that of the Superintendent of the Coast Survey or the head of the Geological Survey, and not merely by a detail of 2 or 3 years' duration. I fully concur in this judgment, and urge a provision by law for the appointment of such a director. It may not be necessary to take the observatory out of the Navy Department and put it into another department in which opportunity for scientific research afforded by the observatory would seem to be more appropriate, though I believe such a transfer in the long run is the best policy. I am sure, however, I express the desire of the astronomers and those learned in the kindred sciences when I urge upon Congress that the Naval Observatory be now dedicated to science under control of a man of science, who can, if need be, render all the service to the Navy Department which this observatory now renders, and still furnish to the world the discoveries in astronomy that a great astronomer using such a plant would be likely to make. Department of Justice, Expedition in Legal Procedure. The deplorable delays in the administration of civil and criminal law have received the attention of committees of the American Bar Association and of many state bar associations, as well as the considered thought of judges and jurists. In my judgment, a change in judicial procedure, with a view to reducing its expense to private litigants in civil cases, and facilitating the dispatch of business and final decision in both civil and criminal cases, constitutes the greatest need in our American institutions. I do not doubt for one moment that much of the lawless violence and cruelty exhibited in lynchings is directly due to the uncertainties and injustice growing out of the delays in trials, judgments, and the executions thereof by our courts. Of course, these remarks apply quite as well to the administration of justice in state courts as to that in federal courts, and without making invidious distinction, it is perhaps not too much to say that, speaking generally, the defects are less in the federal courts than in the state courts, but they are very great in the federal courts. The expedition with which business is disposed of both on the civil and the criminal side of English courts under modern rules of procedure makes the delays in our courts seem archaic and barbarous. The procedure in the federal courts should furnish an example for the state courts. I presume it is impossible, without an amendment to the Constitution, to unite under one form of action the proceedings at common law and proceedings in equity in the federal courts, but it is certainly not impossible by a statute to simplify and make short and direct the procedure both at law and in equity in those courts. It is not impossible to cut down still more than it is cut down the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, so as to confine it almost wholly to statutory and constitutional questions. Under the present statutes, the equity and admiralty procedure in the federal courts is under the control of the Supreme Court, but in the pressure of business to which that court is subjected, it is impossible to hope that a radical and proper reform of the federal equity procedure can be brought about. I therefore recommend legislation providing for the appointment by the President of a commission with authority to examine the law and equity procedure of the federal courts of first instance, the law of appeals from those courts to the courts of appeals and to the Supreme Court, and the costs imposed in such procedure upon the private litigants and upon the public treasury, and make recommendation with a view to simplifying and expediting the procedure as far as possible, and making it as inexpensive as it may be to the litigant of little means. Injunctions without notice. The platform of the successful party in the last election contained the following, quote, "The Republican Party will uphold at all times the authority and integrity of the courts, state and federal, and will ever insist that their powers to enforce their process and to protect life, liberty, and property shall be preserved inviolate. We believe, however, that the rules of procedure in the federal courts, with respect to the issuance of the writ of injunction, should be more accurately defined by statute, and that no injunction or temporary restraining order should be issued without notice, except where irreparable injury would result from delay, in which case a speedy hearing thereafter should be granted." End of quote. I recommend that in compliance with the promise thus made, appropriate legislation be adopted. The ends of justice will best be met, and the chief cause of complaint against ill-considered injunctions without notice will be removed by the enactment of a statute forbidding hereafter the issuing of any injunction or restraining order, whether temporary or permanent, by any federal court, without previous notice and a reasonable opportunity to be heard on behalf of the parties to be enjoined, unless it shall appear to the satisfaction of the court that the delay necessary to give such notice and hearing would result in irreparable injury to the complainant, and unless also the court shall from the evidence make a written finding, which shall be spread upon the court minutes, that immediate and irreparable injury is likely to ensue to the complainant, and shall define the injury, state why it is irreparable, and shall also endorse on the order issued the date and the hour of the issuance of the order. Moreover, every such injunction or restraining order issued without previous notice and opportunity by the defendant to be heard should by force of the statute expire, and be of no effect after 7 days from the issuance thereof, or within any time less than that period which the court may fix, unless within such 7 days or such less period the injunction or order is extended or renewed after previous notice and opportunity to be heard. My judgment is that the passage of such an act, which really embodies the best practice in equity, and is very like the rule now in force in some courts, will prevent the issuing of ill-advised orders of injunction without notice, and will render such orders when issued much less objectionable by the short time in which they may remain effective. Antitrust and interstate commerce laws. The jurisdiction of the general government over interstate commerce has led to the passage of the so-called Sherman Antitrust Law and the Interstate Commerce Law and its amendments. The developments in the operation of those laws, as shown by indictments, trials, judicial decisions, and other sources of information, call for a discussion and some suggestions as to amendments. These I prefer to embody in a special message, instead of including them in the present communication, and I shall avail myself of the first convenient opportunity to bring these subjects to the attention of Congress. Jail of the District of Columbia. My predecessor transmitted to the Congress a special message on January 11, 1909, accompanying the report of commissioners theretofore appointed to investigate the jail, workhouse, etc. in the District of Columbia, in which he directed attention to the report as setting forth vividly, quote, "the really outrageous conditions in the workhouse and jail." End of quote. The Congress has taken action in pursuance of the recommendations of that report and of the President to the extent of appropriating funds and enacting the necessary legislation for the establishment of a workhouse and reformatory. No action, however, has been taken by the Congress with respect to the jail, the conditions of which are still antiquated and insanitary. I earnestly recommend the passage of a sufficient appropriation to enable a thorough remodeling of that institution to be made without delay. It is a reproach to the national government that almost under the shadow of the Capitol dome prisoners should be confined in a building destitute of the ordinary decent appliances requisite to cleanliness and sanitary conditions. Post Office Department, second-class mail matter. The deficit every year in the Post Office Department is largely caused by the low rate of postage of 1 cent a pound charged on second-class mail matter, which includes not only newspapers, but magazines and miscellaneous periodicals. The actual loss growing out of the transmission of this second-class mail matter at 1 cent a pound amounts to about $63 million a year. The average cost of the transportation of this matter is more than 9 cents a pound. It appears that the average distance over which newspapers are delivered to their customers is 291 miles, while the average haul of magazines is 1,049, and of miscellaneous periodicals 1,128 miles. Thus, the average haul of the magazine is 3½ times, and that of the miscellaneous periodical nearly 4 times the haul of the daily newspaper, yet all of them pay the same postage rate of 1 cent a pound. The statistics of 1907 show that second-class mail matter constituted 63.91% of the weight of all the mail, and yielded only 5.19% of the revenue. The figures given are startling, and show the payment by the government of an enormous subsidy to the newspapers, magazines, and periodicals, and Congress may well consider whether radical steps should not be taken to reduce the deficit in the Post Office Department caused by this discrepancy between the actual cost of transportation and the compensation exacted therefor. A great saving might be made, amounting to much more than half the loss, by imposing upon magazines and periodicals a higher rate of postage. They are much heavier than newspapers, and contain a much higher proportion of advertising to reading material, and the average distance of their transportation is 3½ times as great. The total deficit for the last fiscal year in the Post Office Department amounted to $17,500,000. The branches of its business which it did at a loss were the second-class mail service, in which the loss, as already said, was $63 million, and the free rural delivery, in which the loss was $28 million. These losses were in part offset by the profits of the letter postage and other sources of income. It would seem wise to reduce the loss upon second-class mail matter, at least to the extent of preventing a deficit in the total operations of the post office. I commend the whole subject to Congress, not unmindful of the spread of intelligence which a low charge for carrying newspapers and periodicals assists. I very much doubt, however, the wisdom of a policy which constitutes so large a subsidy and requires additional taxation to meet it. Postal Savings Banks. The second subject worthy of mention in the Post Office Department is the real necessity and entire practicability of establishing postal savings banks. The successful party at the last election declared in favor of postal savings banks, and although the proposition finds opponents in many parts of the country, I am convinced that the people desire such banks, and am sure that when the banks are furnished, they will be productive of the utmost good. The postal savings banks are not constituted for the purpose of creating competition with other banks. The rate of interest upon deposits to which they would be limited would be so small as to prevent their drawing deposits away from other banks. I believe them to be necessary in order to offer a proper inducement to thrift and saving to a great many people of small means who do not now have banking facilities, and to whom such a system would offer an opportunity for the accumulation of capital. They will furnish a satisfactory substitute, based on sound principle and actual successful trial in nearly all the countries of the world, for the system of government guarantee of deposits now being adopted in several Western states, which, with deference to those who advocate it, seems to me to have in it the seeds of demoralization to conservative banking and certain financial disaster. The question of how the money deposited in postal savings banks shall be invested is not free from difficulty, but I believe that a satisfactory provision for this purpose was inserted as an amendment to the bill considered by the Senate at its last session. It has been proposed to delay the consideration of legislation establishing a postal savings bank until after the report of the Monetary Commission. This report is likely to be delayed, and properly so, because of the necessity for careful deliberation and close investigation. I do not see why the one should be tied up with the other. It is understood that the Monetary Commission have looked into the systems of banking which now prevail abroad, and have found that by a control there exercised in respect to reserves and the rates of exchange by some central authority, panics are avoided. It is not apparent that a system of postal savings banks would in any way interfere with a change to such a system here. Certainly, in most of the countries of Europe, where control is thus exercised by a central authority, postal savings banks exist and are not thought to be inconsistent with a proper financial and banking system. Ship subsidy. Following the course of my distinguished predecessor, I earnestly recommend to Congress the consideration and passage of a ship subsidy bill looking to the establishment of lines between our Atlantic seaboard and the eastern coast of South America, as well as lines from the west coast of the United States to South America, China, Japan, and the Philippines. The profits on foreign mails are perhaps a sufficient measure of the expenditures which might first be tentatively applied to this method of inducing American capital to undertake the establishment of American lines of steamships in those directions in which we now feel it most important that we should have means of transportation controlled in the interest of the expansion of our trade. A bill of this character has once passed the House and more than once passed the Senate, and I hope that at this session a bill framed on the same lines and with the same purposes may become a law. Interior Department, New Mexico and Arizona. The successful party in the last election in its national platform declared in favor of the admission as separate states of New Mexico and Arizona, and I recommend that legislation appropriate to this end be adopted. I urge, however, that care be exercised in the preparation of the legislation affecting each territory to secure deliberation in the selection of persons as members of the convention to draft a constitution for the incoming state, and I earnestly advise that such constitution, after adoption by the convention, shall be submitted to the people of the territory for their approval at an election in which the sole issue shall be the merits of the proposed constitution. And if the constitution is defeated by popular vote, means shall be provided in the enabling act for a new convention and the drafting of a new constitution. I think it vital that the issue as to the merits of the Constitution should not be mixed up with the selection of state officers, and that no election of state officers should be had until after the Constitution has been fully approved and finally settled upon. Alaska. With respect to the territory of Alaska, I recommend legislation which shall provide for the appointment by the President of a governor and also of an executive council, the members of which shall during their term of office reside in the territory, and which shall have legislative powers sufficient to enable it to give to the territory local laws adapted to its present growth. I strongly deprecate legislation looking to the election of a territorial legislature in that vast district. The lack of permanence of residence of a large part of the present population, and the small number of the people who either permanently or temporarily reside in the district, as compared with its vast expanse, and the variety of the interests that have to be subserved, make it altogether unfitting, in my judgment, to provide for a popular election of a legislative body. The present system is not adequate and does not furnish the character of local control that ought to be there. The only compromise, it seems to me, which may give needed local legislation and secure a conservative government is the one I propose. Conservation of national resources. In several departments there is presented the necessity for legislation looking to the further conservation of our national resources, and the subject is one of such importance as to require a more detailed and extended discussion than can be entered upon in this communication. For that reason, I shall take an early opportunity to send a special message to Congress on the subject of the improvement of our waterways, upon the reclamation and irrigation of arid, semi-arid, and swamplands, upon the preservation of our forests and the reforesting of suitable areas, upon the reclassification of the public domain, with a view of separating from agricultural settlement mineral, coal, and phosphate lands, and sites belonging to the government bordering on streams suitable for the utilization of water power. Department of Agriculture. I commend to your careful consideration the report of the Secretary of Agriculture, as showing the immense sphere of usefulness which that department now fills, and the wonderful addition to the wealth of the nation made by the farmers of this country in the crops of the current year. Department of Commerce and Labor. The Lighthouse Board. The Lighthouse Board now discharges its duties under the Department of Commerce and Labor. For upwards of 40 years, this board has been constituted of military and naval officers and 2 or 3 men of science, with such an absence of a duly constituted executive head that it is marvelous what work has been accomplished. In the period of construction, the energy and enthusiasm of all the members prevented the inherent defects of the system from interfering greatly with the beneficial work of the board. But now that the work is chiefly confined to maintenance and repair, for which purpose the country is divided into 16 districts, to which are assigned an engineer officer of the Army and an inspector of the Navy, each with a lighthouse tender and the needed plant for his work, it has become apparent by the frequent friction that arises, due to the absence of any central independent authority, that there must be a complete reorganization of the board. I concede the advantage of keeping in the system the rigidity of discipline that the presence of naval and military officers in charge ensures, but unless the presence of such officers in the board can be made consistent with a responsible executive head that shall have proper authority, I recommend the transfer of control over the lighthouses to a suitable civilian bureau. This is in accordance with the judgment of competent persons who are familiar with the workings of the present system. I am confident that a reorganization can be effected which shall avoid the recurrence of friction between members, instances of which have been officially brought to my attention, and that by such reorganization greater efficiency and a substantial reduction in the expense of operation can be brought about. Consolidation of bureaus. I request congressional authority to enable the Secretary of Commerce and Labor to unite the bureaus of Manufactures and Statistics. This was recommended by a competent committee appointed in the previous administration for the purpose of suggesting changes in the interest of economy and efficiency, and is requested by the Secretary. The White Slave Trade. I greatly regret to have to say that the investigations made in the Bureau of Immigration and other sources of information lead to the view that there is urgent necessity for additional legislation and greater executive activity to suppress the recruiting of the ranks of prostitutes from the streams of immigration into this country, an evil which, for want of a better name, has been called the white slave trade. I believe it to be constitutional to forbid under penalty the transportation of persons for the purposes of prostitution across national and state lines, and by appropriating a fund of $50,000 to be used by the Secretary of Commerce and Labor for the employment of special inspectors, it will be possible to bring those responsible for this trade to indictment and conviction under a federal law. Bureau of Health. For a very considerable period, a movement has been gathering strength, especially among the members of the medical profession, in favor of a concentration of the instruments of the national government which have to do with the promotion of public health. In the nature of things, the medical department of the Army and the medical department of the Navy must be kept separate, but there seems to be no reason why all the other bureaus and offices in the general government, which have to do with the public health or subjects akin thereto, should not be united in a bureau, to be called the Bureau of Public Health. This would necessitate the transfer of the Marine Hospital Service to such a bureau. I am aware that there is a wide field in respect to the public health committed to the states, in which the federal government cannot exercise jurisdiction, but we have seen in the agricultural department the expansion into widest usefulness of a department giving attention to agriculture when that subject is plainly one over which the states properly exercise direct jurisdiction. The opportunities offered for useful research and the spread of useful information in regard to the cultivation of the soil and the breeding of stock and the solution of many of the intricate problems in progressive agriculture have demonstrated the wisdom of establishing that department. Similar reasons of equal force can be given for the establishment of a Bureau of Health that shall not only exercise the police jurisdiction of the federal government respecting quarantine, but which shall also afford an opportunity for investigation and research by competent experts into questions of health affecting the whole country or important sections thereof, questions which, in the absence of federal governmental work, are not likely to be promptly solved. Civil Service Commission. The work of the United States Civil Service Commission has been performed to the general satisfaction of the executive officers with whom the Commission has been brought into official communication. The volume of that work and its variety and extent have, under new laws, such as the Census Act, and new executive orders, greatly increased. The activities of the Commission required by the statutes have reached to every portion of the public domain. The accommodations of the Commission are most inadequate for its needs. I call your attention to its request for increase in those accommodations, as will appear from the annual report for this year. Political contributions. I urgently recommend to Congress that a law be passed requiring that candidates in the elections of members of the House of Representatives and committees in charge of their candidacy and campaign file in a proper office of the United States government a statement of the contributions received and of the expenditures incurred in the campaign for such elections, and that similar legislation be enacted with respect to all other elections which are constitutionally within the control of Congress. Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company. Recommendations have been made by my predecessors that Congress appropriate a sufficient sum to pay the balance, about 38%, of the amounts due depositors in the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company. I renew this recommendation and advise also that a proper limitation be prescribed fixing a period within which the claims may be presented, that assigned claims be not recognized, and that a limit be imposed on the amount of fees collectible for services in presenting such claims. Semicentennial of Negro Freedom. The year 1913 will mark the 50th anniversary of the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation, granting freedom to the Negroes. It seems fitting that this event should be properly celebrated. Already a movement has been started by prominent Negroes, encouraged by prominent white people and the press. The South especially is manifesting its interest in this movement. It is suggested that a proper form of celebration would be an exposition to show the progress the Negroes have made, not only during their period of freedom, but also from the time of their coming to this country. I heartily endorse this proposal and request that the executive be authorized to appoint a preliminary commission of not more than 7 persons to consider carefully whether or not it is wise to hold such an exposition, and if so, to outline a plan for the enterprise. I further recommend that such preliminary commission serve without salary, except as to their actual expenses, and that an appropriation be made to meet such expenses. Conclusion. I have thus, in a message compressed as much as the subjects will permit, referred to many of the legislative needs of the country, with the exceptions already noted. Speaking generally, the country is in a high state of prosperity. There is every reason to believe that we are on the eve of a substantial business expansion, and we have just garnered a harvest unexampled in the market value of our agricultural products. The high prices which such products bring mean great prosperity for the farming community, but on the other hand, they mean a very considerably increased burden upon those classes in the community whose yearly compensation does not expand with the improvement in business and the general prosperity. Various reasons are given for the high prices. The proportionate increase in the output of gold, which today is the chief medium of exchange and is in some respects a measure of value, furnishes a substantial explanation of at least a part of the increase in prices. The increase in population and the more expensive mode of living of the people, which have not been accompanied by a proportionate increase in acreage production, may furnish a further reason. It is well to note that the increase in the cost of living is not confined to this country, but prevails the world over, and that those who would charge increases in prices to the existing protective tariff must meet the fact that the rise in prices has taken place almost wholly in those products of the factory and farm in respect to which there has been either no increase in the tariff or in many instances a very considerable reduction. End of Section 3. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 4 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 through 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. William H. Taft, December 6, 1910, Part 1. To the Senate and House of Representatives. During the past year, the foreign relations of the United States have continued upon a basis of friendship and good understanding. Arbitration. The year has been notable as witnessing the pacific settlement of two important international controversies before the Permanent Court of The Hague: the arbitration of the fisheries dispute between the United States and Great Britain, which has been the source of nearly continuous diplomatic correspondence since the Fisheries Convention of 1818, has given an award which is satisfactory to both parties. This arbitration is particularly noteworthy not only because of the eminently just results secured, but also because it is the first arbitration held under the General Arbitration Treaty of April 4, 1908, between the United States and Great Britain, and disposes of a controversy the settlement of which has resisted every other resource of diplomacy, and which for nearly 90 years has been the cause of friction between two countries whose common interest lies in maintaining the most friendly and cordial relations with each other. The United States was ably represented before the tribunal. The complicated history of the questions arising made the issue depend, more than ordinarily in such cases, upon the care and skill with which our case was presented, and I should be wanting in proper recognition of a great patriotic service if I did not refer to the lucid historical analysis of the facts and the signal ability and force of the argument, 6 days in length, presented to the court in support of our case by Mr. Elihu Root. As Secretary of State, Mr. Root has given close study to the intricate facts bearing on the controversy, and by diplomatic correspondence has helped to frame the issues. At the solicitation of the Secretary of State and myself, Mr. Root, though burdened by his duties as Senator from New York, undertook the preparation of the case as leading counsel, with the condition imposed by himself that, in view of his position as Senator, he should not receive any compensation. The tribunal constituted at The Hague by the governments of the United States and Venezuela has completed its deliberations and has rendered an award in the case of the Orinoco Steamship Company against Venezuela. The award may be regarded as satisfactory, since it has, pursuant to the contentions of the United States, recognized a number of important principles making for a judicial attitude in the determining of international disputes. In view of grave doubts which have been raised as to the constitutionality of the Hague Convention, for the establishment of an international prize court, now before the Senate for ratification. Because of that provision of the convention which provides that there may be an appeal to the proposed court from the decisions of national courts, this government proposed in an identical circular note, addressed to those powers who had taken part in the London Maritime Conference, that the powers signatory to the convention, if confronted with such difficulty, might insert a reservation to the effect that appeals to the International Prize Court in respect to decisions of its national tribunals should take the form of a direct claim for compensation, that the proceedings thereupon to be taken should be in the form of a trial de novo, and that judgment of the court should consist of compensation for the illegal capture, irrespective of the decision of the national court whose judgment had thus been internationally involved. As the result of an informal discussion, it was decided to provide such procedure by means of a separate protocol, which should be ratified at the same time as the prize court convention itself. Accordingly, the government of the Netherlands, at the request of this government, proposed under date of May 24, 1910, to the powers signatory to the Hague Convention, the negotiation of a supplemental protocol embodying stipulations providing for this alternate procedure. It is gratifying to observe that this additional protocol is being signed without objection by the powers signatory to the original convention, and there is every reason to believe that the International Prize Court will soon be established. The identical circular note also proposed that the International Prize Court, when established, should be endowed with the functions of an arbitral court of justice, under and pursuant to the recommendation adopted by the last Hague Conference. The replies received from the various powers to this proposal inspire the hope that this also may be accomplished within the reasonably near future. It is believed that the establishment of these two tribunals will go a long way toward securing the arbitration of many questions which have heretofore threatened and at times destroyed the peace of nations. Peace Commission. Appreciating these enlightened tendencies of modern times, the Congress at its last session passed a law providing for the appointment of a commission of 5 members to be appointed by the President of the United States to consider the expediency of utilizing existing international agencies for the purpose of limiting the armaments of the nations of the world by international agreement, and of constituting the combined navies of the world an international force for the preservation of universal peace, and to consider and report upon any other means to diminish the expenditures of government for military purposes and to lessen the probabilities of war. I have not as yet made appointments to this commission, because I have invited and am awaiting the expressions of foreign governments as to their willingness to cooperate with us in the appointment of similar commissions or representatives who would meet with our commissioners and, by joint action, seek to make their work effective. Great Britain and Canada. Several important treaties have been negotiated with Great Britain in the past 12 months. A preliminary diplomatic agreement has been reached regarding the arbitration of pecuniary claims which each government has against the other. This agreement, with the schedules of claims annexed, will, as soon as the schedules are arranged, be submitted to the Senate for approval. An agreement between the United States and Great Britain with regard to the location of the international boundary line between the United States and Canada in Passamaquoddy Bay and to the middle of Grand Manan Channel was reached in a treaty concluded May 21, 1910, which has been ratified by both governments and proclaimed, thus making unnecessary the arbitration provided for in the previous treaty of April 11, 1908. The convention concluded January 11, 1909, between the United States and Great Britain, providing for the settlement of international differences between the United States and Canada, including the apportionment between the two countries of certain of the boundary waters, and the appointment of commissioners to adjust certain other questions, has been ratified by both governments and proclaimed. The work of the International Fisheries Commission, appointed in 1908 under the Treaty of April 11, 1908, between Great Britain and the United States, has resulted in the formulation and recommendation of uniform regulations concerning the fisheries of the boundary waters of Canada and the United States for the purpose of protecting and increasing the supply of food fish in such waters. In completion of this work, the regulations agreed upon require congressional legislation to make them effective and for their enforcement and fulfillment of the treaty stipulations. Portugal. In October last, the monarchy in Portugal was overthrown, a provisional republic was proclaimed, and there was set up a de facto government which was promptly recognized by the government of the United States for purposes of ordinary intercourse, pending formal recognition by this and other powers of the government entity to be duly established by the national sovereignty. Liberia. A disturbance among the native tribes of Liberia and a portion of the Republic during the early part of this year resulted in the sending, under the Treaty of 1862, of an American vessel of war to the disaffected district, and the Liberian authorities, assisted by the good offices of the American naval officers, were able to restore order. The negotiations which have been undertaken for the amelioration of the conditions found in Liberia by the American Commission, whose report I transmitted to Congress on March 25th last, are being brought to conclusion, and it is thought that within a short time practical measures of relief may be put into effect through the good offices of this government and the cordial cooperation of other governments interested in Liberia's welfare. The Near East, Turkey. To return the visit of the special embassy announcing the accession of His Majesty Mehmet V, Emperor of the Ottomans, I sent to Constantinople a special ambassador who, in addition to this mission of ceremony, was charged with the duty of expressing to the Ottoman government the value attached by the government of the United States to increased and more important relations between the countries and the desire of the United States to contribute to the larger economic and commercial development due to the new regime in Turkey. The rapid development now beginning in that ancient empire and the marked progress and increased commercial importance of Bulgaria, Romania, and Serbia make it particularly opportune that the possibilities of American commerce in the Near East should receive due attention. Montenegro. The National Skupština, having expressed its will that the Principality of Montenegro be raised to the rank of kingdom, the Prince of Montenegro on August 15th last assumed the title of King of Montenegro. It gave me pleasure to accord to the new kingdom the recognition of the United States. The Far East. The center of interest in Far Eastern affairs during the past year has again been China. It is gratifying to note that the negotiations for a loan to the Chinese government for the construction of the trunk railway lines from Hankow southward to Canton and westward through the Yangtze Valley, known as the Hokkien loan, were concluded by the representatives of the various financial groups in May last, and the results approved by their respective governments. The agreement, already initialed by the Chinese government, is now awaiting formal ratification. The basis of the settlement of the terms of this loan was one of exact equality between America, Great Britain, France, and Germany in respect to financing the loan and supplying materials for the proposed railways and their future branches. The application of the principle underlying the policy of the United States in regard to the Hokkien loan, viz., that of the internationalization of the foreign interest in such of the railways of China as may be financed by foreign countries, was suggested on a broader scale by the Secretary of State in a proposal for internationalization and commercial neutralization of all the railways of Manchuria. While the principle which led to the proposal of this government was generally admitted by the powers to whom it was addressed, the governments of Russia and Japan apprehended practical difficulties in the execution of the larger plan which prevented their ready adherence. The question of constructing the Qingchao-Aigun Railway by means of an international loan to China is, however, still the subject of friendly discussion by the interested parties. The policy of this government in these matters has been directed by a desire to make the use of American capital in the development of China an instrument in the promotion of China's welfare and material prosperity without prejudice to her legitimate rights as an independent political power. This policy has recently found further exemplification in the assistance given by this government to the negotiations between China and a group of American bankers for a loan of $50 million to be employed chiefly in currency reform. The confusion which has from ancient times existed in the monetary usages of the Chinese has been one of the principal obstacles to commercial intercourse with that people. The United States, in its Treaty of 1903 with China, obtained a pledge from the latter to introduce a uniform national coinage. In the following year, at the request of China, the government sent to Peking a member of the International Exchange Commission to discuss with the Chinese government the best methods of introducing the reform. In 1908, China sent a commissioner to the United States to consult with American financiers as to the possibility of securing a large loan with which to inaugurate the new currency system. But the death of their Majesties, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor of China, interrupted the negotiations, which were not resumed until a few months ago, when this government was asked to communicate to the bankers concerned the request of China for a loan of $50 million for the purpose under review. A preliminary agreement between the American group and China has been made covering the loan. For the success of this loan and the contemplated reforms which are of the greatest importance to the commercial interests of the United States and the civilized world at large, it is realized that an expert will be necessary, and this government has received assurances from China that such an advisor, who shall be an American, will be engaged. It is a matter of interest to Americans to note the success which is attending the efforts of China to establish gradually a system of representative government. The provincial assemblies were opened in October 1909, and in October of the present year a consultative body, the nucleus of the future national parliament, held its first session at Peking. The year has further been marked by two important international agreements relating to Far Eastern affairs. In the Russo-Japanese agreement relating to Manchuria, signed July 4, 1910, this government was gratified to note an assurance of continued peaceful conditions in that region and the reaffirmation of the policies with respect to China to which the United States, together with all other interested parties, are alike solemnly committed. The treaty annexing Korea to the Empire of Japan, promulgated August 29, 1910, marks the final step in a process of control of the ancient empire by her powerful neighbor that has been in progress for several years now. In communicating the fact of annexation, the Japanese government gave to the government of the United States assurances of the full protection of the rights of American citizens in Korea under the changed conditions. Friendly visits of many distinguished persons from the Far East have been made during the year. Chief among these were their Imperial Highnesses Princess Tsai Tao and Tsai Husun of China, and His Imperial Highness Prince Higashi Fushimi and the Prince Tokugawa, President of the House of Peers of Japan. The Secretary of War has recently visited Japan and China in connection with his tour to the Philippines, and a large delegation of American businessmen are at present traveling in China. This exchange of friendly visits has had the happy effect of even further strengthening our friendly international relations. Latin America. During the past year, several of our southern sister republics celebrated the 100th anniversary of their independence. In honor of these events, special embassies were sent from this country to Argentina, Chile, and Mexico, where the gracious reception and splendid hospitality extended them manifested the cordial relations and friendship existing between those countries and the United States, relations which I am happy to believe have never before been upon so high a plane and so solid a basis as at present. The Congressional Commission appointed under a concurrent resolution to attend the festivities celebrating the centennial anniversary of Mexican independence, together with a special ambassador, were received with the highest honors and with the greatest cordiality, and returned with a report of the bounteous hospitality and warm reception of President Diaz and the Mexican people, which left no doubt of the desire of the immediately neighboring republic to continue the mutually beneficial and intimate relations which I feel sure the two governments will ever cherish. At the Fourth Pan-American Conference, which met in Buenos Aires during July and August last, after 7 weeks of harmonious deliberation, 3 conventions were signed providing for the regulation of trademarks, patents, and copyrights, which, when ratified by the different governments, will go far toward furnishing to American authors, patentees, and owners of trademarks the protection needed in localities where heretofore it has been either lacking or inadequate. Further, a convention for the arbitration of pecuniary claims was signed and a number of important resolutions passed. The conventions will in due course be transmitted to the Senate, and the report of the delegation of the United States will be communicated to the Congress for its information. The special cordiality between representative men from all parts of America which has shown at this conference cannot fail to react upon and draw still closer the relations between the countries which took part in it. The International Bureau of American Republics is doing a broad and useful work for Pan-American commerce and comity. Its duties were much enlarged by the International Conference of American States at Buenos Aires, and its name was shortened to the more practical and expressive term of Pan-American Union. Located now in its new building, which was specially dedicated April 26th of this year to the development of friendship, trade, and peace among the American nations, it has improved instrumentalities to serve the 22 republics of this hemisphere. I am glad to say that the action of the United States in its desire to remove imminent danger of war between Peru and Ecuador, growing out of a boundary dispute, with the cooperation of Brazil and the Argentine Republic as joint mediators with this government, has already resulted successfully in preventing war. The government of Chile, while not one of the mediators, lent effective aid in furtherance of a preliminary agreement likely to lead on to an amicable settlement, and it is not doubted that the good offices of the mediating powers and the conciliatory cooperation of the governments directly interested will finally lead to a removal of this perennial cause of friction between Ecuador and Peru. The inestimable value of cordial cooperation between the sister republics of America for the maintenance of peace in this hemisphere has never been more clearly shown in this mediation, by which 3 American governments have given to this hemisphere the honor of first invoking the most far-reaching provisions of the Hague Convention for the pacific settlement of international disputes. There has been signed by the representatives of the United States and Mexico a protocol submitting to the United States-Mexican Boundary Commission, whose membership for the purpose of this case is to be increased by the addition of a citizen of Canada, the question of sovereignty over the Chamizal tract, which lies within the present physical boundaries of the city of El Paso, Texas. The determination of this question will remove a source of no little annoyance to the two governments. The Republic of Honduras has for many years been burdened with a heavy bonded debt held in Europe, the interest on which long ago fell in arrears. Finally, conditions were such that it became imperative to refund the debt and place the finances of the Republic upon a sound basis. Last year, a group of American bankers undertook to do this and to advance funds for railway and other improvements, contributing directly to the country's prosperity and commerce, an arrangement which has long been desired by this government. Negotiations to this end have been underway for more than a year, and it is now confidently believed that a short time will suffice to conclude an arrangement which will be satisfactory to the foreign creditors, eminently advantageous to Honduras, and highly creditable to the judgment and foresight of the Honduran government. This is much to be desired, since, as recognized by the Washington Conventions, a strong Honduras would tend immensely to the progress and prosperity of Central America. During the past year, the Republic of Nicaragua has been the scene of internecine struggle. General Zelaya, for 17 years the absolute ruler of Nicaragua, was throughout his career the disturber of Central America and opposed every plan for the promotion of peace and friendly relations between the five republics. When the people of Nicaragua were finally driven into rebellion by his lawless exactions, he violated the laws of war by the unwarranted execution of 2 American citizens who had regularly enlisted in the ranks of the revolutionists. This and other offenses made it the duty of the American government to take measures with a view to ultimate reparation and for the safeguarding of its interests. This involved the breaking off of all diplomatic relations with the Zelaya government for the reasons laid down in a communication from the Secretary of State, which also notified the contending factions in Nicaragua that this government would hold each to strict accountability for outrages on the rights of American citizens. American forces were sent to both coasts of Nicaragua to be in readiness should occasion arise to protect Americans and their interests, and remain there until the war was over and peace had returned to that unfortunate country. These events, together with Zelaya's continued exactions, brought him so clearly to the bar of public opinion that he was forced to resign and take refuge abroad. In the above-mentioned communication of the Secretary of State to the Charge d'Affaires of the Zelaya government, the opinion was expressed that the revolution represented the wishes of the majority of the Nicaraguan people. This has now been proved beyond doubt by the fact that since the complete overthrow of the Madriz government and the occupation of the capital by the forces of the revolution, all factions have united to maintain public order, and as a result of discussion with an agent of this government sent to Managua at the request of the provisional government, comprehensive plans are being made for the future welfare of Nicaragua, including the rehabilitation of public credit. The moderation and conciliatory spirit shown by the various factions give ground for the confident hope that Nicaragua will soon take its rightful place among the law-abiding and progressive countries of the world. It gratifies me exceedingly to announce that the Argentine Republic some months ago placed with American manufacturers a contract for the construction of 2 battleships and certain additional naval equipment. The extent of this work and its importance to the Argentine Republic make the placing of the bid an earnest of friendly feeling toward the United States. End of Section 4. Section 5 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 through 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 5, William H. Taft, December 6, 1910, Part 2, Tariff Negotiations. The new tariff law in Section 2, respecting the maximum and minimum tariffs of the United States, which provisions came into effect on April 1, 1910, imposed upon the President the responsibility of determining prior to that date whether or not any undue discrimination existed against the United States and its products in any country of the world with which we sustained commercial relations. In the case of several countries, instances of apparent undue discrimination against American commerce were found to exist. These discriminations were removed by negotiation. Prior to April 1, 1910, when the maximum tariff was to come into operation, with respect to importations from all those countries in whose favor no proclamation applying the minimum tariff should be issued by the President, 134 such proclamations were issued. This series of proclamations embraced the entire commercial world, and hence the minimum tariff of the United States has been given universal application, thus testifying to the satisfactory character of our trade relations with foreign countries. Market advantages to the commerce of the United States were obtained through these tariff settlements. Foreign nations are fully cognizant of the fact that under Section 2 of the Tariff Act, the President is required, whenever he is satisfied that the treatment accorded by them to the products of the United States is not such as to entitle them to the benefits of the minimum tariff of the United States, to withdraw those benefits by proclamation giving 90 days' notice, after which the maximum tariff will apply to their dutiable products entering the United States. In its general operation, this section of the tariff law has thus far proved a guarantee of continued commercial peace, although there are unfortunately instances where foreign governments deal arbitrarily with American interests within their jurisdiction in a manner injurious and inequitable. The policy of broader and closer trade relations with the Dominion of Canada, which was initiated in the adjustment of the maximum and minimum provisions of the Tariff Act of August 1909, has proved mutually beneficial. It justifies further efforts for the readjustment of the commercial relations of the two countries, so that their commerce may follow the channels natural to contiguous countries, and be commensurate with the steady expansion of trade and industry on both sides of the boundary line. The reciprocation on the part of the Dominion government of the sentiment which was expressed by this government was followed in October by the suggestion that it would be glad to have the negotiations, which had been temporarily suspended during the summer, resumed. In accordance with this suggestion, the Secretary of State, by my direction, dispatched 2 representatives of the Department of State as special commissioners to Ottawa to confer with representatives of the Dominion government. They were authorized to take such steps for formulating a reciprocal trade agreement as might be necessary, and to receive and consider any propositions which the Dominion government might care to submit. Pursuant to the instructions issued, conferences were held by these commissioners with officials of the Dominion government at Ottawa in the early part of November. The negotiations were conducted on both sides in a spirit of mutual accommodation. The discussion of the common commercial interests of the two countries had for its object a satisfactory basis for a trade arrangement which offers the prospect of a freer interchange for the products of the United States and of Canada. The conferences were adjourned to be resumed in Washington in January, when it is hoped that the aspiration of both governments for a mutually advantageous measure of reciprocity will be realized. Fostering foreign trade. All these tariff negotiations, so vital to our commerce and industry, and the duty of jealously guarding the equitable and just treatment of our products, capital, and industry abroad, devolve upon the Department of State. The Argentine battleship contracts, like the subsequent important one for Argentine railway equipment and those for Cuban government vessels, were secured for our manufacturers largely through the good offices of the Department of State. The efforts of that department to secure for citizens of the United States equal opportunities in the markets of the world and to expand American commerce have been most successful. The volume of business obtained in new fields of competition and upon new lines is already very great, and Congress is urged to continue to support the Department of State in its endeavors for further trade expansion. Our foreign trade merits the best support of the government and the most earnest endeavor of our manufacturers and merchants, who, if they do not already in all cases need a foreign market, are certain soon to become dependent on it. Therefore, now is the time to secure a strong position in this field. American branch banks abroad. I cannot leave this subject without emphasizing the necessity of such legislation as will make possible and convenient the establishment of American banks and branches of American banks in foreign countries. Only by such means can our foreign trade be favorably financed, necessary credits be arranged, and proper avail be made of commercial opportunities in foreign countries, and most especially in Latin America. Aid to our foreign merchant marine. Another instrumentality indispensable to the unhampered and natural development of American commerce is merchant marine. All maritime and commercial nations recognize the importance of this factor. The greatest commercial nations, our competitors, jealously foster their merchant marine. Perhaps nowhere is the need for rapid and direct mail, passenger and freight communication quite so urgent as between the United States and Latin America. We can secure in no other quarter of the world such immediate benefits in friendship and commerce as would flow from the establishment of direct lines of communications with the countries of Latin America, adequate to meet the requirements of a rapidly increasing appreciation of the reciprocal dependence of the countries of the Western Hemisphere upon each other's products, sympathies, and assistance. I alluded to this most important subject in my last annual message. It has often been before you, and I need not recapitulate the reasons for its recommendation. Unless prompt action be taken, the completion of the Panama Canal will find this the only great commercial nation unable to avail an international maritime business of this great improvement in the means of the world's commercial intercourse. Quite aside from the commercial aspect, unless we create a merchant marine, where can we find the seafaring population necessary as a natural naval reserve, and where could we find, in case of war, the transports and subsidiary vessels without which a naval fleet is arms without a body? For many reasons, I cannot too strongly urge upon the Congress the passage of a measure by mail subsidy or other subvention adequate to guarantee the establishment and rapid development of an American merchant marine, and the restoration of the American flag to its ancient place upon the seas. Of course, such aid ought only to be given under conditions of publicity of each beneficiary's business and accounts which would show that the aid received was needed to maintain the trade and was properly used for that purpose. Federal protection to aliens. With our increasing international intercourse, it becomes incumbent upon me to repeat more emphatically than ever the recommendation which I made in my inaugural address that Congress should at once give to the courts of the United States jurisdiction to punish as a crime the violation of the rights of aliens secured by treaty with the United States, in order that the general government of the United States shall be able, when called upon by a friendly nation, to redeem its solemn promise by treaty to secure to the citizens or subjects of that nation, resident in the United States, freedom from violence and due process of law and respect to their life, liberty, and property. Merit system for diplomatic and consular service. I also strongly commend to the favorable action of the Congress the enactment of a law applying to the diplomatic and consular service the principles embodied in Section 1753 of the Revised Statutes of the United States in the Civil Service Act of January 16, 1883, and the Executive Orders of June 27, 1906, and of November 26, 1909. The excellent results which have attended the partial application of civil service principles to the diplomatic and consular services are in earnest of the benefit to be wrought by a wider and more permanent extension of those principles to both branches of the foreign service. The marked improvement in the consular service during the 4 years since the principles of the Civil Service Act were applied to that service in a limited way, and the good results already noticeable from a similar application of civil service principles to the diplomatic service a year ago, convince me that the enactment into law of the general principles of the existing executive regulations could not fail to effect further improvement of both branches of the foreign service, offering as it would, by its assurance of permanency of tenure and promotion on merit, an inducement for the entry of capable young men into the service, and an incentive to those already in to put forth their best efforts to attain and maintain that degree of efficiency which the interests of our international relations and commerce demand. Government ownership of our embassy and legation premises. During many years past, appeals have been made from time to time to Congress in favor of government ownership of embassy and legation premises abroad. The arguments in favor of such ownership have been many and oft repeated and are well known to the Congress. The acquisition by the government of suitable residences and offices for its diplomatic officers, especially in the capitals of the Latin American states and of Europe, is so important and necessary to an improved diplomatic service that I have no hesitation in urging upon the Congress the passage of some measure similar to that favorably reported by the House Committee on Foreign Affairs on February 14, 1910, Report Number 438, that would authorize the gradual and annual acquisition of premises for diplomatic use. The work of the diplomatic service is devoid of partisanship. Its importance should appeal to every American citizen, and should receive the generous consideration of the Congress. Treasury Department. Estimates for next year's expenses. Every effort has been made by each department chief to reduce the estimated costs of his department for the ensuing fiscal year ending June 30th, 1912. I say this in order that Congress may understand that these estimates thus made present the smallest sum which will maintain the departments, bureaus, and offices of the government and meet its other obligations under existing law, and that a cut of these estimates would result in embarrassing the executive branch of the government in the performance of its duties. This remark does not apply to the river and harbor estimates, except to those for expenses of maintenance and the meeting of obligations under authorized contracts, nor does it apply to the public building bill, nor to the Navy building program. Of course, as to these, Congress could withhold any part or all of the estimates for them without interfering with the discharge of the ordinary obligations of the government, or the performance of the functions of its departments, bureaus, and offices. A 52 million cut. The final estimates for the year ending June 30th, 1912, as they have been sent to the Treasury on November 29th of this year, for the ordinary expenses of the government, including those for public buildings, rivers, and harbors, and the Navy building program, amount to $630,494,013.12. This is $52,964,887.36 less than the appropriations for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 1911. It is $16,883,153.44 less than the total estimates, including supplemental estimates, submitted to Congress by the Treasury for the year 1911, and is $5,574,659.39 less than the original estimates submitted by the Treasury for 1911. These figures do not include the appropriations for the Panama Canal, the policy in respect to which ought to be, and is, to spend as much each year as can be economically and effectively expended, in order to complete the canal as promptly as possible, and therefore the ordinary motive for cutting down the expense of the government does not apply to appropriations for this purpose. It will be noted that the estimates for the Panama Canal for the ensuing year are more than $56 millions, an increase of $20 millions over the amount appropriated for this year, a difference due to the fact that the estimates for 1912 included something over $19 millions for the fortification of the canal, against the estimated expenditures of $630,494,013.12. The Treasury has estimated receipts for next year, $680 million, making a probable surplus of ordinary receipts over ordinary expenditures of about $50 million. A table showing in detail the estimates and the comparisons referred to follows. Statement of estimates of appropriations for the fiscal years 1912 and 1911, and of appropriations for 1911, showing increases and decreases. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. Original estimates submitted by the Treasury for 1911. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements. Appropriations for 1911. Increase and decrease. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates. Increase and decrease. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations. Increase and decrease. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations. Increase and decrease. Legislature. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $13,426,805.73. Original estimates submitted by the Treasury for 1911, $13,169,679.70. Total estimates for 1911, including supplementals, $13,169,679.70. Appropriations for 1911, $12,938,048. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates. an increase of $257,126.03. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $488,757.73. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $231,631.70. Executive. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $998,170. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $472,270. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements, $722,270. Appropriations for 1911, $870,750. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, an increase of $275,900. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $127,420. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $148,480. State Department. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $4,875,576.41. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $4,875,301.41. Total estimates for 1911, including supplementals, $4,749,801.41. Appropriations for 1911, $5,046,701.41. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, an increase of $125,775. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $171,125. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $296,900. Treasury Department. Treasury Department proper. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $68,735,451. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $69,865,240. Total estimates for 1911, including supplementals, $70,393,543.75. Appropriations for 1911, $69,973,434.61. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, a decrease of $1,658,092.75. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $1,237,983.61. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $420,109.14. Public buildings and works. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $11,864,545.60. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $6,198,365.60. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements, $7,101,465.60. Appropriations for 1911, $5,565,164. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, an increase of $4,763,080. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $6,299,381.60. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $1,536,301.60. Territorial governments. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th, $202,150. Original estimates submitted by the Treasury for 1911, $287,350. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements, $292,350. Appropriations for 1911, $282,600. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, a decrease of $90,200. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $80,450. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $9,750. Independent offices. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th, $2,638,695.12. Original estimates submitted by the Treasury for 1911, $2,400,695.12. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements, $2,492,695.12. Appropriations for 1911, $2,128,695.12. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, an increase of $146,000. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $510,000. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $364,000. District of Columbia. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th, $13,602,785.90. Original estimates submitted by the Treasury for 1911, $11,884,928.49. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements, $12,108,878.49. Appropriations for 1911, $11,440,346.99. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, an increase of $1,492,907.41. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $2,162,439.91. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $668,532.50. War Department. War Department proper. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th, $120,104,260.12. Original estimates submitted by the Treasury for 1911, $124,165,656.28. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements, $125,717,204.77. Appropriations for 1911, $122,322,178.12. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, a decrease of $5,612,944.65. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $2,217,918. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $3,395,026.65. Rivers and harbors. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $28,232,438. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $28,232,465. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements. $28,232,465. Appropriations for 1911. $49,390,541.50. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, a decrease of $27. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $21,158,103.50. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $21,158,076.50. Navy Department, Navy Department proper. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $116,101,730.24. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $117,029,914.38. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements. $119,768,860.83. Appropriations for 1911. $119,596,870.46. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, a decrease of $3,667,130.59. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $3,495,140.22. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $171,990.37. New Navy Building Program. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $12,840,428. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $12,844,122. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements. $12,844,122. Appropriations for 1911. $14,790,122. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, a decrease of $3,694. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $1,949,694. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $1,946,000. Interior Department. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $189,151,875. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $191,224,182.90. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements. $193,948,582.02. Appropriations for 1911. $214,754,278. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, a decrease of $4,796,707.02. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $25,602,403. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $20,805,698.98. Post Office Department proper. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $1,697,490. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $1,695,690. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements. $1,695,690. Appropriations for 1911. $2,085,005.33. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, an increase of $1,800. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $387,515.33. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $389,315.33. Deficiency in postal revenues. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. Blank. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $10,634,122.63. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements. $10,634,122.63. Appropriations for 1911. $10,634,122.63. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, a decrease of $10,634,122.65. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $10,634,122.63. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations. Blank. Department of Agriculture. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $19,681,066. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $17,681,136. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements. $17,753,931.24. Appropriations for 1911. $17,821,836. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, an increase of $1,927,134.76. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $1,859,230. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, a decrease of $67,904.76. Department of Commerce and Labor. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $16,276,970. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911. $14,187,913. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements. $15,789,271. Appropriations for 1911. $14,169,969.32. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, an increase of $487,699. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $2,107,000.68. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $1,619,301.68. Department of Justice. Final estimates for 1912 as of November 29th. $10,063,576. Original estimate submitted by the Treasury for 1911, $9,518,640. Total estimates for 1911, including supplements, $9,962,233. Appropriations for 1911, $9,648,237.99. 1912 estimates against 1911 total estimates, an increase of $101,343. 1912 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $415,338.01. 1911 estimates against 1911 total appropriations, an increase of $313,995.01. Typical economies. The Treasury Department is one of the original departments of the government. With the changes in the monetary system made from time to time, and with the creation of national banks, it was thought necessary to organize new bureaus and divisions, which were added in a somewhat haphazard way, and resulted in a duplication of duties which might well now be ended. This lack of system and economic coordination has attracted the attention of the head of that department, who has been giving his time for the last 2 years, with the aid of experts and by consulting his bureau chiefs, to its reformation. He has abolished 400 places in the civil service without at all injuring its efficiency. Merely to illustrate the character of the reforms that are possible, I shall comment on some of the specific changes that are being made, or ought to be made, by legislative aid. Auditing system. The auditing system in vogue is as old as the government, and the methods used are antiquated. There are 6 auditors and 7 assistant auditors for the 9 departments, and under the present system the only function which the auditor of a department exercises is to determine on accounts presented by disbursing officers that the object of the expenditure was within the law and the appropriation made for Congress for the purpose on its face, and that the calculations in the accounts are correct. He does not examine the merits of the transaction or determine the reasonableness of the price paid for the articles purchased, nor does he furnish any substantial check upon disbursing officers and the heads of departments or bureaus with sufficient promptness to enable the government to recoup itself in full measure for unlawful expenditure. A careful plan is being devised and will be presented to Congress, with the recommendation that the force of auditors and employees under them be greatly reduced, thereby effecting substantial economy. But this economy will be small compared with the larger economy that can be effected by consolidation and change of methods. The possibility in this regard have been shown in the reduction of expenses and the importance of methods and efficiency in the office of the auditor for the Post Office Department, who, without in the slightest degree impairing the comprehensiveness and efficiency of his work, has cut down the expenses of his office $120,000 a year. End of section 5.
Section 6 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 to 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. President William H. Taft, December 5, 1911, Part 1. This message is the first of several which I shall send to Congress during the interval between the opening of its regular session and its adjournment for the Christmas holidays. The amount of information to be communicated as to the operations of the government, the number of important subjects calling for comment by the executive, and the transmission to Congress of exhaustive reports of special commissions make it impossible to include in one message of a reasonable length a discussion of the topics that ought to be brought to the attention of the national legislature at its first regular session: the antitrust law, the Supreme Court decisions. In May last, the Supreme Court handed down decisions in the suits in equity brought by the United States to enjoin the further maintenance of the Standard Oil Trust and of the American Tobacco Trust, and to secure their dissolution. The decisions are epoch-making and serve to advise the business world authoritatively of the scope and operation of the Antitrust Act of 1890. The decisions do not depart in any substantial way from the previous decisions of the court in construing and applying this important statute, but they clarify those decisions by further defining the already admitted exceptions to the literal construction of the Act. By the decrees, they furnish a useful precedent as to the proper method of dealing with the capital and property of illegal trusts. These decisions suggest the need and wisdom of additional or supplemental legislation to make it easier for the entire business community to square with the rule of action and legality thus finally established, and to preserve the benefit, freedom, and spur of reasonable competition without loss of real efficiency or progress. No change in the rule of decision, merely in its form of expression. The statute, in its first section, declares to be illegal, quote, every contract, combination in the form of trust or otherwise, or conspiracy, in restraint of trade or commerce among the several states or with foreign nations, unquote. And in the second, declares guilty of a misdemeanor, quote, every person who shall monopolize or attempt to monopolize or conspire with any other person to monopolize any part of the trade or commerce of the several states or with foreign nations, unquote. In two early cases where the statute was invoked to enjoin a transportation rate agreement between interstate railroad companies, it was held that it was no defense to show that the agreement as to rates complained of was reasonable at common law, because it was said that the statute was directed against all contracts and combinations in restraint of trade, whether reasonable at common law or not. It was plain from the record, however, that the contracts complained of in those cases would not have been deemed reasonable at common law. In subsequent cases, the court said that the statute should be given a reasonable construction and refused to include within its inhibition certain contractual restraints of trade which it denominated as incidental or as indirect. These cases of restraint of trade that the court accepted from the operation of the statute were instances which, at common law, would have been called reasonable. In the Standard Oil and Tobacco cases, therefore, the court merely adopted the tests of the common law, and, in defining exceptions to the literal application of the statute, only substituted for the test of being incidental or indirect that of being reasonable, and this without varying in the slightest the actual scope and effect of the statute. In other words, all the cases under the statute which have now been decided would have been decided the same way if the court had originally accepted in its construction the rule at common law. It has been said that the court, by introducing into the construction of the statute common law distinctions, has emasculated it. This is obviously untrue. By its judgment, every contract and combination in restraint of interstate trade made with the purpose or necessary effect of controlling prices by stifling competition, or of establishing in whole or in part a monopoly of such trade, is condemned by the statute. The most extreme critics cannot instance a case that ought to be condemned under the statute, which is not brought within its terms as thus construed. The suggestion is also made that the Supreme Court, by its decision in the last two cases, has committed to the court the undefined and unlimited discretion to determine whether a case of restraint of trade is within the terms of the statute. This is wholly untrue. A reasonable restraint of trade at common law is well understood and is clearly defined. It does not rest in the discretion of the court. It must be limited to accomplish the purpose of a lawful main contract to which, in order that it shall be enforceable at all, it must be incidental. If it exceeds the needs of that contract, it is void. The test of reasonableness was never applied by the court at common law to contracts or combinations or conspiracies in restraint of trade whose purpose was, or whose necessary effect would be, to stifle competition, to control prices, or establish monopolies. The courts never assumed power to say that such contracts or combinations or conspiracies might be lawful if the parties to them were only moderate in the use of the power thus secured, and did not exact from the public too great and exorbitant prices. It is true that many theorists and others engaged in business violating the statute have hoped that some such line could be drawn by courts, but no court of authority has ever attempted it. Certainly, there is nothing in the decisions of the latest two cases from which such a dangerous theory of judicial discretion in enforcing this statute can derive the slightest sanction. Force and effectiveness of statute a matter of growth. We have been 21 years making this statute effective for the purposes for which it was enacted. The Knight case was discouraging and seemed to remit to the states the whole available power to attack and suppress the evils of the trusts. Slowly, however, the error of that judgment was corrected, and only in the last 3 or 4 years has the heavy hand of the law been laid upon the great illegal combinations that have exercised such an absolute dominion over many of our industries. Criminal prosecutions have been brought, and a number are pending, but juries have felt averse to convicting for jail sentences, and judges have been most reluctant to impose such sentences on men of respectable standing in society whose offense has been regarded as merely statutory. Still, as the offense becomes better understood, and the committing of it partakes more of studied and deliberate defiance of the law, we can be confident that juries will convict individuals and that jail sentences will be imposed. The remedy in equity by dissolution. In the Standard Oil case, the Supreme and Circuit Courts found the combination to be a monopoly of the interstate business of refining, transporting, and marketing petroleum and its products, affected and maintained through 37 different corporations, the stock of which was held by a New Jersey company. It in effect commanded the dissolution of this combination, directed the transfer and pro rata distribution by the New Jersey company of the stock held by it in the 37 corporations to and among its stockholders, and the corporations and individual defendants were enjoined from conspiring or combining to restore such monopoly, and all agreements between the subsidiary corporations tending to produce or bring about further violations of the Act were enjoined. In the tobacco case, the court found that the individual defendants, 29 in number, had been engaged in a successful effort to acquire complete dominion over the manufacture, sale, and distribution of tobacco in this country and abroad, and that this had been done by combinations made with a purpose and effect to stifle competition, control prices, and establish a monopoly not only in the manufacture of tobacco, but also of tinfoil and licorice used in its manufacture, and of its products of cigars, cigarettes, and snuffs. The tobacco suit presented a far more complicated and difficult case than the Standard Oil suit for a decree which would effectuate the will of the court and end the violation of the statute. There was here no single holding company, as in the case of the Standard Oil Trust. The main company was the American Tobacco Company, a manufacturing, selling, and holding company. The plan adopted to destroy the combination and restore competition involved the redivision of the capital and plants of the whole trust between some of the companies constituting the trust and new companies organized for the purposes of the decree and made parties to it, and numbering, new and old, 14. Situation after readjustment. The American Tobacco Company, old, readjusted capital $92 million. The Liggett and Myers Tobacco Company, new, capital $67 million. The P. Lorillard Company, new, capital $47 million. And the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company, old, capital $7,525,000, are chiefly engaged in the manufacture and sale of chewing and smoking tobacco and cigars. The former one tinfoil company is divided into two, one of $825,000 capital and the other of $400,000. The one snuff company is divided into three companies, one with a capital of $15 million, another with a capital of $8 million, and a third with a capital of $8 million. The licorice companies are two, one with a capital of $5,758,300 and another with a capital of $200,000. There is also the British American Tobacco Company, a British corporation, doing business abroad with a capital of $26 million, the Puerto Rican Tobacco Company with a capital of $1,800,000, and the Corporation of United Cigar Stores with a capital of $9 million. Under this arrangement, each of the different kinds of business will be distributed between two or more companies, with a division of the prominent brands in the same tobacco products so as to make competition not only possible, but necessary. Thus, the smoking tobacco business of the country is divided so that the present independent companies have 21.39%, while the American Tobacco Company will have 33.08%, the Liggett and Myers 20.05%, the Lorillard Company 22.82%, and the Reynolds Company 2.66%. The stock of the other 13 companies, both preferred and common, has been taken from the defendant American Tobacco Company and has been distributed among its stockholders. All covenants restricting competition have been declared null, and further performance of them has been enjoined. The preferred stock of the different companies has now been given voting power, which was denied it under the old organization. The ratio of the preferred stock to the common was 78 to 40. This constitutes a very decided change in the character of the ownership and control of each company. In the original suit, there were 29 defendants who were charged with being the conspirators through whom the illegal combination acquired and exercised its unlawful dominion. Under the decree, these defendants will hold amounts of stock in the various distributee companies ranging from 41% as a maximum to 28.5% as a minimum, except in the case of one small company, the Puerto Rican Tobacco Company, in which they will hold 45%. The 29 individual defendants are enjoined for 3 years from buying any stock except from each other, and the group is thus prevented from extending its control during that period. All parties to the suit, and the new companies who are made parties, are enjoined perpetually from in any way effecting any combination between any of the companies in violation of the statute by way of resumption of the old trust. Each of the 14 companies is enjoined from acquiring stock in any of the others. All these companies are enjoined from having common directors or officers, or common buying or selling agents, or common offices, or lending money to each other. Size of new companies. Objection was made by certain independent tobacco companies that this settlement was unjust because it left companies with very large capital in active business, and that the settlement that would be effective to put all on an equality would be a division of the capital and plant of the trust into small fractions in amount more nearly equal to that of each of the independent companies. This contention results from a misunderstanding of the antitrust law and its purpose. It is not intended thereby to prevent the accumulation of large capital in business enterprises in which such a combination can secure reduced cost of production, sale, and distribution. It is directed against such an aggregation of capital only when its purpose is that of stifling competition, enhancing or controlling prices, and establishing a monopoly. If we shall have by the decree defeated these purposes and restored competition between the large units into which the capital and plant have been divided, we shall have accomplished the useful purpose of the statute. Confiscation, not the purpose of the statute. It is not the purpose of the statute to confiscate the property and capital of the offending trusts. Methods of punishment by fine or imprisonment of the individual offenders, by fine of the corporation, or by forfeiture of its goods in transportation are provided, but the proceeding in equity is a specific remedy to stop the operation of the trust by injunction and prevent the future use of the plant and capital in violation of the statute. Effectiveness of decree. I venture to say that not in the history of American law has a decree more effective for such a purpose been entered by a court than that against the Tobacco Trust. As Circuit Judge Noyes said in his judgment approving the decree, quote, "The extent to which it has been necessary to tear apart this combination and force it into new forms with the attendant burdens ought to demonstrate that the federal antitrust statute is a drastic statute which accomplishes effective results, which, so long as it stands on the statute books, must be obeyed, and which cannot be disobeyed without incurring far-reaching penalties. And, on the other hand, the successful reconstruction of this organization should teach that the effect of enforcing this statute is not to destroy, but to reconstruct, not to demolish, but to recreate in accordance with the conditions which the Congress has declared shall exist among the people of the United States." Unquote. Common stock ownership. It has been assumed that the present pro rata and common ownership in all these companies by former stockholders of the trust would ensure a continuance of the same old single control of all the companies into which the trust has, by decree, been disintegrated. This is erroneous and is based upon the assumed inefficacy and innocuousness of judicial injunctions. The companies are enjoined from cooperation or combination. They have different managers, directors, purchasing and sales agents. If all or many of the numerous stockholders, reaching into the thousands, attempt to secure concerted action of the companies with a view to the control of the market, their number is so large that such an attempt could not well be concealed, and its prime movers and all its participants would be at once subject to contempt proceedings and imprisonment of a summary character. The immediate result of the present situation will necessarily be activity by all the companies under different managers, and then competition must follow, or there will be activity by one company and stagnation by another. Only a short time will inevitably lead to a change in ownership of the stock, as all opportunity for continued cooperation must disappear. Those critics who speak of this disintegration in the trust as a mere change of garments have not given consideration to the inevitable working of the decree, and understand little the personal danger of attempting to evade or set at naught the solemn injunction of a court whose object is made plain by the decree and whose inhibitions are set forth with a detail and comprehensiveness. Voluntary reorganizations of other trusts at hand. The effect of these two decisions has led to decrees dissolving the combination of manufacturers of electric lamps, a Southern Wholesale Grocers Association, an interlocutory decree against the Powder Trust with directions by the Circuit Court compelling dissolution, and other combinations of a similar history are now negotiating with the Department of Justice, looking to a disintegration by decree and reorganization in accordance with law. It seems possible to bring about these reorganizations without general business disturbance. Movement for repeal of the antitrust law. But now that the Antitrust Act is seen to be effective for the accomplishment of the purpose of its enactment, we are met with a cry from many different quarters for its repeal. It is said to be obstructive of business progress, to be an attempt to restore old-fashioned methods of destructive competition between small units, and to make impossible those useful combinations of capital and the reduction of the cost of production that are essential to continued prosperity and normal growth. In the recent decisions, the Supreme Court makes clear that there is nothing in the statute which condemns combinations of capital or mere bigness of plant organized to secure economy and production and a reduction of its cost. It is only when the purpose or necessary effect of the organization and maintenance of the combination, or the aggregation of immense size, are the stifling of competition, actual and potential, and the enhancing of prices and establishing a monopoly, that the statute is violated. Mere size is no sin against the law. The merging of two or more business plants necessarily eliminates competition between the units thus combined. But this elimination is in contravention of the statute only when the combination is made for the purpose of ending this particular competition in order to secure control of and enhance prices and create a monopoly. Lack of definiteness in the statute. The complaint is made of the statute that it is not sufficiently definite in its description of that which is forbidden to enable businessmen to avoid its violation. The suggestion is that we may have a combination of two corporations which may run on for years, and that subsequently the Attorney General may conclude that it was a violation of the statute, and that which was supposed by the combiners to be innocent then turns out to be a combination in violation of the statute. The answer to this hypothetical case is that when men attempt to amass such stupendous capital as will enable them to suppress competition, control prices, and establish a monopoly, they know the purpose of their acts. Men do not do such a thing without having it clearly in mind. If what they do is merely for the purpose of reducing the cost of production, without the thought of suppressing competition by use of the bigness of the plant they are creating, then they cannot be convicted at the time the union is made, nor can they be convicted later, unless it happen that later on they conclude to suppress competition and take the usual methods for doing so, and thus establish for themselves a monopoly. They can, in such a case, hardly complain if the motive which subsequently is disclosed is attributed by the court to the original combination. New remedies suggested. Much is said of the repeal of this statute and of constructive legislation intended to accomplish the purpose and blaze a clear path for honest merchants and businessmen to follow. It may be that such a plan will be evolved, but I submit that the discussions which have been brought out in recent days by the fear of the continued execution of the antitrust law have produced nothing but glittering generalities, and have offered no line of distinction or rule of action as definite and as clear as that which the Supreme Court itself lays down in enforcing the statute. Supplemental legislation needed, not repeal or amendment. I see no objection, and indeed I can see decided advantages, in the enactment of a law which shall describe and denounce methods of competition which are unfair and are badges of the unlawful purpose denounced in the antitrust law. The attempt and purpose to suppress a competitor by underselling him at a price so unprofitable as to drive him out of business, or the making of exclusive contracts with customers under which they are required to give up association with other manufacturers, and numerous kindred methods for stifling competition and effecting monopoly, should be described with sufficient accuracy in a criminal statute on the one hand to enable the government to shorten its task by prosecuting single misdemeanors instead of an entire conspiracy, and, on the other hand, to serve the purpose of pointing out more in detail to the business community what must be avoided. Federal incorporation recommended. In a special message to Congress on January 7, 1910, I ventured to point out the disturbance to business that would probably attend the dissolution of these offending trusts. I said, quote, "But such an investigation and possible prosecution of corporations whose prosperity or destruction affects the comfort not only of stockholders, but of millions of wage earners, employees, and associated tradesmen, must necessarily tend to disturb the confidence of the business community, to dry up the now flowing sources of capital from its places of hoarding, and produce a halt in our present prosperity that will cause suffering and strained circumstances among the innocent many for the faults of the guilty few. The question which I wish in this message to bring clearly to the consideration and discussion of Congress is whether, in order to avoid such a possible business danger, something cannot be done by which these business combinations may be offered a means, without great financial disturbance, of changing the character, organization, and extent of their business into one within the lines of the law under federal control and supervision, securing compliance with the antitrust statute. Generally, in the industrial combinations called trusts, the principal business is the sale of goods in many states and in foreign markets. In other words, the interstate and foreign business far exceeds the business done in any one state. This fact will justify the federal government in granting a federal charter to such a combination to make and sell in interstate and foreign commerce the products of useful manufacture under such limitations as will secure a compliance with the antitrust law. It is possible so to frame a statute that, while it offers protection to a federal company against harmful, vexatious, and unnecessary invasion by the states, it shall subject it to reasonable taxation and control by the states with respect to its purely local business. Corporations organized under this act should be prohibited from acquiring and holding stock in other corporations, except for special reasons upon approval by the proper federal authority, thus avoiding the creation under national auspices of the holding company with subordinate corporations in different states, which has been such an effective agency in the creation of the great trusts and monopolies. If the prohibition of the Antitrust Act against combinations in restraint of trade is to be effectively enforced, it is essential that the national government shall provide for the creation of national corporations to carry on a legitimate business throughout the United States. The conflicting laws of the different states of the Union with respect to foreign corporations make it difficult, if not impossible, for one corporation to comply with their requirements so as to carry on business in a number of different states." Unquote. I renew the recommendation of the enactment of a general law providing for the voluntary formation of corporations to engage in trade and commerce among the states and with foreign nations. Every argument which was then advanced for such a law, and every explanation which was at that time offered to possible objections, have been confirmed by our experience since the enforcement of the antitrust statute has resulted in the actual dissolution of active commercial organizations. It is even more manifest now than it was then that the denunciation of conspiracies in restraint of trade should not and does not mean the denial of organizations large enough to be entrusted with our interstate and foreign trade. It has been made more clear now than it was then that a purely negative statute like the antitrust law may well be supplemented by specific provisions for the building up and regulation of legitimate national and foreign commerce. Government administrative experts needed to aid courts in trust dissolutions. The drafting of the decrees in the dissolution of the present trusts with a view to their reorganization into legitimate corporations has made it especially apparent that the courts are not provided with the administrative machinery to make the necessary inquiries preparatory to reorganization or to pursue such inquiries, and they should be empowered to invoke the aid of the Bureau of Corporations in determining the suitable reorganization of the disintegrated parts. The Circuit Court and the Attorney General were greatly aided in framing the decree in the Tobacco Trust dissolution by an expert from the Bureau of Corporations. Federal Corporation Commission proposed. I do not set forth in detail the terms and sections of a statute which might supply the constructive legislation permitting and aiding the formation of combinations of capital into federal corporations. They should be subject to rigid rules as to their organization and procedure, including effective publicity, and to the closest supervision as to the issue of stocks and bonds by an executive bureau or commission in the Department of Commerce and Labor, to which, in times of doubt, they might well submit their proposed plans for future business. It must be distinctly understood that incorporation under federal law could not exempt the company thus formed and its incorporators and managers from prosecution under the antitrust law for subsequent illegal conduct. But the publicity of its procedure and the opportunity for frequent consultation with the bureau or commission in charge of the incorporation as to the legitimate purpose of its transactions would offer it as great security against successful prosecutions for violations of the law as would be practical or wise. Such a bureau or commission might well be invested also with the duty already referred to of aiding courts in the dissolution and recreation of trusts within the law. It should be an executive tribunal of the dignity and power of the Comptroller of the Currency or the Interstate Commerce Commission, which now exercise supervisory power over important classes of corporations under federal regulation. The drafting of such a federal incorporation law would offer ample opportunity to prevent many manifest evils in corporate management today, including irresponsibility of control in the hands of the few who are not the real owners. Incorporation voluntary. I recommend that the federal charters thus to be granted shall be voluntary, at least until experience justifies mandatory provisions. The benefit to be derived from the operation of great businesses under the protection of such a charter would attract all who are anxious to keep within the lines of the law. Other large combinations that fail to take advantage of the federal incorporation will not have a right to complain if their failure is ascribed to unwillingness to submit their transactions to the careful official scrutiny, competent supervision, and publicity attendant upon the enjoyment of such a charter. Only supplemental legislation needed. The opportunity thus suggested for federal incorporation, it seems to me, is suitable constructive legislation needed to facilitate the squaring of great industrial enterprises to the rule of action laid down by the antitrust law. This statute, as construed by the Supreme Court, must continue to be the line of distinction for legitimate business. It must be enforced, unless we are to banish individualism from all business and reduce it to one common system of regulation or control of prices, like that which now prevails with respect to public utilities, and which, when applied to all business, would be a long step toward state socialism. Importance of the Antitrust Act. The Antitrust Act is the expression of the effort of a free-loving people to preserve equality of opportunity. It is the result of the confident determination of such a people to maintain their future growth by preserving uncontrolled and unrestricted the enterprise of the individual, his industry, his ingenuity, his intelligence, and his independent courage. For 20 years or more, this statute has been upon the statute book. All knew its general purpose and approved. Many of its violators were cynical over its assumed impotence. It seemed impossible of enforcement. Slowly the mills of the courts ground, and only gradually did the majesty of the laws assert itself. Many of its statesman authors died before it became a living force, and they and others saw the evil grow which they had hoped to destroy. Now its efficacy is seen. Now its power is heavy. Now its object is near achievement. Now we hear the call for its repeal on the plea that it interferes with business prosperity, and we are advised in most general terms how by some other statute and in some other way the evil we are just stamping out can be cured if we only abandon this work of 20 years and try another experiment for another term of years. It is said that the act has not done good. Can this be said in the face of the effect of the Northern Securities Decree? That decree was in no way so drastic or inhibitive in detail as either the Standard Oil Decree or the Tobacco Decree. But did it not stop for all time the then powerful movement toward the control of all the railroads of the country in a single hand? Such a one-man power could not have been a healthful influence in the Republic, even though exercised under the general supervision of an interstate commission. Do we desire to make such ruthless combinations and monopolies lawful? When all energies are directed not toward the reduction of the cost of production for the public benefit by a healthful competition, but toward new ways and means for making permanent in a few hands the absolute control of the conditions and prices prevailing in the whole field of industry, then individual enterprise and effort will be paralyzed, and the spirit of commercial freedom will be dead. End of section 6. Section 7 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 to 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. President William H. Taft, December 5, 1911. Part 2A. The relations of the United States with other countries have continued during the past 12 months upon a basis of the usual goodwill and friendly intercourse. Arbitration. The year just past marks an important general movement on the part of the powers for broader arbitration. In the recognition of the manifold benefits to mankind in the extension of the policy of the settlement of international disputes by arbitration rather than by war, and in response to a widespread demand for an advance in that direction on the part of the people of the United States and of Great Britain and of France, new arbitration treaties were negotiated last spring with Great Britain and France, the terms of which were designed, as expressed in the preamble of these treaties, to extend the scope and obligations of the policy of arbitration adopted in our present treaties with those governments. To pave the way for this treaty with the United States, Great Britain negotiated an important modification in its alliance with Japan, and the French government also expedited the negotiations with signal goodwill. The new treaties have been submitted to the Senate and are awaiting its advice and consent to their ratification. All the essentials of these important treaties have long been known, and it is my earnest hope that they will receive prompt and favorable action. claim of Alsop and Company settled. I am glad to report that on July 5th last, the American claim of Alsop and Company against the government of Chile was finally disposed of by the decision of His Britannic Majesty George V, to whom, as amiable compositeur, the matter had been referred for determination. His Majesty made an award of nearly $1 million to the claimants, which was promptly paid by Chile. The settlement of this controversy has happily eliminated from the relations between the Republic of Chile and the United States the only question which for 2 decades had given the two foreign offices any serious concern, and makes possible the unobstructed development of the relations of friendship which it has been the aim of this government in every possible way to further and cultivate. Arbitrations: Panama and Costa Rica, Colombia and Haiti. In further illustration of the practical and beneficent application of the principle of arbitration and the underlying broad spirit of conciliation, I am happy to advert to the part of the United States in facilitating amicable settlement of disputes which menace the peace between Panama and Costa Rica and between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Since the date of their independence, Colombia and Costa Rica had been seeking a solution of a boundary dispute, which came as an heritage from Colombia to the new Republic of Panama upon its beginning life as an independent nation. Although the disputants had submitted this question for decision to the President of France under the terms of an arbitration treaty, the exact interpretation of the provisions of the award rendered had been a matter of serious disagreement between the two countries, both contending for widely different lines even under the terms of the decision. Subsequently, and since 1903, this boundary question had been the subject of fruitless diplomatic negotiations between the parties. In January 1910, at the request of both governments, the agents representing them met in conference at the Department of State and subsequently concluded a protocol submitting this long-pending controversy to the arbitral judgment of the Chief Justice of the United States, who consented to act in this capacity. A boundary commission, according to the international agreement, has now been appointed, and it is expected that the arguments will shortly proceed and that this long-standing dispute will be honorably and satisfactorily terminated. Again, a few months ago, it appeared that the Dominican Republic and Haiti were about to enter upon hostilities because of complications growing out of an acrimonious boundary dispute, which the efforts of many years had failed to solve. The government of the United States, by a friendly interposition of good offices, succeeded in prevailing upon the parties to place their reliance upon some form of pacific settlement. Accordingly, on the friendly suggestion of this government, the two governments empowered commissioners to meet at Washington in conference at the State Department in order to arrange the terms of submission to arbitration of the boundary controversy. Chamizal arbitration not satisfactory. Our arbitration of the Chamizal boundary question with Mexico was unfortunately abortive, but with the earnest efforts on the part of both governments which its importance commands, it is felt that an early practical adjustment should prove possible. Latin America, Venezuela. During the past year, the Republic of Venezuela celebrated the 100th anniversary of its independence. The United States sent in honor of this event a special embassy to Caracas, where the cordial reception and generous hospitality shown it were most gratifying as a further proof of the good relations and friendship existing between that country and the United States. Mexico. The recent political events in Mexico received attention from this government because of the exceedingly delicate and difficult situation created along our southern border, and the necessity for taking measures properly to safeguard American interests. The government of the United States, in its desire to secure a proper observance and enforcement of the so-called neutrality statutes of the federal government, issued directions to the appropriate officers to exercise a diligent and vigilant regard for the requirements of such rules and laws. Although a condition of actual armed conflict existed, there was no official recognition of belligerency involving the technical neutrality obligations of international law. On the 6th of March last, in the absence of the Secretary of State, I had a personal interview with Mr. Wilson, the ambassador of the United States to Mexico, in which he reported to me that the conditions in Mexico were much more critical than the press dispatches disclosed, that President Diaz was on a volcano of popular uprising, that the small outbreaks which had occurred were only symptomatic of the whole condition, that a very large percent of the people were in sympathy with the insurrection, that a general explosion was probable at any time, in which case he feared that the 40,000 or more American residents in Mexico might be assailed, and that the very large American investments might be injured or destroyed. After a conference with the Secretary of War and the Secretary of the Navy, I thought it wise to assemble an Army division of full strength at San Antonio, Texas, a brigade of 3 regiments at Galveston, a brigade of infantry in the Los Angeles district of Southern California, together with a squadron of battleships and cruisers and transports at Galveston, and a small squadron of ships at San Diego. At the same time, through our representative at the City of Mexico, I expressed to President Diaz the hope that no apprehensions might result from unfounded conjectures as to these military maneuvers, and assured him that they had no significance which should cause concern to his government. The mobilization was effected with great promptness, and on the 15th of March, through the Secretary of War and the Secretary of the Navy, in a letter addressed to the Chief of Staff, I issued the following instructions. It seems my duty as Commander-in-Chief to place troops in sufficient number where, if Congress shall direct that they enter Mexico to save American lives and property, an effective movement may be promptly made. Meantime, the movement of the troops to Texas and elsewhere near the boundary, accompanied with sincere assurances of the utmost goodwill toward the present Mexican government, and with larger and more frequent patrols along the border to prevent insurrectionary expeditions from American soil, will hold up the hands of the existing government and will have a healthy moral effect to prevent attacks upon Americans and their property in any subsequent general internecine strife. Again, the sudden mobilization of a division of troops has been a great test of our Army and full of useful instruction, while the maneuvers that are thus made possible can occupy the troops and their officers to great advantage. The assumption by the press that I contemplate intervention on Mexican soil to protect American lives or property is, of course, gratuitous, because I seriously doubt whether I have such authority under any circumstances. And if I had, I would not exercise it without express congressional approval. Indeed, as you know, I have already declined, without Mexican consent, to order a troop of cavalry to protect the breakwater we are constructing just across the border in Mexico at the mouth of the Colorado River to save the Imperial Valley. Although the insurrectos had scattered the Mexican troops and were taking our horses and supplies and frightening our workmen away. My determined purpose, however, is to be in a position so that when danger to American lives and property in Mexico threatens, and the existing government is rendered helpless by the insurrection, I can promptly execute congressional orders to protect them with effect. Meantime, I send you this letter through the Secretary to call your attention to some things in connection with the presence of the division in the Southwest, which have doubtless occurred to you, but which I wish to emphasize. In the first place, I want to make the mobilization a first-class training for the Army, and I wish you would give your time and that of the War College to advising and carrying out maneuvers of a useful character, and plan to continue to do this during the next 3 months. By that time, we may expect that either Ambassador Wilson's fears will have been realized and chaos and its consequences have ensued, or that the present government of Mexico will have so readjusted matters as to secure tranquility, a result devoutly to be wished. The troops can then be returned to their posts. I understood from you in Washington that General Aylshire said that you could probably meet all the additional expense of this whole movement out of the present appropriations if the troops continue in Texas for 3 months. I sincerely hope this is so. I observe from the newspapers that you have no blank cartridges, but I presume that this is an error, or that it will be easy to procure those for use as soon as your maneuvers begin. Second, Texas is a state ordinarily peaceful, but you cannot put 20,000 troops into it without running some risk of a collision between the people of that state, and especially the Mexicans who live in Texas near the border and who sympathize with the insurrectos and the federal soldiers. For that reason, I beg you to be as careful as you can to prevent friction of any kind. We were able in Cuba, with the Army of Pacification there of something more than 5,000 troops, to maintain them for a year without any trouble, and I hope you can do the same thing in Texas. Please give your attention to this and advise all the officers in command of the necessity for very great circumspection in this regard. Third, one of the great troubles in the concentration of troops is the danger of disease, and I suppose that you have adopted the most modern methods for preventing and, if necessary, for stamping out epidemics. That is so much a part of a campaign that it hardly seems necessary for me to call attention to it. Finally, I wish you to examine the question of the patrol of the border and put as many troops on that work as is practicable, and more than are now engaged in order to prevent the use of our borderland for the carrying out of the insurrection. I have given assurances to the Mexican ambassador on this point. I sincerely hope that this experience will always be remembered by the Army and Navy as a useful means of education, and I should be greatly disappointed if it resulted in any injury or disaster to our forces from any cause. I have taken a good deal of responsibility in ordering this mobilization, but I am ready to answer for it if only you and those under you use the utmost care to avoid the difficulties which I have pointed out. You may have a copy of this letter made and left with General Carter and such other generals in command as you may think wise and necessary to guide them in their course, but to be regarded as confidential. I am more than happy to here record the fact that all apprehensions as to the effect of the presence of so large a military force in Texas proved groundless. No disturbances occurred. The conduct of the troops was exemplary, and the public reception and treatment of them was all that could have been desired. And this notwithstanding the presence of a large number of Mexican refugees in the border territory. From time to time, communications were received from Ambassador Wilson, who had returned to Mexico, confirming the view that the massing of American troops in the neighborhood had had good effect. By dispatch of April 3, 1911, the ambassador said, "The continuing gravity of the situation here and the chaos that would ensue should the constitutional authorities be eventually overthrown, thus greatly increasing the danger to which American lives and property are already subject, confirm the wisdom of the President in taking those military precautions which, making every allowance for the dignity and the sovereignty of a friendly state, are due to our nationals abroad. Charged as I am with the responsibility of safeguarding these lives and property, I am bound to say to the Department that our military dispositions on the frontier have produced an effective impression on the Mexican mind, and may, at any moment, prove to be the only guarantees for the safety of our nationals and their property. If it should eventuate that conditions here require more active measures by the President and Congress, sporadic attacks might be made upon the lives and property of our nationals, but the ultimate result would be order and adequate protection. The insurrection continued and resulted in engagements between the regular Mexican troops and the insurgents, and this along the border, so that in several instances, bullets from the contending forces struck American citizens engaged in their lawful occupations on American soil. Proper protests were made against these invasions of American rights to the Mexican authorities. On April 17, 1911, I received the following telegram from the governor of Arizona. As a result of today's fighting across the international line, but within gunshot range of the heart of Douglas, 5 Americans wounded on this side of the line. Everything points to repetition of these casualties on tomorrow, and while the Federals seem disposed to keep their agreement not to fire into Douglas, the position of the insurrectionists is such that when fighting occurs on the east and southeast of the entrenchments, people living in Douglas are put in danger of their lives. In my judgment, radical measures are needed to protect our innocent people, and if anything can be done to stop the fighting at Agua Prieta, the situation calls for such action. It is impossible to safeguard the people of Douglas unless the town be vacated. Can anything be done to relieve situation now acute? After a conference with the Secretary of State, the following telegram was sent to Governor Sloan on April 19, 1911, and made public. Your dispatch received. Have made urgent demand upon Mexican government to issue instructions to prevent firing across border by Mexican federal troops, and am waiting reply. Meantime, I have sent direct warning to the Mexican and insurgent forces near Douglas. I infer from your dispatch that both parties attempt to heed the warning, but that in the strain and exigency of the contest, wild bullets still find their way into Douglas. The situation might justify me in ordering our troops to cross the border and attempt to stop the fighting, or to fire upon both combatants from the American side. But if I take this step, I must face the possibility of resistance and greater bloodshed, and also the danger of having our motives misconstrued and misrepresented, and of thus inflaming Mexican popular indignation against many thousand Americans now in Mexico and jeopardizing their lives and property. The pressure for general intervention under such conditions it might not be practicable to resist. It is impossible to foresee or reckon the consequences of such a course, and we must use the greatest self-restraint to avoid it. Pending my urgent representation to the Mexican government, I cannot therefore order the troops at Douglas to cross the border, but I must ask you and the local authorities, in case the same danger recurs, to direct the people of Douglas to place themselves where bullets cannot reach them and thus avoid casualty. I am loath to endanger Americans in Mexico, where they are necessarily exposed, by taking a radical step to prevent injury to Americans on our side of the border who can avoid it by a temporary inconvenience. I am glad to say that no further invasion of American rights of any substantial character occurred. The presence of a large military and naval force available for prompt action near the Mexican border proved to be most fortunate under the somewhat trying conditions presented by this invasion of American rights. Had no movement theretofore taken place, and because of these events it had been necessary then to bring about the mobilization, it must have had sinister significance. On the other hand, the presence of the troops before and at the time of the unfortunate killing and wounding of American citizens at Douglas made clear that the restraint exercised by our government in regard to this occurrence was not due to lack of force or power to deal with it promptly and aggressively, but was due to a real desire to use every means possible to avoid direct intervention in the affairs of our neighbor, whose friendship we valued and were most anxious to retain. The policy and action of this government were based upon an earnest friendliness for the Mexican people as a whole, and it is a matter of gratification to note that this attitude of strict impartiality as to all factions in Mexico and of sincere friendship for the neighboring nation, without regard for party allegiance, has been generally recognized and has resulted in an even closer and more sympathetic understanding between the two republics, and a warmer regard one for the other. Action to suppress violence and restore tranquility throughout the Mexican Republic was of peculiar interest to this government in that it concerned the safeguarding of American life and property in that country. The government of the United States had occasion to accord permission for the passage of a body of Mexican rurales through Douglas, Arizona, to Tijuana, Mexico, for the suppression of general lawlessness which had for some time existed in the region of northern Lower California. On May 25, 1911, President Diaz resigned. Señor de la Barra was chosen provisional president. Elections for president and vice president were thereafter held throughout the republic, and Senor Francisco I. Madero was formally declared elected on October 15th to the chief magistracy. On November 6th, President Madero entered upon the duties of his office. Since the inauguration of President Madero, a plot has been unearthed against the present government to begin a new insurrection. Pursuing the same consistent policy which this administration has adopted from the beginning, it directed an investigation into the conspiracy charged, and this investigation has resulted in the indictment of General Bernardo Reyes and others, and the seizure of a number of officers and men and horses and accoutrements assembled upon the soil of Texas for the purpose of invading Mexico. Similar proceedings had been taken during the insurrection against the Diaz government, resulting in the indictments and prosecution of persons found to be engaged in violating the neutrality laws of the United States in aid of that uprising. The record of this government in respect of the recognition of constituted authority in Mexico, therefore, is clear. Central America, Honduras and Nicaragua treaties proposed. As to the situation in Central America, I have taken occasion in the past to emphasize most strongly the importance that should be attributed to the consummation of the conventions between the republics of Nicaragua and of Honduras and this country, and I again earnestly recommend that the necessary advice and consent of the Senate be accorded to these treaties, which will make it possible for these Central American republics to enter upon an era of genuine economic national development. The government of Nicaragua, which has already taken favorable action on the convention, has found it necessary, pending the exchange of final ratifications, to enter into negotiations with American bankers for the purpose of securing a temporary loan to relieve the present financial tension. In connection with this temporary loan, and in the hope of consummating, through the ultimate operation of the convention, a complete and lasting economic regeneration, the government of Nicaragua has also decided to engage an American citizen as Collector General of Customs. The Claims Commission, on which the services of 2 American citizens have been sought, and the work of the American financial advisor, should accomplish a lasting good of inestimable benefit to the prosperity, commerce, and peace of the Republic. In considering the ratification of the conventions with Nicaragua and Honduras, there rests with the United States the heavy responsibility of the fact that their rejection here might destroy the progress made and consign the republics concerned to still deeper submergence in bankruptcy, revolution, and national jeopardy. Panama. Our relations with the Republic of Panama, peculiarly important due to mutual obligations and the vast interests created by the canal, have continued in the usual friendly manner, and we have been glad to make appropriate expression of our attitude of sympathetic interest in the endeavors of our neighbor in undertaking the development of the rich resources of the country. With reference to the internal political affairs of the Republic, our obvious concern is in the maintenance of public peace and constitutional order, and the fostering of the general interests created by the actual relations of the 2 countries, without the manifestation of any preference for the success of either of the political parties. The Pan American Union. The Pan American Union, formerly known as the Bureau of American Republics, maintained by the joint contributions of all the American nations, has during the past year enlarged its practical work as an international organization and continues to prove its usefulness as an agency for the mutual development of commerce, better acquaintance, and closer intercourse between the United States and her sister American republics. The Far East, the Chinese loans. The past year has been marked in our relations with China by the conclusion of two important international loans, one for the construction of the Hukong railways, the other for carrying out of the currency reform to which China was pledged by treaties with the United States, Great Britain, and Japan, of which mention was made in my last annual message. It will be remembered that early in 1909, an agreement was consummated among British, French, and German financial groups, whereby they proposed to lend the Chinese government funds for the construction of railways in the provinces of Hunan and Hubei, reserving for their nationals the privilege of engineering the construction of the lines and of furnishing the materials required for the work. After negotiations with the governments and groups concerned, an agreement was reached whereby American, British, French, and German nationals should participate upon equal terms in this important and useful undertaking. Thereupon, the financial groups, supported by their respective governments, began negotiations with the Chinese government, which terminated in a loan to China of $30 million, with the privilege of increasing the amount to $50 million. The cooperative construction of these trunk lines should be of immense advantage, materially and otherwise, to China, and should greatly facilitate the development of the bountiful resources of the empire. On the other hand, a large portion of these funds is to be expended for materials, American products having equal preference with those of the other three lending nations, and, as the contract provides for branches and extensions subsequently to be built on the same terms, the opportunities for American materials will reach considerable proportions. Knowing the interest of the United States in the reform of Chinese currency, the Chinese government, in the autumn of 1910, sought the assistance of the American government to procure funds with which to accomplish that all-important reform. In the course of the subsequent negotiations, there was combined with the proposed currency loan one for certain industrial developments in Manchuria, the two loans aggregating the sum of $50 million. While this was originally to be solely an American enterprise, the American government, consistently with its desire to secure a sympathetic and practical cooperation of the great powers toward maintaining the principle of equality of opportunity and the administrative integrity of China, urged the Chinese government to admit to participation in the currency loan the associates of the American group in the Hukong loan. While of immense importance in itself, the reform contemplated in making this loan is but preliminary to other and more comprehensive fiscal reforms, which will be of incalculable benefit to China and foreign interests alike, since they will strengthen the Chinese empire and promote the rapid development of international trade. Neutral financial advisor. When these negotiations were begun, it was understood that a financial advisor was to be employed by China in connection with the reform, and in order that absolute equality in all respects among the lending nations might be scrupulously observed. the American government proposed the nomination of a neutral advisor, which was agreed to by China and the other governments concerned. On September 28, 1911, Dr. Vissering, president of the Dutch Java Bank and a financier of wide experience in the Orient, was recommended to the Chinese government for the post of monetary advisor. Especially important at the present, when the ancient Chinese empire is shaken by civil war incidental to its awakening to the many influences and activities of modernization, are the cooperative policy of good understanding, which has been fostered by the international projects referred to above, and the general sympathy of view among all the powers interested in the Far East. While safeguarding the interests of our nationals, this government is using its best efforts in continuance of its traditional policy of sympathy and friendship toward the Chinese Empire and its people, with the confident hope for their economic and administrative development, and with the constant disposition to contribute to their welfare in all proper ways, consistent with an attitude of strict impartiality as between contending factions. For the first time in the history of the two countries, a Chinese cruiser, the Haichi, under the command of Admiral Qing, recently visited New York, where the officers and men were given a cordial welcome. End of section 7. Section 8 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 to 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. President William H. Taft, December 5, 1911. Part 2, B. New Japanese Treaty. The Treaty of Commerce and Navigation between the United States and Japan, signed in 1894, would, by a strict interpretation of its provisions, have terminated on July 17, 1912. Japan's general treaties with the other powers, however, terminated in 1911, and the Japanese government expressed an earnest desire to conduct the negotiations for a new treaty with the United States simultaneously with its negotiations with the other powers. There were a number of important questions involved in the treaty, including the immigration of laborers, revision of the customs tariff, and the right of Americans to hold real estate in Japan. The United States consented to waive all technicalities and to enter at once upon negotiations for a new treaty on the understanding that there should be a continuance throughout the life of the treaty of the same effective measures for the restriction of immigration of laborers to American territory, which had been in operation with entire satisfaction to both governments since 1908. The Japanese government accepted this basis of negotiation, and a new treaty was quickly concluded, resulting in a highly satisfactory settlement of the other questions referred to. A satisfactory adjustment has also been effected of the questions growing out of the annexation of Korea by Japan. The recent visit of Admiral Count Togo to the United States as the nation's guest afforded a welcome opportunity to demonstrate the friendly feeling so happily existing between the two countries. Siam. There has been a change of sovereigns in Siam, and the American minister at Bangkok was accredited in a special capacity to represent the United States at the coronation ceremony of the new king. Europe and the Near East. In Europe and the Near East, during the past 12 months, There has been at times considerable political unrest. The Moroccan question, which for some months was the cause of great anxiety, happily appears to have reached a stage at which it need no longer be regarded with concern. The Ottoman Empire was occupied for a period by strife in Albania and is now at war with Italy. In Greece and the Balkan countries, the disquieting potentialities of this situation have been more or less felt. Persia has been the scene of a long internal struggle. These conditions have been the cause of uneasiness in European diplomacy, but thus far without direct political concern to the United States. In the war which unhappily exists between Italy and Turkey, this government has no direct political interest, and I took occasion at the suitable time to issue a proclamation of neutrality in that conflict. At the same time, all necessary steps have been taken to safeguard the personal interests of American citizens and organizations insofar as affected by the war. Commerce with the Near East. In spite of the attendant economic uncertainties and detriments to commerce, the United States has gained markedly in its commercial standing with certain of the nations of the Near East. Turkey, especially, is beginning to come into closer relations with the United States through the new interest of American manufacturers and exporters in the possibilities of those regions, and it is hoped that foundations are being laid for a large and mutually beneficial exchange of commodities between the two countries. This new interest of Turkey in American goods is indicated by the fact that a party of prominent merchants from a large city in Turkey recently visited the United States to study conditions of manufacture and export here and to get into personal touch with American merchants, with a view to cooperating more intelligently in opening up the markets of Turkey and the adjacent countries to our manufactures. Another indication of this new interest of America in the commerce of the Near East is the recent visit of a large party of American merchants and manufacturers to Central and Eastern Europe, where they were entertained by prominent officials and organizations of the large cities, and new bonds of friendship and understanding were established which cannot but lead to closer and greater commercial interchange. Coronation of King George V. The 22nd of June of the present year marked the coronation of His Britannic Majesty King George V. In honor of this auspicious occasion, I sent a special embassy to London. The courteous and cordial welcome extended to this government's representatives by His Majesty and the people of Great Britain has further emphasized the strong bonds of friendship happily existing between the two nations. Settlement of long-standing differences with Great Britain. As the result of a determined effort on the part of both Great Britain and the United States to settle all of their outstanding differences, a number of treaties have been entered into between the two countries in recent years, by which nearly all of the unsettled questions between them of any importance have either been adjusted by agreement or arrangements made for their settlement by arbitration. A number of the unsettled questions referred to consist of pecuniary claims presented by each country against the other, and in order that as many of these claims as possible should be settled by arbitration, a special agreement for that purpose was entered into between the two governments on the 18th day of August, 1910, in accordance with Article 11 of the General Arbitration Treaty with Great Britain of April 4, 1908. Pursuant to the provisions of this special agreement, A schedule of claims has already been agreed upon, and the special agreement, together with this schedule, received the approval of the Senate when submitted to it for that purpose at the last session of Congress. Negotiations between the two governments for the preparation of an additional schedule of claims are already well advanced, and it is my intention to submit such schedule as soon as it is agreed upon to the Senate for its approval, in order that the arbitration proceedings may be undertaken at an early date. In this connection, the attention of Congress is particularly called to the necessity for an appropriation to cover the expense incurred in submitting these claims to arbitration. Presentation to Germany of replica of von Steuben statue. In pursuance of the Act of Congress approved June 23, 1910, the Secretary of State and the Joint Committee on the Library entered into a contract with the sculptor Albert Jägers for the execution of a bronze replica of the statue of General von Steuben erected in Washington, for presentation to His Majesty the German Emperor and the German nation, in recognition of the gift of the statue of Frederick the Great made by the Emperor to the people of the United States. The presentation was made on September 2nd last by representatives whom I commissioned as the special mission of this government for the purpose. The German Emperor has conveyed to me by telegraph, on his own behalf and that of the German people, an expression of appreciative thanks for this action of Congress. Russia. By direction of the State Department, our ambassador to Russia has recently been having a series of conferences with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia, with a view to securing a clearer understanding and construction of the Treaty of 1832 between Russia and the United States, and the modification of any existing Russian regulations which may be found to interfere in any way with the full recognition of the rights of American citizens under this treaty. I believe that the government of Russia is addressing itself seriously to the need of changing the present practice under the treaty, and that sufficient progress has been made to warrant the continuance of these conferences, in the hope that there may soon be removed any justification of the complaints of treaty violation now prevalent in this country. I expect that immediately after the Christmas recess, I shall be able to make a further communication to Congress on this subject. Liberia. Negotiations for the amelioration of conditions found to exist in Liberia by the American Commission, undertaken through the Department of State, have been concluded, and it is only necessary for certain formalities to be arranged in securing the loan which, it is hoped, will place that republic on a practical financial and economic footing. Recognition of Portuguese Republic. The National Constituent Assembly, regularly elected by the vote of the Portuguese people, having on June 19th last unanimously proclaimed a republican form of government, the official recognition of the government of the United States was given to the new republic in the afternoon of the same day. Spitsbergen Islands. Negotiations for the betterment of conditions existing in the Spitsbergen Islands and the adjustment of conflicting claims of American citizens and Norwegian subjects to lands in that archipelago are still in progress. International conventions and conferences. International Prize Court. The supplementary protocol to the Hague Convention for the establishment of an international prize court, mentioned in my last annual message, embodying stipulations providing for an alternative procedure which would remove the constitutional objection to that part of the Hague Convention which provides that there may be an appeal to the proposed court from the decisions of national courts, has received the signature of the governments parties to the original convention and has been ratified by the government of the United States together with the Prize Court Convention. The deposit of the ratifications with the government of the Netherlands awaits action by the powers on the declaration, signed at London on February 26, 1909, of the rules of international law to be recognized within the meaning of Article 7 of the Hague Convention for the establishment of an international prize court. Fur Seal Treaty. The fur seal controversy, which for nearly 25 years has been the source of serious friction between the United States and the powers bordering upon the North Pacific Ocean, whose subjects have been permitted to engage in pelagic sealing against the fur seal herds having their breeding grounds within the jurisdiction of the United States, has at last been satisfactorily adjusted by the conclusion of the North Pacific Sealing Convention, entered into between the United States, Great Britain, Japan, and Russia on the 7th of July last. This convention is a conservation measure of very great importance, and if it is carried out in the spirit of reciprocal concession and advantage upon which it is based, there is every reason to believe that not only will it result in preserving the fur seal herds of the North Pacific Ocean and restoring them to their former value for the purposes of commerce, but also that it will afford a permanently satisfactory settlement of a question the only other solution of which seemed to be the total destruction of the fur seals. In another aspect, also, this convention is of importance in that it furnishes an illustration of the feasibility of securing a general international game law for the protection of other mammals of the sea, the preservation of which is of importance to all the nations of the world. Legislation necessary. The attention of Congress is especially called to the necessity for legislation on the part of the United States for the purpose of fulfilling the obligations assumed under this convention, to which the Senate gave its advice and consent on the 24th day of July last. Protection of Industrial Property Union. The Conference of the International Union for the Protection of Industrial Property, which, under the authority of Congress, convened at Washington on May 16, 1911, closed its labors on June 2, 1911, by the signature of 3 acts as follows. 1. A convention revising the Paris Convention of March 20, 1883, for the protection of industrial property, as modified by the additional act signed at Brussels on December 14, 1900. 2. An arrangement to replace the arrangement signed at Madrid on April 14, 1891, for the international registration of trademarks, and the additional act with regard thereto, signed at Brussels on December 14, 1900. And 3. An arrangement to replace the arrangement signed at Madrid on April 14, 1891, relating to the repression of false indication of production of merchandise. The United States is a signatory of the first convention only, and this will be promptly submitted to the Senate. International Opium Commission. In a special message transmitted to the Congress on the 11th of January, 1911, in which I concurred in the recommendations made by the Secretary of State in regard to certain needful legislation for the control of our interstate and foreign traffic in opium and other menacing drugs, I quoted from my annual message of December 7, 1909, in which I announced that the results of the International Opium Commission held at Shanghai in February 1909 at the invitation of the United States had been laid before this government, that the report of that commission showed that China was making remarkable progress and admirable efforts toward the eradication of the opium evil, that the interested governments had not permitted their commercial interests to prevent their cooperation in this reform, and as a result of collateral investigations of the opium question in this country, I recommended that the manufacture, sale, and use of opium in the United States should be more rigorously controlled by legislation. Prior to that time, and in continuation of the policy of this government to secure the cooperation of the interested nations, the United States proposed an international opium conference with full powers for the purpose of clothing with the force of international law the resolutions adopted by the above-mentioned commission, together with their essential corollaries. The other powers concerned cordially responded to the proposal of this government, and I am glad to be able to announce representatives of all the powers assembled in conference at The Hague on the 1st of this month. Since the passage of the Opium Exclusion Act, more than 20 states have been animated to modify their pharmacy laws and bring them in accord with the spirit of that act, thus stamping out to a measure the intrastate traffic in opium and other habit-forming drugs. But, although I have urged on the Congress the passage of certain measures for federal control of the interstate and foreign traffic in these drugs, no action has yet been taken. In view of the fact that there is now sitting at The Hague so important a conference, which has under review the municipal laws of the different nations for the mitigation of their opium and other allied evils, a conference which will certainly deal with the international aspects of these evils. It seems to me most essential that the Congress should take immediate action on the anti-narcotic legislation to which I have already called attention by a special message. Buenos Aires Conventions. The 4 important conventions signed at the 4th Pan American Conference at Buenos Aires, providing for the regulation of trademarks, patents, and copyrights, and for the arbitration of pecuniary claims, have, with the advice and consent of the Senate, been ratified on the part of the United States, and the ratifications have been deposited with the government of the Argentine Republic, in accordance with the requirements of the conventions. I am not advised that similar action has been taken by any other of the signatory governments. International arrangement to suppress obscene publications. One of the notable advances in international morality accomplished in recent years was an arrangement entered into on April 13th of the present year between the United States and other powers for the repression of the circulation of obscene publications. Foreign trade relations of the United States. In my last annual message, I referred to the tariff negotiations of the Department of State with foreign countries in connection with the application, by a series of proclamations, of the minimum tariff of the United States to importations from the several countries. And I stated that in its general operation, Section 2 of the new tariff law had provided a guarantee of continued commercial peace, although there were, unfortunately, instances where foreign governments dealt arbitrarily with American interests within their jurisdiction in a manner injurious and inequitable. During the past year, some instances of discriminatory treatment have been removed, but I regret to say that there remain a few cases of differential treatment adverse to the commerce of the United States. While none of these instances now appears to amount to undue discrimination in the sense of Section 2 of the Tariff Law of August 5, 1909, they are all exceptions to that complete degree of equality of tariff treatment that the Department of State has consistently sought to obtain for American commerce abroad. While the double tariff feature of the Tariff Law of 1909 has been amply justified by the results achieved in removing former and preventing new undue discriminations against American commerce, it is believed that the time has come for the amendment of this feature of the law in such way as to provide a graduated means of meeting varying degrees of discriminatory treatment of American commerce in foreign countries, as well as to protect the financial interests abroad of American citizens against arbitrary and injurious treatment on the part of foreign governments through either legislative or administrative measures. It would seem desirable that the maximum tariff of the United States should embrace within its purview the free list, which is not the case at the present time, in order that it might have reasonable significance to the governments of those countries from which the importations into the United States are confined virtually to articles on the free list. Record of highest amount of foreign trade. The fiscal year ended June 30th, 1911, shows great progress in the development of American trade. It was noteworthy as marking the highest record of exports of American products to foreign countries, the valuation being in excess of $2 billion. These exports showed a gain over the preceding year of more than $300 million. Facilities for foreign trade furnished by joint action of Department of State and of Commerce and Labor. There is widespread appreciation expressed by the business interests of the country as regards the practical value of the facilities now offered by the Department of State and the Department of Commerce and Labor for the furtherance of American commerce. Conferences with their officers at Washington, who have an expert knowledge of trade conditions in foreign countries, and with consular officers and commercial agents of the Department of Commerce and Labor, who, while on leave of absence, visit the principal industrial centers of the United States, have been found of great value. These trade conferences are regarded as a particularly promising method of governmental aid in foreign trade promotion. The Department of Commerce and Labor has arranged to give publicity to the expected arrival and the itinerary of consular officers and commercial agents while on leave in the United States, in order that trade organizations may arrange for conferences with them. As I have indicated, it is increasingly clear that to obtain and maintain that equity and substantial equality of treatment essential to the flourishing foreign trade, which becomes year by year more important to the industrial and commercial welfare of the United States, we should have a flexibility of tariff sufficient for the give and take of negotiation by the Department of State on behalf of our commerce and industry. Crying need for American merchant marine. I need hardly reiterate the conviction that there should speedily be built up an American merchant marine. This is necessary to assure favorable transportation facilities to our great ocean-borne commerce, as well as to supplement the Navy with an adequate reserve of ships and men. It would have the economic advantage of keeping at home part of the vast sums now paid foreign shipping for carrying American goods. All the great commercial nations pay heavy subsidies to their merchant marine, so that it is obvious that without some wise aid from the Congress, the United States must lag behind in the matter of merchant marine in its present anomalous position. Extension of American banking to foreign countries. Legislation to facilitate the extension of American banks to foreign countries is another matter in which our foreign trade needs assistance. Chambers of Foreign Commerce suggested. The interests of our foreign commerce are nonpartisan and, as a factor in prosperity, are as broad as the land. In the dissemination of useful information and in the coordination of effort, certain unofficial associations have done good work toward the promotion of foreign commerce. It is cause for regret, however, that the great number of such associations and the comparative lack of cooperation between them fails to secure an efficiency commensurate with the public interest. Through the agency of the Department of Commerce and Labor, and in some cases directly, the Department of State transmits to reputable business interests information of commercial opportunities, supplementing the regular published consular reports. Some central organization, in touch with associations and chambers of commerce throughout the country, and able to keep purely American interests in closer touch with different phases of commercial affairs, would, I believe, be of great value. Such organization might be managed by a committee composed of a small number of those now actively carrying on the work of some of the larger associations, and there might be added to the committee as members ex officio one or two officials of the Department of State and one or two officials from the Department of Commerce and Labor and representatives of the appropriate committees of Congress. The authority and success of such an organization would evidently be enhanced if the Congress should see fit to prescribe its scope and organization through legislation, which would give to it some such official standing as that, for example, of the National Red Cross. With these factors and the continuance of the Foreign Service establishment, departmental, diplomatic, and consular, upon the high plane where it has been placed by the recent reorganization, this government would be abreast of the times in fostering the interests of its foreign trade, and the rest must be left to the energy and enterprise of our businessmen. Improvement of the Foreign Service. The entire Foreign Service organization is being improved and developed with especial regard to the requirements of the commercial interests of the country. The rapid growth of our foreign trade makes it of the utmost importance that governmental agencies through which that trade is to be aided and protected should possess a high degree of efficiency. Not only should the foreign representatives be maintained upon a generous scale insofar as salaries and establishments are concerned, but the selection and advancement of officers should be definitely and permanently regulated by law, so that the service shall not fail to attract men of high character and ability. The experience of the past few years, with a partial application of civil service rules to the diplomatic and consular service, leaves no doubt in my mind of the wisdom of a wider and more permanent extension of those principles to both branches of the Foreign Service. the men selected for appointment by means of the existing executive regulations have been of a far higher average of intelligence and ability than the men appointed before the regulations were promulgated. Moreover, the feeling that under the existing rules there is reasonable hope for permanence of tenure during good behavior and for promotion for meritorious service has served to bring about a zealous activity in the interests of the country, which never before existed or could exist. It is my earnest conviction that the enactment into law of the general principles of the existing regulations cannot fail to effect further improvement in both branches of the Foreign Service by providing greater inducement for young men of character and ability to seek a career abroad in the service of the government, and an incentive to those already in the service to put forth greater efforts to attain the high standards which the successful conduct of our international relations and commerce requires. I therefore again commend to the favorable action of the Congress the enactment of a law applying to the diplomatic and consular service the principles embodied in Section 1753 of the Revised Statutes of the United States, in the Civil Service Act of January 16, 1883, and the Executive Orders of June 27, 1906, and of November 26, 1909. In its consideration of this important subject, I desire to recall to the attention of the Congress the very favorable report made on the Loudon Bill for the improvement of the Foreign Service by the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House of Representatives. Available statistics show the strictness with which the merit system has been applied to the Foreign Service during recent years, and the absolute nonpartisan selection of consuls and diplomatic service secretaries, who indeed, far from being selected with any view to political consideration, have actually been chosen to a disproportionate extent from states which would have been unrepresented in the Foreign Service under the system, which it is to be hoped is now permanently obsolete. Some legislation for the perpetuation of the present system of examinations and promotions upon merit and efficiency would be of greatest value to our commercial and international interests. End of Part 2B and of Section 8. Section 9 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 to 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. President William H. Taft, December 5, 1911. Part 3. The White House, December 20, 1911. To the Senate and House of Representatives. In my annual message to Congress, December 1909, I stated that under Section 2 of the Act of August 5, 1909, I had appointed a tariff board of 3 members to cooperate with the State Department in the administration of the maximum and minimum clause of that act, to make a glossary or encyclopedia of the existing tariff so as to render its terms intelligible to the ordinary reader, and then to investigate industrial conditions and costs of production at home and abroad, with a view to determining to what extent existing tariff rates actually exemplify the protective principle, that is to say, that duties should be made adequate and only adequate to equalize the difference in cost of production at home and abroad. I further stated that I believed these investigations would be of great value as a basis for accurate legislation, and that I should from time to time recommend to Congress the revision of certain schedules in accordance with the findings of the board. In the last session of the 61st Congress, a bill creating a permanent tariff board of 5 members, of whom not more than 3 should be of the same political party, passed each house, but failed of enactment because of slight differences on which agreement was not reached before adjournment. An Appropriation Act provided that the Permanent Tariff Board, if created by statute, should report to Congress on Schedule K in December 1911. Therefore, to carry out, so far as lay within my power, the purposes of this bill for a permanent tariff board, I appointed in March 1911 a board of 5, adding 2 members of such party affiliation as would have fulfilled the statutory requirement, and directed them to make a report to me on Schedule K of the Tariff Act in December of this year. In my message of August 17, 1911, accompanying the veto of the wool bill, I said that in my judgment, Schedule K should be revised and the rates reduced. My veto was based on the ground that since the Tariff Board would make in December a detailed report on wool and wool manufactures, with special reference to the relation of the existing rates of duties to relative costs here and abroad, public policy, and a fair regard to the interests of the producers and the manufacturers on the one hand, and of the consumers on the other, demanded that legislation should not be hastily enacted in the absence of such information. That I was not myself possessed at that time of adequate knowledge of the facts to determine whether or not the proposed act was in accord with my pledge to support a fair and reasonable protective policy, that such legislation might prove only temporary and inflict upon a great industry the evils of continued uncertainty. I now herewith submit a report of the Tariff Board on Schedule K. The Board is unanimous in its findings. On the basis of these findings, I now recommend that the Congress proceed to a consideration of this schedule with a view to its revision and a general reduction of its rates. The report shows that the present method of assessing the duty on raw wool, this is, by a specific rate on the grease pound, i.e., unscoured, operates to exclude wools of high shrinkage in scouring, but fine quality, from the American market, and thereby lessens the range of wools available to the domestic manufacturer. That the duty on scoured wool of 33 cents per pound is prohibitory and operates to exclude the importation of clean, low-priced foreign wools of inferior grades, which are nevertheless valuable material for manufacturing and which cannot be imported in the grease because of their heavy shrinkage. Such wools, if imported, might be used to displace the cheap substitutes now in use. To make the preceding paragraph a little plainer, take the instance of 100 pounds of first-class wool imported under the present duty, which is 11 cents a pound. That would make the duty on the 100 pounds $11. The merchantable part of the wool thus imported is the weight of the wool of this 100 pounds after scouring. If the wool shrinks 80%, as some wools do, then the duty in such a case would amount to $11 on 20 pounds of scoured wool. This, of course, would be prohibitory. If the wool shrinks only 50%, it would be $11 on 50 pounds of wool, and this is near to the average of the great bulk of wools that are imported from Australia, which is the principal source of our imported wool. These discriminations could be overcome by assessing a duty in ad valorem terms, but this method is open to the objection, first, that it increases administrative difficulties and tends to decrease revenue through undervaluation, and second, that as prices advance, the ad valorem rate increases the duty per pound at the time when the consumer most needs relief and the producer can best stand competition, while if prices decline, the duty is decreased at the time when the consumer is least burdened by the price and the producer most needs protection. Another method of meeting the difficulty of taxing the grease pound is to assess a specific duty on grease wool in terms of its scoured content. This obviates the chief evil of the present system, namely the discrimination due to different shrinkages, and thereby tends greatly to equalize the duty. The board reports that this method is feasible in practice and could be administered without great expense. The scoured content of the wool is the basis on which users of wool make their calculations, and a duty of this kind would fit the usages of the trade. One effect of this method of assessment would be that, regardless of the rate of duty, there would be an increase in the supply and variety of wool by making available to the American market wools of both low and fine quality now excluded. The report shows in detail the difficulties involved in attempting to state in categorical terms the cost of wool production and the great differences in cost as between different regions and different types of wool. It is found, however, that taking all varieties in account, the average cost of production for the whole American clip is higher than the cost in the chief competing country by an amount somewhat less than the present duty. The report shows that the duties on wools, wool wastes, and shoddy, which are adjusted to the rate of 33 cents on scoured wool, are prohibitory in the same measure that the duty on scoured wool is prohibitory. In general, they are assessed at rates as high as or higher than the duties paid on the clean content of wools actually imported. They should be reduced and so adjusted to the rate on wool as to bear their proper proportion to the real rate levied on the actual wool imports. The duties on many classes of wool manufacture are prohibitory and greatly in excess of the difference in cost of production here and abroad. This is true of tops, of yarns, with the exception of worsted yarns of a very high grade, and of low and medium grade cloth of heavy weight. On tops up to 52 cents a pound in value, and on yarns of 65 cents in value, the rate is 100%, with correspondingly higher rates for lower values. On cheap and medium grade cloths, the existing rates frequently run to 150%, and on some cheap goods to over 200%. This is largely due to that part of the duty which is levied ostensibly to compensate the manufacturer for the enhanced cost of his raw material due to the duty on wool. As a matter of fact, this compensatory duty for numerous classes of goods is much in excess of the amount needed for strict compensation. On the other hand, the findings show that the duties which run to such high ad valorem equivalents are prohibitory, since the goods are not imported, but that the prices of domestic fabrics are not raised by the full amount of duty. On a set of 1-yard samples of 16 English fabrics, which are completely excluded by the present tariff rates, it was found that the total foreign value was $41.84. The duties which would have been assessed had these fabrics been imported, $76.90. The foreign value plus the amount of the duty, $118.74, or a nominal duty of 183%. In fact, however, practically identical fabrics of domestic make sold at the same time at $69.75, showing an enhanced price over the foreign market value of but 67%. Although these duties do not increase prices of domestic goods by anything like their full amount, it is nonetheless true that such prohibitive duties eliminate the possibility of foreign competition, even in time of scarcity, that they form a temptation to monopoly and conspiracies to control domestic prices, that they are much in excess of the difference in cost of production here and abroad, and that they should be reduced to a point which accords with this principle. The findings of the board show that in this industry, the actual manufacturing cost, aside from the question of the price of materials, is much higher in this country than it is abroad, that in the making of yarn and cloth, the domestic woolen or worsted manufacturer has in general no advantage in the form of superior machinery or more efficient labor to offset the higher wages paid in this country. The findings show that the cost of turning wool into yarn in this country is about double that in the leading competing country, and that the cost of turning yarn into cloth is somewhat more than double. Under the protective policy, a great industry involving the welfare of hundreds of thousands of people has been established despite these handicaps. In recommending revision and reduction, I therefore urge that action be taken with these facts in mind, to the end that an important and established industry may not be jeopardized. The Tariff Board reports that no equitable method has been found to levy purely specific duties on woolen and worsted fabrics, and that, excepting for a compensatory duty, the rate must be ad valorem on such manufactures. It is important to realize, however, that no flat ad valorem rate on such fabrics can be made to work fairly and effectively. Any single rate which is high enough to equalize the difference in manufacturing cost at home and abroad on highly finished goods involving such labor would be prohibitory on cheaper goods, in which the labor cost is a smaller proportion of the total value. Conversely, a rate only adequate to equalize this difference on cheaper goods would remove protection from the fine goods manufacturer, the increase in which has been one of the striking features of the trade's development in recent years. I therefore recommend that in any revision, the importance of a graduated scale of ad valorem duties on cloths be carefully considered and applied. I venture to say that no legislative body has ever had presented to it a more complete and exhaustive report than this on so difficult and complicated a subject as the relative costs of wool and woolens the world over. It is a monument to the thoroughness, industry, impartiality, and accuracy of the men engaged in its making. They were chosen from both political parties, but have allowed no partisan spirit to prompt or control their inquiries. They are unanimous in their findings. I feel sure that after the report has been printed and studied, the value of such a compendium of exact knowledge in respect to this schedule of the tariff will convince all of the wisdom of making such a board permanent in order that it may treat each schedule of the tariff as it has treated this, and then keep its Bureau of Information up to date with current changes in the economic world. It is no part of the function of the Tariff Board to propose rates of duty. Their function is merely to present findings of fact on which rates of duty may be fairly determined in the light of adequate knowledge in accord with the economic policy to be followed. This is what the present report does. The findings of fact by the Board show ample reason for the revision downward of Schedule K in accord with the protective principle, and present the data as to relative costs and prices from which may be determined what rates will fairly equalize the difference in production costs. I recommend that such revision be proceeded with at once. End of Section 9. Section 10 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 to 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. President William H. Taft, December 5, 1911. Part 4A. The White House, December 21, 1911. To the Senate and House of Representatives. The financial condition of the government, as shown at the close of the last fiscal year, June 30, 1911, was very satisfactory. The ordinary receipts into the general fund, excluding postal revenues, amounted to $701,372,374.99, and the disbursements from the general fund for current expenses and capital outlays, excluding postal and Panama Canal disbursements, including the interest on the public debt, amounted to $654,137,907.89, leaving a surplus of $47,234,377.10. The postal revenue receipts amounted to $237,879,823.60, while the payments made for the postal service from the postal revenues amounted to $237,660,705.48, which left a surplus of postal receipts over disbursements of $219,118.12, the first time in 27 years in which a surplus occurred. The interest-bearing debt of the United States, June 30, 1911, amounted to $915,353,190. The debt on which interest had ceased amounted to $1,879,830.26, and the debt bearing no interest, including greenbacks, national bank notes to be redeemed, and fractional currency, amounted to $386,751,917.43, or a total of interest and non-interest-bearing debt amounting to $1,303,984,937.69. The actual disbursements, exclusive of those for the Panama Canal and for the Postal Service, for the year ending June 30th, 1911, were $654,137,997.89. The actual disbursements for the year ending June 30th, 1910, exclusive of the Panama Canal and the Postal Service disbursements, were $659,705,391.08, making a decrease of $5,567,393.19 in yearly expenditures in the year 1911 under that of 1910. For the year ending June 30th, 1912, the estimated receipts, exclusive of the postal revenues, are $666 million, while the total estimates, exclusive of those for the Panama Canal and the postal expenditures payable from the postal revenues, amount to $645,842,799.34. This is a decrease in the 1912 estimates from that of the 1911 estimates of $1,534,367.22. For the year ending June 30th, 1913, the estimated receipts, exclusive of the postal revenues, are $667 million, while the total estimated appropriations, exclusive of the Panama Canal and postal disbursements payable from postal revenues, will amount to $637,920,803.35. This is a decrease in the 1913 estimates from that of the 1912 estimates of $7,921,995.99. As to the postal revenues, the expansion of the business in that department, the normal increase in the post office, and the extension of the service will increase the outlay to the sum of $260,938,463. But as the department was self-sustaining this year, the Postmaster General is assured that next year the receipts will at least equal the expenditures and probably exceed them by more than the surplus of this year. It is fair and equitable, therefore, in determining the economy with which the government has been run, to exclude the transactions of a department like the Post Office Department, which relies for its support upon its receipts. In calculations heretofore made for comparison of economy in each year, it has been the proper custom only to include in the statement the deficit in the Post Office Department, which was paid out of the Treasury. A calculation of the actual increase in the expenses of government arising from the increase in the population and the general expansion of governmental functions, except those of the post office, for a number of years shows a normal increase of about 4% a year. By directing the exercise of great care to keep down the expenses and the estimates, we have succeeded in reducing the total disbursements each year. The credit of the United States. The credit of this government was shown to be better than that of any other government by the sale of the Panama Canal 3% bonds. These bonds did not give their owners the privilege of using them as a basis for banknote circulation, nor was there any other privilege extended to them which would affect their general market value. Their sale, therefore, measured the credit of the government. The premium which was realized upon the bonds made the actual interest rate of the transaction 2.909%. Efficiency and economy in the Treasury Department. In the Treasury Department, the efficiency and economy work has been kept steadily up. Provision is made for the elimination of 134 positions during the coming year. 267 statutory positions were eliminated during the last year in the Office of the Treasury in Washington, and 141 positions in the year 1910, making an elimination of 542 statutory positions since March 4, 1909. And this has been done without the discharge of anybody, because the normal resignations and deaths have been equal to the elimination of the places, a system of transfers having taken care of the persons whose positions were dropped out. In the field service of the department, too, 1,259 positions have been eliminated down to the present time, making a total net reduction of all Treasury positions to the number of 1,801. Meantime, the efficiency of the work of the department has increased. Monetary reform. A matter of first importance that will come before Congress for action at this session is monetary reform. The Congress has itself arranged an early introduction of this great question through the report of its Monetary Commission. This commission was appointed to recommend a solution of the banking and currency problems so long confronting the nation, and to furnish the facts and data necessary to enable the Congress to take action. The commission was appointed when an impressive and urgent popular demand for legislative relief suddenly arose out of the distressing situation of the people caused by the deplorable panic of 1907. The Congress decided that while it could not give immediately the relief required, it would provide a commission to furnish the means for prompt action at a later date. In order to do its work with thoroughness and precision, this commission has taken some time to make its report. The country is undoubtedly hoping for as prompt action on the report as the convenience of the Congress can permit. The recognition of the gross imperfections and marked inadequacy of our banking and currency system, even in our most quiet financial periods, is of long standing, and later there has matured a recognition of the fact that our system is responsible for the extraordinary devastation, waste, and business paralysis of our recurring periods of panic. Though the members of the Monetary Commission have for a considerable time been working in the open, and while large numbers of the people have been openly working with them, and while the press has largely noted and discussed this work as it has proceeded, so that the report of the Commission promises to represent a national movement, the details of the report are still being considered. I cannot, therefore, do much more at this time than commend the immense importance of monetary reform, urge prompt consideration and action when the Commission's report is received, and express my satisfaction that the plan to be proposed promises to embrace main features that, having met the approval of a great preponderance of the practical and professional opinion of the country, are likely to meet equal approval in Congress. It is exceedingly fortunate that the wise and undisputed policy of maintaining unchanged the main features of our banking system rendered it at once impossible to introduce a central bank, for a central bank would certainly have been resisted, and a plan into which it could have been introduced would probably have been defeated. But as a central bank could not be a part of the only plan discussed or considered, that troublesome question is eliminated, and ingenious and novel as the proposed National Reserve Association appears, it simply is a logical outgrowth of what is best in our present system and is, in fact, the fulfillment of that system. Exactly how the management of that association should be organized is a question still open. It seems to be desirable that the banks which would own the association should, in the main, manage it. It will be an agency of the banks to act for them, and they can be trusted, better than anybody else, chiefly to conduct it. It is mainly bankers' work. But there must be some form of government supervision and ultimate control, and I favor a reasonable representation of the government in the management. I entertain no fear of the introduction of politics or of any undesirable influences from a properly measured government representation. I trust that all banks of the country, possessing the requisite standards, will be placed upon a footing of perfect equality of opportunity. Both the national system and the state system should be fairly recognized, leaving them eventually to coalesce, if that shall prove to be their tendency. But such evolution cannot develop impartially if the banks of one system are given or permitted any advantages of opportunity over those of the other system. And I trust also that the new legislation will carefully and completely protect and assure the individuality and the independence of each bank, to the end that any tendency there may ever be toward a consolidation of the money or banking power of the nation shall be defeated. It will always be possible, of course, to correct any features of the new law which may, in practice, prove to be unwise, so that while this law is sure to be enacted under conditions of unusual knowledge and authority, it also will include, it is well to remember, the possibility of future amendment. With the present prospects of this long-awaited reform encouraging us, it would be singularly unfortunate if this monetary question should by any chance become a party issue, and I sincerely hope it will not. The exceeding amount of consideration it has received from the people of the nation has been wholly nonpartisan, and the Congress set its nonpartisan seal upon it when the Monetary Commission was appointed. In commending the question to the favorable consideration of Congress, I speak for, and in the spirit of, the great number of my fellow citizens who, without any thought of party or partisanship, feel with remarkable earnestness that this reform is necessary to the interests of all the people. The War Department. There is now before Congress a bill, the purpose of which is to increase the efficiency and decrease the expense of the Army. It contains 4 principal features. First, a consolidation of the general staff with the adjutant generals and the inspector general's departments. Second, a consolidation of the quartermaster's department with the subsistence and the pay departments. Third, the creation of an Army Service Corps. And fourth, an extension of the enlistment period from 3 to 5 years. With the establishment of an Army Service Corps, as proposed in the bill, I am thoroughly in accord, and am convinced that the establishment of such a corps will result in a material economy and a very great increase of efficiency in the Army. It has repeatedly been recommended by me and my predecessors. I also believe that a consolidation of the Staff Corps can be made with a resulting increase in efficiency and economy, but not along the lines provided in the bill under consideration. I am opposed to any plan, the result of which would be to break up or interfere with the essential principles of the detail system in the Staff Corps established by the Act of February 2, 1901. And I am opposed to any plan, the result of which would be to give to the officer selected as Chief of Staff or to any other member of the General Staff Corps greater permanency of office than he now has. Under the existing law, neither the Chief of Staff nor any other member of the General Staff Corps can remain in office for a period of more than 4 years, and there must be an interval of 2 years between successive tours of duty. The bill referred to provides that certain persons shall become permanent members of the General Staff Corps, and that certain others are subject to redetail without an interval of 2 years. Such provision is fraught with danger to the welfare of the Army and would practically nullify the main purpose of the law creating and the remainder of the text is missing. In making the consolidations, no reduction should be made in the total number of officers of the Army, of whom there are now too few to perform the duties imposed by law. I have in the past recommended an increase in the number of officers by 600 in order to provide sufficient officers to perform all classes of staff duty, and to reduce the number of line officers detached from their commands. Congress at the last session increased the total number of officers by 200, but this is not enough. Promotion in the line of the Army is too slow. Officers do not attain command rank at an age early enough properly to exercise it. It would be a mistake further to retard this already slow promotion by throwing back into the line of the Army a number of high-ranking officers to be absorbed, as is provided in and the remainder of the text is missing. Another feature of the bill, which I believe to be a mistake, is the proposed increase in the term of enlistment from 3 to 5 years. I believe it would be better to enlist men for 6 years, release them at the end of 3 years from active service, and put them in reserve for the remaining 3 years. Reenlistments should be largely confined to the non-commissioned officers and other enlisted men in the skilled grades. This plan, by the payment of a comparatively small compensation during the 3 years of reserve, would keep a large body of men at the call of the government, trained and ready for, and the remainder of the text is missing. The Army of the United States is in good condition. It showed itself able to meet an emergency in the successful mobilization of an Army division of from 15,000 to 20,000 men, which took place along the border of Mexico during the recent disturbances in that country. The marvelous freedom from the ordinary camp diseases of typhoid fever and measles is referred to in the report of the Secretary of War, and shows such an effectiveness in the sanitary regulations and treatment of the medical corps, and in the discipline of the Army itself, as to invoke the highest commendation. Memorial Amphitheater at Arlington. I beg to renew my recommendation of last year that the Congress appropriate for a memorial amphitheater at Arlington, Virginia, the funds required to construct it upon the plans already approved. The Panama Canal. The very satisfactory progress made on the Panama Canal last year has continued, and there is every reason to believe that the canal will be completed as early as the 1st of July, 1913, unless something unforeseen occurs. This is about 18 months before the time promised by the engineers. We are now near enough the completion of the canal to make it imperatively necessary that legislation should be enacted to fix the method by which the canal shall be maintained and controlled and the zone governed. The fact is that today there is no statutory law by authority of which the President is maintaining the government of the zone. Such authority was given in an amendment to the Spooner Act, which expired by the terms of its own limitation some years ago. Since that time, the government has continued, under the advice of the Attorney General, that in the absence of action by Congress, there is necessarily an implied authority on the part of the executive to maintain a government in a territory in which he has to see that the laws are executed. The fact that we have been able thus to get along during the important days of construction without legislation expressly formulating the government of the zone or delegating the creation of it to the President is not a reason for supposing that we may continue the same kind of a government after the construction is finished. The implied authority of the President to maintain a civil government in the zone may be derived from the mandatory direction given him in the original Spooner Act, by which he was commanded to build the canal. But certainly, now that the canal is about to be completed and to be put under a permanent management, there ought to be specific statutory authority for its regulation and control, and for the government of the zone, which we hold for the chief and main purpose of operating the canal. I fully concur with the Secretary of War that the problem is simply the management of a great public work, and not the government of a local republic, that every provision must be directed toward the successful maintenance of the canal as an avenue of commerce, and that all provisions for the government of those who live within the zone should be subordinate to the main purpose. The zone is 40 miles long and 10 miles wide. Now it has a population of 50,000 or 60,000. But as soon as the work of construction is completed, the towns which make up this population will be deserted, and only comparatively few natives will continue their residence there. The control of them ought to approximate a military government. One judge and 2 justices of the peace will be sufficient to attend to all the judicial and litigated business there is. With a few fundamental laws of Congress, the zone should be governed by the orders of the President, issued through the War Department as it is today. Provisions can be made for the guarantees of life, liberty, and property, but beyond those, the government should be that of a military reservation, managed in connection with this great highway of trade. Furnishing supplies and repairs. In my last annual message, I discussed at length the reasons for the government's assuming the task of furnishing to all ships that use the canal, whether our own naval vessels or others, the supplies of coal and oil and other necessities with which they must be replenished, either before or after passing through the canal, together with the dock facilities and repairs of every character. This it is thought wise to do through the government, because the government must establish for itself, for its own naval vessels, large depots and dry docks and warehouses, and these may easily be enlarged so as to secure to the world public using the canals reasonable prices and a certainty that there will be no discrimination between those who wish to avail themselves of such facilities. Tolls. I renew my recommendation with respect to the tolls of the canal, that within limits, which shall seem wise to Congress, the power of fixing tolls be given to the President. In order to arrive at a proper conclusion, there must be some experimenting, and this cannot be done if Congress does not delegate the power to one who can act expeditiously. Power exists to relieve American shipping. I am very confident that the United States has the power to relieve from the payment of tolls any part of our shipping that Congress deems wise. We own the canal. It was our money that built it. We have the right to charge tolls for its use. Those tolls must be the same to everyone, but when we are dealing with our own ships, the practice of many governments of subsidizing their own merchant vessels is so well established in general that a subsidy equal to the tolls, an equivalent remission of tolls, cannot be held to be a discrimination in the use of the canal. The practice in the Suez Canal makes this clear. The experiment in tolls to be made by the President would doubtless disclose how great a burden of tolls the coastwise trade between the Atlantic and the Pacific coast could bear without preventing its usefulness in competition with the transcontinental railroads. One of the chief reasons for building the canal was to set up this competition and to bring the two shores closer together as a practical trade problem. It may be that the tolls will have to be wholly remitted. I do not think this is the best principle, because I believe that the cost of such a government work as the Panama Canal ought to be imposed gradually but certainly upon the trade which it creates and makes possible. So far as we can, consistent with the development of the world's trade through the canal and the benefit which it was intended to secure to the east and west coastwise trade, we ought to labor to secure from the canal tolls a sufficient amount ultimately to meet the debt which we have assumed and to pay the interest. The Philippine Islands. In respect to the Philippines, I urgently join in the recommendation of the Secretary of War that the Act of February 6, 1905, limiting the indebtedness that may be incurred by the Philippine government for the construction of public works, be increased from $5 million to $15 million. The finances of that government are in excellent condition. The maximum sum mentioned is quite low as compared with the amount of indebtedness of other governments with similar resources, and the success which has attended the expenditure of the $5 million in the useful improvements of the harbors and other places in the islands justifies and requires additional expenditures for like purposes. Naturalization. I also join in the recommendation that the legislature of the Philippine Islands be authorized to provide for the naturalization of Filipinos and others who, by the present law, are treated as aliens, so as to enable them to become citizens of the Philippine Islands. Friars' Lands. Pending an investigation by Congress at its last session through one of its committees into the disposition of the Friars' Lands, Secretary Dickinson directed that the Friars' Lands should not be sold in excess of the limits fixed for the public lands until Congress should pass upon the subject or should have concluded its investigation. This order has been an obstruction to the disposition of the lands, and I expect to direct the Secretary of War to return to the practice under the opinion of the Attorney General, which will enable us to dispose of the lands much more promptly, and to prepare a sinking fund with which to meet the $7 million of bonds issued for the purchase of the lands. I have no doubt whatever that the Attorney General's construction was a proper one, and that it is in the interest of everyone that the land shall be promptly disposed of. The danger of creating a monopoly of ownership in lands under the statutes as construed is nothing. There are only 2 tracts of 60,000 acres each, unimproved and in remote provinces, that are likely to be disposed of in bulk, and the rest of the lands are subject to the limitation that they shall be first offered to the present tenants and lessors who hold them in small tracts. End of Part 4A. Section 11 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 to 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. President William H. Taft, December 5, 1911, Part 4B. Rivers and Harbors. The estimates for the river and harbor improvements reach $32 million for the coming year. I wish to urge that whenever a project has been adopted by Congress as one to be completed, the more money which can be economically expended in its construction in each year, the greater the ultimate economy. This has especial application to the improvement of the Mississippi River and its large branches. It seems to me that an increase in the amount of money now being annually expended in the improvement of the Ohio River, which has been formally adopted by Congress, would be in the interest of the public. A similar change ought to be made during the present Congress in the amount to be appropriated for the Missouri River. The engineers say that the cost of the improvement of the Missouri River from Kansas City to St. Louis, in order to secure 6 feet as a permanent channel, will reach $20 million. There have been at least 3 recommendations from the Chief of Engineers that if the improvement be adopted, $2 million should be expended upon it annually. This particular improvement is especially entitled to the attention of Congress, because a company has been organized in Kansas City with a capital of $1 million, which has built steamers and barges, and is actually using the river for transportation in order to show what can be done in the way of affecting rates between Kansas City and St. Louis, and in order to manifest their good faith and confidence in respect of the improvement. I urgently recommend that the appropriation for this improvement be increased from $600,000, as recommended now in the completion of a contract, to $2 million annually, so that the work may be done in 10 years. Waterway from the lakes to the Gulf. The project for a navigable waterway from Lake Michigan to the mouth of the Illinois River, and thence, via the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico, is one of national importance. In view of the work already accomplished by the Sanitary District of Chicago, an agency of the state of Illinois, which has constructed the most difficult and costly stretch of this waterway and made it an asset of the nation, and in view of the fact that the people of Illinois have authorized the expenditure of $20 million to carry this waterway 62 miles farther to Utica, I feel that it is fitting that this work should be supplemented by the government, and that the expenditures recommended by the Special Board of Engineers on the waterway from Utica to the mouth of the Illinois River be made upon lines which, while providing a waterway for the nation, should otherwise benefit that state to the fullest extent. I recommend that the term of service of said Special Board of Engineers be continued, and that it be empowered to reopen the question of the treatment of the lower Illinois River, and to negotiate with a properly constituted commission representing the state of Illinois, and to agree upon a plan for the improvement of the lower Illinois River and upon the extent to which the United States may properly cooperate with the state of Illinois in securing the construction of a navigable waterway from Lockport to the mouth of the Illinois River in conjunction with the development of water power by that state between Lockport and Utica. The Department of Justice. Removal of clerks of federal courts. The report of the Attorney General shows that he has subjected to close examination the accounts of the clerks of the federal courts, that he has found a good many which disclose irregularities or dishonesty, but that he has had considerable difficulty in securing an effective prosecution or removal of the clerks thus derelict. I am certainly not unduly prejudiced against the federal courts, but the fact is that the long and confidential relations which grow out of the tenure for life on the part of the judge and the practical tenure for life on the part of the clerk are not calculated to secure the strictness of dealing by the judge with the clerk in respect to his fees and accounts, which assures in the clerk's conduct a freedom from overcharges and carelessness. The relationship between the judge and the clerk makes it ungracious for members of the bar to complain of the clerk, or for department examiners to make charges against him to be heard by the court, and an order of removal of a clerk and a judgment for the recovery of fees are in some cases reluctantly entered by the judge. For this reason, I recommend an amendment to the law whereby the President shall be given power to remove the clerks for cause. This provision need not interfere with the right of the judge to appoint his clerk or to remove him. French Spoliation Awards. In my last message, I recommended to Congress that it authorize the payment of the findings or judgments of the Court of Claims in the matter of the French spoliation cases. There has been no appropriation to pay these judgments since 1905. The findings and awards were obtained after a very bitter fight, the government succeeding in about 75% of the cases. The amount of the awards ought, as a matter of good faith on the part of the government, to be paid. Employers' Liability and Workmen's Compensation Commission. The limitation of the liability of the master to his servant for personal injuries to such as are occasioned by his fault has been abandoned in most civilized countries, and provision made whereby the employee injured in the course of his employment is compensated for his loss of working ability, irrespective of negligence. The principle upon which such provision proceeds is that accidental injuries to workmen in modern industry, with its vast complexity and inherent dangers arising from complicated machinery and the use of the great forces of steam and electricity, should be regarded as risks of the industry, and the loss borne in some equitable proportion by those who for their own profit engage therein. In recognition of this, the last Congress authorized the appointment of a commission to investigate the subject of employers' liability and workmen's compensation, and to report the result of their investigations, through the President, to Congress. This commission was appointed and has been at work, holding hearings, gathering data, and considering the subject, and, it is expected, will be able to report by the first of the year, in accordance with the provisions of the law. It is hoped and expected that the Commission will suggest legislation which will enable us to put in the place of the present wasteful and sometimes unjust system of employers' liability a plan of compensation which will afford some certain and definite relief to all employees who are injured in the course of their employment in those industries which are subject to the regulating power of Congress. Measures to prevent delay and unnecessary cost of litigation. In promotion of the movement for the prevention of delay and unnecessary cost in litigation, I am glad to say that the Supreme Court has taken steps to reform the present equity rules of the federal courts, and that we may, in the near future, expect a revision of them which will be a long step in the right direction. The American Bar Association has recommended to Congress several bills expediting procedure, one of which has already passed the House unanimously February 6, 1911. This directs that no judgment should be set aside or reversed, or new trial granted, unless it appears to the court, after an examination of the entire cause, that the error complained of has injuriously affected the substantial rights of the parties, and also provides for the submission of issues of fact to a jury, reserving questions of law for subsequent argument and decision. I hope this bill will pass the Senate and become law, for it will simplify the procedure at law. Another bill to amend Chapter 2 of the Judicial Code, in order to avoid errors in pleading, was presented by the same association, and one enlarging the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court so as to permit that court to examine, upon a writ of error, all cases in which any right or title is claimed under the Constitution or any statute or treaty of the United States, whether the decision in the court below has been against the right or title or in its favor. Both these measures are in the interest of justice and should be passed. Post Office. At the beginning of the present administration in 1909, the Postal Service was in arrears to the extent of $17,479,770.47. It was very much the largest deficit on record. In the brief space of 2 years, this has been turned into a surplus of $220,000, which has been accomplished without curtailment of the postal facilities, as may be seen by the fact that there have been established 3,744 new post offices. Delivery by carrier has been added to the service in 186 cities. 2,516 new rural routes have been established, covering 60,000 miles. The force of postal employees has been increased in these 2 years by more than 8,000, and their average annual salary has had a substantial increase. Postal Savings System. On January 3, 1911, postal savings depositories were established experimentally in 48 states and territories. After 3 months' successful operation, the system was extended as rapidly as feasible to the 7,500 post offices of the first, second, and third classes constituting the presidential grade. By the end of the year, practically all of these will have been designated, and then the system will be extended to all fourth-class post offices doing a money order business. In selecting post offices for depositories, consideration was given to the efficiency of the postmasters, and only those offices where the ratings were satisfactory to the department have been designated. Withholding designation from postmasters with unsatisfactory ratings has had a salutary effect on the service. The deposits have kept pace with the extension of the system. amounting to only $60,652 at the end of the first month's operation in the experimental offices, they increased to $679,310 by July, and now, after 11 months of operation, have reached a total of $11 million. This sum is distributed among 2,710 banks and protected under the law by bonds deposited with the Treasurer of the United States. Under the method adopted for the conduct of the system, certificates are issued as evidence of deposits, and accounts with depositors are kept by the post offices instead of by the department. Compared with the practice in other countries of entering deposits in passbooks and keeping at the central office a ledger account with each depositor, the use of the certificate has resulted in great economy of administration. The depositors thus far number approximately 150,000. They include 40 nationalities, Native Americans largely predominating, and English and Italians coming next. The first conversion of deposits into United States bonds bearing interest at the rate of 2.5% occurred on July 1, 1911, the amount of deposits exchanged being $41,900, or a little more than 6% of the total outstanding certificates of deposit on June 30th. Of this issue, bonds to the value of $6,120 were in coupon form and $35,780 in registered form. Parcel post. Steps should be taken immediately for the establishment of a rural parcel post. In the estimates of appropriations needed for the maintenance of the Postal Service for the ensuing fiscal year, an item of $150,000 has been inserted to cover the preliminary expense of establishing a parcel post on rural mail routes, as well as to cover an investigation having for its object the final establishment of a general parcel post on all railway and steamboat transportation routes. The department believes that after the initial expenses of establishing the system are defrayed and the parcel post is in full operation on the rural routes, it will not only bring in sufficient revenue to meet its cost, but also a surplus that can be utilized in paying the expenses of a parcel post in the city delivery service. It is hoped that Congress will authorize the immediate establishment of a limited parcel post on such rural routes as may be selected, providing for the delivery along the routes of parcels not exceeding 11 pounds, which is the weight limit for the international parcel post, or at the post office from which such route emanates, or on another route emanating from the same office. Such preliminary service will prepare the way for the more thorough and comprehensive inquiry contemplated in asking for the appropriation mentioned, enable the department to gain definite information concerning the practical operation of a general system, and, at the same time, extend the benefit of the service to a class of people who, above all others, are specially in need of it. The suggestion that we have a general parcel post has awakened great opposition on the part of some who think that it will have the effect to destroy the business of the country storekeeper. Instead of doing this, I think the change will greatly increase business for the benefit of all. The reduction in the cost of living it will bring about ought to make its coming certain. The Navy Department. On the 2nd of November last, I reviewed the fighting fleet of battleships and other vessels assembled in New York Harbor. consisting of 24 battleships, 2 armored cruisers, 2 cruisers, 22 destroyers, 12 torpedo boats, 8 submarines, and other attendant vessels, making 98 vessels of all classes of a tonnage of 576,634 tons. Those who saw the fleet were struck with its preparedness and with its high military efficiency. All Americans should be proud of its personnel. The fleet was deficient in the number of torpedo destroyers, in cruisers, and in colliers, as well as in large battleship cruisers, which are now becoming a very important feature of foreign navies, notably the British, German, and Japanese. The building plan for this year contemplates 2 battleships and 2 colliers. This is because the other and smaller vessels can be built much more rapidly in case of emergency than the battleships. And we certainly ought to continue the policy of 2 battleships a year until after the Panama Canal is finished, and until in our first line and in our reserve line we can number 40 available vessels of proper armament and size. The reorganization of the Navy and the appointment of 4 aides to the Secretary have continued to demonstrate their usefulness. It would be difficult now to administer the affairs of the Navy without the expert counsel and advice of these aides, and I renew the recommendation which I made last year that the aides be recognized by statute. It is certain that the Navy, with its present size, should have admirals in active command higher than rear admirals. The recognized grades in order are Admiral of the Fleet, Admiral, Vice Admiral, and Rear Admiral. Our great battleship fleet is commanded by a Rear Admiral, with 4 other Rear Admirals under his orders. This is not as it should be, and when questions of precedence arise between our naval officers and those of European navies, the American Rear Admiral, though in command of 10 times the force of a foreign Vice Admiral, must yield precedence to the latter. Such an absurdity ought not to prevail, and it can be avoided by the creation of 2 or 3 positions of flag rank above that of Rear Admiral. I attended the opening of the new training school at North Chicago, Illinois, and am glad to note the opportunity which this gives for drawing upon young men of the country from the interior, from farms, stores, shops, and offices, which ensures a high average of intelligence and character among them, and which they showed in the very wonderful improvement in discipline and drill which only a few short weeks' presence at the naval station had made. I invite your attention to the consideration of the new system of detention and of punishment for Army and Navy enlisted men, which has obtained in Great Britain, and which has made greatly for the better control of the men. We should adopt a similar system here. Like the Treasury Department and the War Department, the Navy Department has given much attention to economy and administration, and has cut down a number of unnecessary expenses and reduced its estimates, except for construction and the increase that involves. I urge upon Congress the necessity for an immediate increase of 2,000 men in the enlisted strength of the Navy, provided for in the estimates. 4,000 more are now needed to man all the available vessels. There are in the service today about 47,750 enlisted men of all ratings. Careful computation shows that in April 1912, 49,166 men will be required for vessels in commission, and 3,000 apprentice seamen should be kept under training at all times. Abolition of Navy Yards. The Secretary of the Navy has recommended the abolition of certain of the smaller and unnecessary Navy yards, and in order to furnish a complete and comprehensive report, has referred the question of all Navy yards to the Joint Board of the Army and Navy. This board will shortly make its report, and the Secretary of the Navy advises me that his recommendations on the subject will be presented early in the coming year. The measure of economy contained in a proper handling of this subject is so great and so important to the interests of the nation that I shall present it to Congress as a separate subject apart from my annual message. Concentration of the necessary work for naval vessels in a few Navy yards on each coast is a vital necessity if proper economy in government expenditures is to be attained. Amalgamation of staff corps in the Navy. The Secretary of the Navy is striving to unify the various corps of the Navy to the extent possible, and thereby stimulate a Navy spirit, as distinguished from a Corps spirit. In this, he has my warm support. All officers are to be naval officers first and specialists afterwards. This means that officers will take up at least one specialty, such as ordnance, construction, or engineering. This is practically what is done now, only some of the specialists, like the pay officers and naval constructors, are not of the line. It is proposed to make them all of the line. All combatant corps should obviously be of the line. This necessitates amalgamating the pay officers and also those engaged in the technical work of producing the finished ship. This is at present the case, with the single exception of the naval constructors, whom it is now proposed to amalgamate with the line. Council of National Defense. I urge again upon Congress the desirability of establishing the Council of National Defense. The bill to establish this council was before Congress last winter, and it is hoped that this legislation will pass during the present session. The purpose of the council is to determine the general policy of national defense and to recommend to Congress and to the President such measures relating to it as it shall deem necessary and expedient. No such machinery is now provided by which the readiness of the Army and Navy may be improved, and the programs of military and naval requirements shall be coordinated and properly scrutinized with a view of the necessities of the whole nation, rather than of separate departments. Departments of Agriculture and Commerce and Labor. For the consideration of matters which are pending or have been disposed of in the Agricultural Department and in the Department of Commerce and Labor, I refer to the very excellent reports of the secretaries of those departments. I shall not be able to submit to Congress until after the Christmas holidays the question of conservation of our resources arising in Alaska and the West, and the question of the rate for second-class mail matter in the Post Office Department. Commission on Efficiency and Economy. The law does not require the submission of the reports of the Commission on Economy and Efficiency until the 31st of December. I shall therefore not be able to submit a report of the work of that commission until the assembling of Congress after the holidays. Civil retirement and contributory pension system. I have already advocated in my last annual message the adoption of a civil service retirement system with a contributory feature to it so as to reduce to a minimum the cost to the government of the pensions to be paid. After considerable reflection, I am very much opposed to a pension system that involves no contribution from the employees. I think the experience of other governments justifies this view, but the crying necessity for some such contributory system, with possibly a preliminary governmental outlay in order to cover the initial cost and to set the system going at once while the contributions are accumulating, is manifest on every side. Nothing will so much promote the economy and efficiency of the government as such a system. Elimination of all local offices from politics. I wish to renew again my recommendation that all the local offices throughout the country, including collectors of internal revenue, collectors of customs, postmasters of all 4 classes, immigration commissioners and marshals, should be by law covered into the classified service, the necessity for confirmation by the Senate be removed, and the President and the others, whose time is now taken up in distributing this patronage under the custom that has prevailed since the beginning of the government, in accordance with the recommendation of the senators and congressmen of the majority party, should be relieved from this burden. I am confident that such a change would greatly reduce the cost of administering the government, and that it would add greatly to its efficiency. It would take away the power to use the patronage of the government for political purposes. When officers are recommended by senators and congressmen from political motives and for political services rendered, it is impossible to expect that while in office, the appointees will not regard their tenure as more or less dependent upon continued political service for their patrons, and no regulations, however stiff or rigid, will prevent this, because such regulations, in view of the method and motive for selection, are plainly inconsistent and deemed hardly worthy of respect. End of section 11.
Section 12 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 to 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. State of the Union Address, William H. Taft, December 3, 1912. Part 1. To the Senate and House of Representatives. The foreign relations of the United States actually and potentially affect the State of the Union to a degree not widely realized, and hardly surpassed by any other factor in the welfare of the whole nation. The position of the United States in the moral, intellectual, and material relations of the family of nations should be a matter of vital interest to every patriotic citizen. The national prosperity and power impose upon us duties which we cannot shirk if we are to be true to our ideals. The tremendous growth of the export trade of the United States has already made that trade a very real factor in the industrial and commercial prosperity of the country. With the development of our industries, the foreign commerce of the United States must rapidly become a still more essential factor in its economic welfare. Whether we have a far-seeing and wise diplomacy and are not recklessly plunged into unnecessary wars, and whether our foreign policies are based upon an intelligent grasp of present-day world conditions and a clear view of the potentialities of the future, or are governed by a temporary and timid expediency or by narrow views befitting an infant nation, are questions in the alternative consideration of which must convince any thoughtful citizen that no department of national polity offers greater opportunity for promoting the interests of the whole people on the one hand, or greater chance on the other of permanent national injury than that which deals with the foreign relations of the United States. The fundamental foreign policies of the United States should be raised high above the conflict of partisanship and wholly dissociated from differences as to domestic policy. In its foreign affairs, the United States should present to the world a united front. The intellectual, financial, and industrial interests of the country and the publicist, the wage earner, the farmer, and citizen of whatever occupation must cooperate in a spirit of high patriotism to promote the national solidarity, which is indispensable to national efficiency and to the attainment of national ideals. The relations of the United States with all foreign powers remain upon a sound basis of peace, harmony, and friendship. A greater insistence upon justice to American citizens or interests wherever it may have been denied, and a stronger emphasis on the need of mutuality in commercial and other relations have only served to strengthen our friendship with foreign countries, by placing those friendships upon a firm foundation of reality as well as aspirations. Before briefly reviewing the more important events of the last year in our foreign relations, which it is my duty to do as charged with their conduct, and because diplomatic affairs are not of a nature to make it appropriate that the Secretary of State make a formal annual report, I desire to touch upon some of the essentials to the safe management of the foreign relations of the United States, and to endeavor also to define clearly certain concrete policies, which are the logical modern corollaries of the undisputed and traditional fundamentals of the foreign policy of the United States. At the beginning of the present administration, the United States, having fully entered upon its position as a world power, with the responsibilities thrust upon it by the results of the Spanish-American War, and already engaged in laying the groundwork of a vast foreign trade upon which it should one day become more and more dependent, found itself without the machinery for giving thorough attention to and taking effective action upon a mass of intricate business vital to American interests in every country in the world. The Department of State was an archaic and inadequate machine, lacking most of the attributes of the Foreign Office of any great modern power. With an appropriation made upon my recommendation by the Congress on August 5, 1909, the Department of State was completely reorganized. There were created divisions of Latin American affairs, and of Far Eastern, Near Eastern, and Western European affairs. To these divisions were called, from the Foreign Service, diplomatic and consular officers, possessing experience and knowledge gained by actual service in different parts of the world, and thus familiar with political and commercial conditions in the regions concerned. The work was highly specialized. The result is that where previously this government from time to time would emphasize in its foreign relations one or another policy, now American interests in every quarter of the globe are being cultivated with equal assiduity. This principle of political geographical division possesses also the good feature of making possible rotation between the officers of the departmental, the diplomatic, and the consular branches of the Foreign Service, and thus keeps the whole diplomatic and consular establishments tender the Department of State in close touch and equally inspired with the aims and policy of the government. Through the newly created Division of Information, the Foreign Service is kept fully informed of what transpires from day to day in the international relations of the country, and contemporary foreign comment affecting American interests is promptly brought to the attention of the department. The law offices of the department were greatly strengthened. There were added foreign trade advisors to cooperate with the diplomatic and consular bureaus of the politico-geographical divisions in the innumerable matters where commercial diplomacy or consular work calls for such special knowledge. The same officers, together with the rest of the new organization, are able at all times to give American citizens accurate information as to the conditions in foreign countries, with which they have business, and likewise to cooperate more effectively with the Congress, and also with the other executive departments. Expert knowledge and professional training must evidently be the essence of this reorganization. Without a trained foreign service, there would not be men available for the work in the reorganized Department of State. President Cleveland had taken the first step toward introducing the merit system in the Foreign Service. That had been followed by the application of the merit principle, with excellent results to the entire consular branch. Almost nothing, however, had been done in this direction with regard to the diplomatic service. In this age of commercial diplomacy, it was evidently of the first importance to train inadequate personnel in that branch of the service. Therefore, on November 26, 1909, by an executive order, I placed the diplomatic service up to the grade of Secretary of Embassy, inclusive upon exactly the same strict nonpartisan basis of the merit system, rigid examination for appointment and promotion, only for efficiency, as had been maintained without exception in the consular service. How faithful to the merit system and how nonpartisan has been the conduct of the diplomatic and consular services in the last 4 years may be judged from the following. 3 ambassadors now serving held their present rank at the beginning of my administration. Of the 10 ambassadors whom I have appointed, 5 were by promotion from the rank of minister. 9 ministers now serving held their present rank at the beginning of my administration. Of the 30 ministers whom I have appointed, 11 were promoted from the lower grades of the Foreign Service, or from the Department of State. Of the 19 missions in Latin America, where our relations are close and our interest is great, 15 chiefs of mission are servicemen, 3 having entered the service during this administration. 37 secretaries of embassy or legation who have received their initial appointments after passing successfully the required examination were chosen for ascertained fitness without regard to political affiliations. A dearth of candidates from southern and western states have alone made it impossible thus far completely to equalize all the states' representations in the Foreign Service. In the effort to equalize the representation of the various states in the consular service, I have made 16 of the 29 new appointments as consul, which have occurred during my administration from the southern states. This is 55%. Every other consular appointment made, including the promotion of 11 young men from the consular assistant and student interpreter corps, has been by promotion or transfer based solely upon efficiency shown in the service. In order to assure to the business and other interests of the United States a continuance of the resulting benefits of this reform, I earnestly renew my previous recommendations of legislation making it permanent along such lines as those of the measure now pending in Congress. In connection with the legislation for the amelioration of the Foreign Service, I wish to invite attention to the advisability of placing the salary appropriations upon a better basis. I believe that the best results would be obtained by a moderate scale of salaries, with adequate funds for the expense of proper representation, based in each case upon the scale and cost of living at each post, controlled by a system of accounting, and under the general direction of the Department of State. In line with the object which I have sought of placing our Foreign Service on a basis of permanency, I have at various times advocated provision by Congress for the acquisition of government-owned buildings for the residence and offices of our diplomatic officers, so as to place them more nearly on an equality with similar officers of other nations, and to do away with the discrimination which otherwise must necessarily be made in some cases in favor of men having large private fortunes. The Act of Congress, which I approved on February 17, 1911, was a right step in this direction. The Secretary of State has already made the limited recommendations permitted by the Act for any 1 year, and it is my hope that the bill introduced in the House of Representatives to carry out these recommendations will be favorably acted on by the Congress during its present session. In some Latin American countries, the expense of government-owned legations will be less than elsewhere, and it is certainly very urgent that in such countries as some of the republics of Central America and the Caribbean, where it is peculiarly difficult to rent suitable quarters, the representatives of the United States should be justly and adequately provided with dignified and suitable official residences. Indeed, it is high time that the dignity and power of this great nation should be fittingly signalized by proper buildings for the occupancy of the nation's representatives everywhere abroad. The diplomacy of the present administration has sought to respond to modern ideas of commercial intercourse. This policy has been characterized as substituting dollars for bullets. It is one that appeals alike to idealistic humanitarian sentiments, to the dictates of sound policy and strategy, and to legitimate commercial aims. It is an effort, frankly, directed to the increase of American trade upon the axiomatic principle that the government of the United States shall extend all proper support to every legitimate and beneficial American enterprise abroad. How great have been the results of this diplomacy, coupled with the maximum and minimum provision of the tariff law, will be seen by some consideration of the wonderful increase in the export trade of the United States. Because modern diplomacy is commercial, there has been a disposition in some quarters to attribute it none but materialistic aims. How strikingly erroneous is such an impression may be seen from a study of the results by which the diplomacy of the United States can be judged. In the field of work toward the ideals of peace this government negotiated, but to my regret was unable to consummate, 2 arbitration treaties, which set the highest mark of the aspiration of nations toward the substitution of arbitration and reason for war in the settlement of international disputes. Through the efforts of American diplomacy, several wars have been prevented or ended. I refer to the successful tripartite mediation of the Argentine Republic, Brazil, and the United States between Peru and Ecuador, the bringing of the boundary dispute between Panama and Costa Rica to peaceful arbitration, the staying of warlike preparations when Haiti and the Dominican Republic were on the verge of hostilities, the stopping of war in Nicaragua, the halting of the internecine strife in Honduras. The government of the United States was thanked for its influence toward the restoration of amicable relations between the Argentine Republic and Bolivia. The diplomacy of the United States is active in seeking to assuage the remaining ill feeling between this country and the Republic of Colombia. In the recent civil war in China, the United States successfully joined with other interested powers in urging an early cessation of hostilities. An agreement has been reached between the government of Chile and Peru, whereby the celebrated Tacna Arica dispute, which has so long embittered international relations on the west coast of South America, has at last been adjusted. Simultaneously came the news that the boundary dispute between Peru and Ecuador had entered upon a stage of amicable settlement. The position of the United States in reference to the Tacna Arica dispute between Chile and Peru has been one of non-intervention, but one of friendly influence and pacific counsel throughout the period during which the dispute in question has been the subject of interchange of views between this government and the 2 governments immediately concerned. In the general easing of international tension on the west coast of South America, the tripartite mediation to which I have referred has been a most potent and beneficent factor. In China, the policy of encouraging financial investment to enable that country to help itself has had the result of giving new life and practical application to the open-door policy. The consistent purpose of the present administration has been to encourage the use of American capital in the development of China by the promotion of those essential reforms to which China is pledged by treaties with the United States and other powers. The hypothecation to foreign bankers in connection with certain industrial enterprises, such as the Hukuang railways, of the national revenues upon which those reforms depended, led the Department of State early in the administration to demand for American citizens participation in such enterprises, in order that the United States might have equal rights and an equal voice in all questions pertaining to the disposition of the public revenues concerned. The same policy of promoting international accord among the powers having similar treaty rights as ourselves in the matters of reform, which could not be put into practical effect without the common consent of all, was likewise adopted in the case of the loan desired by China for the reform of its currency. The principle of international cooperation in matters of common interest, upon which our policy had already been based in all of the above instances, has admittedly been a great factor in that concert of the powers which has been so happily conspicuous during the perilous period of transition through which the great Chinese nation has been passing. In Central America, the aim has been to help such countries as Nicaragua and Honduras to help themselves. They are the immediate beneficiaries. The national benefit to the United States is twofold. First, it is obvious that the Monroe Doctrine is more vital in the neighborhood of the Panama Canal and the zone of the Caribbean than anywhere else. There, too, the maintenance of that doctrine falls most heavily upon the United States. It is therefore essential that the countries within that sphere shall be removed from the jeopardy involved by heavy foreign debt and chaotic national finances, and from the ever-present danger of international complications due to disorder at home. Hence, the United States has been glad to encourage and support American bankers who are willing to lend a helping hand to the financial rehabilitation of such countries, because this financial rehabilitation and the protection of their custom houses from being the prey of would-be dictators would remove at one stroke the menace of foreign creditors and the menace of revolutionary disorder. The second advantage of the United States is one affecting chiefly all the southern and Gulf ports and the business and industry of the South. The republics of Central America and the Caribbean possess great natural wealth. They need only a measure of stability and the means of financial regeneration to enter upon an era of peace and prosperity, bringing profit and happiness to themselves, and at the same time creating conditions sure to lead to a flourishing interchange of trade with this country. I wish to call your especial attention to the recent occurrences in Nicaragua, for I believe the terrible events recorded there during the revolution of the past summer, the useless loss of life, the devastation of property, the bombardment of defenseless cities, the killing and wounding of women and children, the torturing of non-combatants to exact contributions, and the suffering of thousands of human beings, might have been averted had the Department of State, through approval of the Loan Convention by the Senate, been permitted to carry out its now well-developed policy of encouraging the extending of financial aid to weak Central American states, with the primary object of avoiding just such revolutions by assisting those republics to rehabilitate their finances, to establish their currency on a stable basis, to remove the custom houses from the danger of revolutions, by arranging for their secure administration, and to establish reliable banks. During this last revolution in Nicaragua, the government of that republic, having admitted its inability to protect American life and property against acts of sheer lawlessness on the part of the malcontents, and having requested this government to assume that office, it became necessary to land over 2,000 Marines and bluejackets in Nicaragua. Owing to their presence, the constituted government of Nicaragua was free to devote its attention wholly to its internal troubles, and was thus enabled to stamp out the rebellion in a short space of time. When the Red Cross supplies sent to Grenada had been exhausted, 8,000 persons, having been given food in one day upon the arrival of the American forces, our men supplied other unfortunate needy Nicaraguans from their own haversacks. I wish to congratulate the officers and men of the United States Navy and Marine Corps who took part in reestablishing order in Nicaragua, upon their splendid conduct, and to record with sorrow the death of 7 American Marines and bluejackets. Since the reestablishment of peace and order, elections have been held amid conditions of quiet and tranquility. Nearly all the American Marines have now been withdrawn. The country should soon be on the road to recovery. The only apparent danger now threatening Nicaragua arises from the shortage of funds. Although American bankers have already rendered assistance, they may naturally be loath to advance a loan adequate to set the country upon its feet, without the support of some such convention as that of June 1911, upon which the Senate has not yet acted. In the general effort to contribute to the enjoyment of peace by those republics which are near neighbors of the United States, the administration has enforced the so-called neutrality statutes with a new vigor, and those statutes were greatly strengthened in restricting the exportation of arms and munitions by the joint resolution of last March. It is still a regrettable fact that certain American ports are made the rendezvous of professional revolutionists and others engaged in intrigue against the peace of those republics. It must be admitted that occasionally a revolution in this region is justified as a real popular movement to throw off the shackles of a vicious and tyrannical government. Such was the Nicaraguan Revolution against the Zelaya regime. A nation enjoying our liberal institutions cannot escape sympathy with a true popular movement, and one so well justified. In very many cases, however, revolutions in the republics in question have no basis in principle, but are due merely to the machinations of conscienceless and ambitious men, and have no effect but to bring new suffering and fresh burdens to an already oppressed people. The question whether the use of American ports as foci of revolutionary intrigue can best be dealt with by a further amendment to the neutrality statutes, or whether it would be safer to deal with special cases by special laws, is one worthy of the careful consideration of the Congress. Impressed with the particular importance of the relations between the United States and the republics of Central America and the Caribbean region, which of necessity must become still more intimate by reason of the mutual advantages which will be presented by the opening of the Panama Canal, I directed the Secretary of State last February to visit these republics for the purpose of giving evidence of the sincere friendship and goodwill which the government and people of the United States bear toward them. 10 republics were visited. Everywhere he was received with a cordiality of welcome and generosity of hospitality such as to impress me deeply and to merit our warmest thanks. The appreciation of the governments and people of the countries visited, which has been appropriately shown in various ways, leaves me no doubt that his visit will conduce to that closer union and better understanding between the United States and those republics which I have had it much at heart to promote. For 2 years, revolution and counter-revolution has distraught the neighboring Republic of Mexico. Brigandage has involved a great deal of depredation upon foreign interests. There have constantly recurred questions of extreme delicacy. On several occasions, very difficult situations have arisen on our frontier. Throughout this trying period, the policy of the United States has been one of patient non-intervention, steadfast recognition of constituted authority in the neighboring nation, and the exertion of every effort to care for American interests. I profoundly hope that the Mexican nation may soon resume the path of order, prosperity, and progress. To that nation, in its sore troubles, the sympathetic friendship of the United States has been demonstrated to a high degree. There were in Mexico, at the beginning of the Revolution, some 30 or 40,000 American citizens engaged in enterprises contributing greatly to the prosperity of that republic, and also benefiting the important trade between the two countries. The investment of American capital in Mexico has been estimated at $1 billion. The responsibility of endeavoring to safeguard those interests and the dangers inseparable from propinquity to so turbulent a situation have been great, but I am happy to have been able to adhere to the policy above outlined, a policy which I hope may be soon justified by the complete success of the Mexican people in regaining the blessings of peace and good order. A most important work, accomplished in the past year by the American diplomatic officers in Europe, is the investigation of the agricultural credit system in the European countries, both as a means to afford relief to the consumers of this country through a more thorough development of agricultural resources and as a means of more sufficiently maintaining the agricultural population. The project to establish credit facilities for the farmers is a concern of vital importance to this nation. No evidence of prosperity among well-established farmers should blind us to the fact that lack of capital is preventing a development of the nation's agricultural resources and an adequate increase of the land under cultivation, that agricultural production is fast falling behind the increase in population, and that, in fact, although these well-established farmers are maintained in increasing prosperity because of the natural increase in population, we are not developing the industry of agriculture. We are not breeding in proportionate numbers a race of independent and independence-loving landowners, for a lack of which no growth of cities can compensate. Our farmers have been our mainstay in times of crisis, and in future it must still largely be upon their stability and common sense that this democracy must rely to conserve its principles of self-government. The need of capital, which American farmers feel today, has been experienced by the farmers of Europe, with their centuries-old farms, many years ago. The problem had been successfully solved in the Old World, and it was evident that the farmers of this country might profit by a study of their systems. I therefore ordered, through the Department of State, an investigation to be made by the diplomatic officers in Europe, and I have laid the results of this investigation before the governors of the various states with the hope that they will be used to advantage in their forthcoming meeting. In my last annual message, I said that the fiscal year ended June 30th, 1911, was noteworthy, as marking the highest record of exports of American products to foreign countries. The fiscal year 1912 shows that this rate of advance has been maintained. The total domestic exports have a valuation approximately of $2.2 billion, as compared with a fraction over $2 billion the previous year. It is also significant that manufactured and partly manufactured articles continue to be the chief commodities forming the volume of our augmented exports. The demands of our own people for consumption requiring that an increasing proportion of our abundant agricultural products be kept at home. In the fiscal year 1911, the exports of articles in the various stages of manufacture, not including foodstuffs, partly or wholly manufactured, amounted approximately to $907,500,000. In the fiscal year 1912, the total was nearly $1,022 million, a gain of $114 million. The importance which our manufacturers have assumed in the commerce of the world in competition with the manufacturers of other countries again draws attention to the duty of this government to use its utmost endeavors to secure impartial treatment for American products in all markets. Healthy commercial rivalry in international intercourse is best assured by the possession of proper means for protecting and promoting our foreign trade. It is natural that competitive countries should view, with some concern, this steady expansion of our commerce. If in some instance the measures taken by them to meet it are not entirely equitable, a remedy should be found. In former messages I have described the negotiations of the Department of State with foreign governments for the adjustments of the maximum and minimum tariff as provided in Section 2 of the Tariff Law of 1909. The advantages secured by the adjustment of our trade relations under this law have continued during the last year, and some additional cases of discriminatory treatment of which we had reason to complain have been removed. The Department of State has, for the first time in the history of this country, obtained substantial most favored nation treatment from all the countries of the world. There are, however, other instances which, while apparently not constituting undue discrimination in the sense of Section 2, are nevertheless exceptions to the complete equity of tariff treatment for American products that the Department of State consistently has sought to obtain for American commerce abroad. These developments confirm the opinion conveyed to you in my annual message of 1911 that while the maximum and minimum provision of the Tariff Law of 1909 has been fully justified by the success achieved in removing previously existing undue discriminations against American products, yet experience has shown that this feature of the law should be amended in such way as to provide a fully effective means of meeting the varying degrees of discriminatory treatment of American commerce in foreign countries still encountered, as well as to protect against injurious treatment on the part of foreign governments, through either legislative or administrative measures, the financial interests abroad of American citizens whose enterprises enlarge the market for American commodities. I cannot too strongly recommend to the Congress the passage of some such enabling measure as the bill which was recommended by the Secretary of State in his letter of December 13, 1911. The object of the proposed legislation is in brief to enable the executive to apply, as the case may require, to any or all commodities whether or not the free list from a country which discriminates against the United States a graduated scale of duties up to the maximum of 25% ad valorem provided in the present law. Flat tariffs are out of date. Nations no longer accord equal tariff treatment to all other nations irrespective of the treatment from them received. Such a flexible power, at the command of the executive, would serve to moderate any unfavorable tendencies on the part of those countries from which the importations into the United States are substantially confined to articles on the free list, as well as of the countries which find a lucrative market in the United States for their products under existing custom rates. It is very necessary that the American government should be equipped with weapons of negotiation, adapted to modern economic conditions, in order that we may at all times be in position to gain not only technically just, but actually equitable treatment for our trade, and also for American enterprise and vested interests abroad. As illustrating the commercial benefits of the nation derived from the new diplomacy, and its effectiveness upon the material as well as the more ideal side, it may be remarked that through direct official efforts alone, there have been obtained in the course of this administration contracts from foreign governments involving an expenditure of $50 million in the factories of the United States. Consideration of this fact, and some reflection upon the necessary effects of a scientific tariff system, and a foreign service alert, and equipped to cooperate with the businessmen of America, carry the conviction that the gratifying increase in the export trade of this country is in substantial amount due to our improved governmental methods of protecting and stimulating it. It is germane to these observations to remark that in the 2 years that have elapsed since the successful negotiation of our new treaty with Japan, which at the time seemed to present so many practical difficulties, our export trade to that country has increased at the rate of over $1 million a month. Our exports to Japan for the year ended June 30th, 1910, were $21,959,310, while for the year ended June 30th, 1912, the exports were $53,478,046. A net increase in the sale of American products of nearly 150%. Under the special agreement entered into between the United States and Great Britain on August 18, 1910, for the arbitration of outstanding pecuniary claims, the schedule of claim and the terms of submission have been agreed upon by the two governments, and together with the special agreement were approved by the Senate on July 19, 1911. But in accordance with the term of the agreement, they did not go into effect until confirmed by the two governments by an exchange of notes which was done on April 26 last. Negotiations are still in progress for a supplemental schedule of claims to be submitted to arbitration under this agreement, and meanwhile, the necessary preparations for the arbitration of the claims included in the first schedule have been undertaken and are being carried on under the authority of an appropriation made for that purpose at the last session of Congress. It is anticipated that the two governments will be prepared to call upon the arbitration tribunal established under this agreement to meet at Washington early next year to proceed with this arbitration. The act adopted at the last session of Congress to give effect for the Fur Seal Convention of July 7, 1911, between Great Britain, Japan, Russia, and the United States provided for the suspension of all land killing of seals on the Pribilof Islands for a period of 5 years, and an objection has now been presented to this provision by the other parties in interest, which raises the issue as to whether or not this prohibition of land killing is inconsistent with the spirit, if not the letter, of the treaty stipulations. The justification of establishing this close season depends, under the terms of the convention, upon how far, if at all, it is necessary for protecting and preserving the American fur seal herd and for increasing its number. This is a question requiring examination of the present condition of the herd and the treatment which it needs in the light of actual experience and scientific investigation. A careful examination of the subject is now being made, and this government will soon be in possession of a considerable amount of new information about the American seal herd, which has been secured during the past season, and will be of great value in determining this question. And if it should appear that there is any uncertainty as to the real necessity for imposing a close season at this time, I shall take an early opportunity to address a special message to Congress on this subject, in the belief that this government should yield on this point, rather than give the slightest ground for the charge that we have been in any way remiss in observing our treaty obligations. On the 20th of July last, an agreement was concluded between the United States and Great Britain, adopting with certain modifications the rules and method of procedure recommended in the award rendered by the North Atlantic Coast Fisheries Arbitration Tribunal on September 7, 1910, for the settlement hereafter, in accordance with the principles laid down in the award, of questions arising with reference to the exercise of the American fishing liberties under Article 1 of the Treaty of October 20, 1818, between the United States and Great Britain. This agreement received the approval of the Senate on August the 1st, and was formally ratified by the two governments on November 15 last. The rules and a method of procedure embodied in the award provided for determining by an impartial tribunal the reasonableness of any new fishery regulations on the treaty coasts of Newfoundland and Canada before such regulations could be enforced against American fishermen exercising their treaty liberties on those coasts, and also for determining the delimitation of bays on such coasts more than 10 miles wide, in accordance with the definition adopted by the tribunal of the meaning of the word bays, as used in the treaty. In the subsequent negotiations between the two governments, undertaken for the purpose of giving practical effect to these rules and methods of procedure, it was found that certain modifications therein were desirable from the point of view of both governments, and these negotiations have finally resulted in the agreement above mentioned by which the award recommendations as modified by mutual consent of the two governments are finally adopted and made effective, thus bringing this century-old controversy to a final conclusion, which is equally beneficial and satisfactory to both governments. End of Section 12. Section 13 of State of the Union Addresses by United States Presidents, 1909 to 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. State of the Union Address. William H. Taft, December 3rd, 1912. Part 1 continued. In order to make possible the more effective performance of the work necessary for the confinement in their present channel of the waters of the lower Colorado River, and thus to protect the people of the Imperial Valley, as well as in order to reach with the government of Mexico an understanding regarding the distribution of the waters of the Colorado River, in which both governments are much interested, negotiations are going forward with a view to the establishment of a preliminary Colorado River Commission, which shall have the powers necessary to enable it to do the needful work and with authority to study the question of the equitable distribution of the waters. There is every reason to believe that an understanding upon this point will be reached and that an agreement will be signed in the near future. In the interest of the people and city of El Paso, this government has been assiduous in its efforts to bring to an early settlement the long-standing Camisal dispute with Mexico. Much has been accomplished, and while the final solution of the dispute is not immediate, the favorable attitude lately assumed by the Mexican government encourages the hope that this troublesome question will be satisfactorily and definitively settled at an early date. In pursuance of the Convention of August 23, 1906, signed at the Third Pan Am American Conference held at Rio de Janeiro, the International Commission of Jurists met at that capital during the month of last June. At this meeting, 16 American republics were represented, including the United States, and comprehensive plans for the future work of the Commission were adopted. At the next meeting, fixed for June 1914, committees already appointed are instructed to report regarding topics assigned to them. In my message on foreign relations, communicated to the two houses of Congress on December 7th, I called a special attention to the assembling of the Opium Conference at The Hague, to the fact that that conference was to review all pertinent municipal laws relating to the opium and allied evils, and certainly all international rules regarding these evils, and to the fact that it seemed to me most essential that the Congress should take immediate action on the anti-narcotic legislation before the Congress, to which I had previously called attention by a special message. The International Convention adopted by the Conference conforms almost entirely to the principles contained in the proposed anti-narcotic legislation, which has been before the last two Congresses. It was most unfortunate that this government, having taken the initiative in the international action which eventuated in the important International Opium Convention, failed to do its share in the great work by neglecting to pass the necessary legislation to correct the deplorable narcotic evils in the United States, as well as to redeem international pledges upon which it entered by virtue of the above-mentioned convention. The Congress at its present session should enact into law those bills now before it, which has been so carefully drawn up in collaboration between the Department of State and the other executive departments, and which have behind them not only the moral sentiment of the country, but the practical support of all the legitimate trade interests likely to be affected. Since the International Convention was signed, adherence to it has been made by several European states, not represented at the conference at The Hague, and also by 17 Latin American republics. The war between Italy and Turkey came to a close in October last by the signature of a treaty of peace, subsequently to which the Ottoman Empire renounced sovereignty over Cyrenaica and Tripolotina in favor of Italy. During the past year, the Near East has unfortunately been the theater of constant hostilities. Almost simultaneously with the conclusion of peace between Italy and Turkey, and their arrival at an adjustment of the complex questions at issue between them, war broke out between Turkey on the one hand and Bulgaria, Greece, Montenegro, and Serbia on the other. The United States has happily been involved neither directly nor indirectly with the causes or questions incident to any of these hostilities, and has maintained, in regard to them, an attitude of absolute neutrality and of complete political disinterestedness. In the second war in which the Ottoman Empire has been engaged, the loss of life and the consequent distress on both sides have been appalling, and the United States has found occasion, in the interest of humanity, to carry out the charitable desires of the American people to extend a measure of relief to the sufferers on either side, through the impartial medium of the Red Cross. Beyond this, the chief care of the government of the United States has been to make due provision for the protection of its national resident in belligerent territory. In the exercise of my duty in this matter, I have dispatched to Turkish waters a special service squadron consisting of 2 armored cruisers, in order that this government may, if need be, bear its part in such measures as it may be necessary for the interested nations to adopt for the safeguarding of foreign lives and property in the Ottoman Empire in the event that a dangerous situation should develop. In the meanwhile, the several interested European powers have promised to extend to American citizens the benefit of such precautionary or protective measures as they might adopt, in the same manner in which it has been the practice of this government to extend its protection to all foreign residents in those countries of the Western Hemisphere in which it has from time to time been the task of the United States to act in the interest of peace and good order. The early appearance of a large fleet of European warships in the Bosphorus apparently assured the protection of foreigners in that quarter, where the presence of the American stationaire, the USS Scorpion, sufficed, tender the circumstances to represent the United States. Our cruisers were thus left free to act, if need be, along the Mediterranean coasts, should any unexpected contingency arise affecting the numerous American interests in the neighborhood of Smyrna and Beirut. The great preponderance of American material interests in the subarctic island of Spitsbergen, which has always been regarded politically as no man's land, impels this government to a continued and lively interest in the international dispositions to be made for the political governments and administration of that region. The conflict of certain claims of American citizens and others is in a fair way to adjustment, while the settlement of matters of administration, whether by international conference of the interested powers or otherwise, continues to be the subject of exchange of views between the governments concerned. As a result of the efforts of this government to place the government of Liberia in position to pay its outstanding indebtedness and to maintain a stable and efficient government, negotiations for a loan of $1,700,000 have been successfully concluded, and it is anticipated that the payment of the old loan and the issuance of the bonds of the 1912 loan for the rehabilitation of the finances of Liberia will follow at an early date, when the new receivership will go into active operation. The new receivership will consist of a general receiver of customs, designated by the government of the United States, and 3 receivers of customs designated by the governments of Germany, France, and Great Britain, which countries have commercial interests in the Republic of Liberia. In carrying out the understanding between the government of Liberia and that of the United States, and in fulfilling the terms of the agreement between the former government and the American bankers, 3 competent ex-Army officers are now effectively employed by the Liberian government in reorganizing the police force of the Republic, not only to keep in order the native tribes in the hinterland, but to serve as a necessary police force along the frontier. It is hoped that these measures will assure not only the continued existence, but the prosperity and welfare of the Republic of Liberia. Liberia possesses fertility of soil and natural resources, which should ensure to its people a reasonable prosperity. It was the duty of the United States to assist the Republic of Liberia in accordance with our historical interest and moral guardianship of a community founded by American citizens, as it was also the duty of the American government to attempt to assure permanence to a country of much sentimental and perhaps future real interest to a large body of our citizens. The legation at Tangier is now in charge of our consul general, who is acting as charge d'affaires, as well as caring for our commercial interests in that country. In view of the fact that many of the foreign powers are now represented by charges d'affaires, it has not been deemed necessary to appoint at the present time a minister to fill a vacancy occurring in that post. The political disturbances in China in the autumn and winter of 1911 through 12 resulted in the abdication of the Manchu rulers on February 12th, followed by the formation of a provincial republican government, empowered to conduct the affairs of the nation until a permanent government might be regularly established. The natural sympathy of the American people with the assumption of republican principles by the Chinese people was appropriately expressed in a concurrent resolution of Congress on April 17, 1912. A constituent assembly composed of representatives duly chosen by the people of China in the elections that are now being held has been called to meet in January next to adopt a permanent constitution and organize the government of the nascent republic. During the formative constitutional stage, and pending definite action by the Assembly, and expressive of the popular will and the hoped-for establishment of a stable republican form of government, capable of fulfilling its international obligations, the United States is, according to precedent, maintaining full and friendly de facto relations with the provisional government. The new condition of affairs thus created has presented many serious and complicated problems, both of international rehabilitation and of international relations, whose solution, it was realized, would necessarily require much time and patience. From the beginning of the upheaval last autumn, it was felt by the United States, in common with the other powers having large interests in China, that independent action by the foreign governments in their own individual interests would add further confusion to a situation already complicated. A policy of international cooperation was accordingly adopted in an understanding reached early in the disturbances, to act together for the protection of the lives and property of foreigners if menaced, to maintain an attitude of strict impartiality as between the contending factions, and to abstain from any endeavor to influence the Chinese in their organization of a new form of government. In view of the seriousness of the disturbances and their general character, the American minister at Peking was instructed at his discretion to advise our nationals in the affected districts to concentrate at such centers as were easily accessible to foreign troops or men of war. 19 of our naval vessels were stationed at various Chinese ports, and other measures were promptly taken for the adequate protection of American interests. It was further mutually agreed, in the hope of hastening an end to hostilities, that none of the interested powers would approve the making of loans by its nationals to either side. As soon, however, as a united provincial government of China was assured, the United States joined in a favorable consideration of that government's request for advances needed for immediate administrative necessities, and later for a loan to effect a permanent national reorganization. The interested governments had already by common consent, adopted in respect to the purposes, expenditure, and security of any loans to China made by their nationals certain conditions which were held to be essential, not only to secure reasonable protection for the foreign investors, but also to safeguard and strengthen China's credit by discouraging indiscriminate borrowing and by ensuring the application of the funds toward the establishment of the stable and effective government necessary to China's welfare. In June last, representative banking groups of the United States, France, Germany, Great Britain, Japan, and Russia formulated, with the general sanction of their respective governments, the guarantees that will be expected in relation to the expenditure and security of the large reorganization loan desired by China, which, however, have thus far proved unacceptable to the provincial government. In August last, I accredited the Secretary of State as Special Ambassador to Japan, charged with the mission of bearing to the imperial family, the government, and the people of that empire the sympathetic message of the American Commonwealth on the sad occasion of the death of His Majesty, the Emperor Mutsuhito, whose long and benevolent reign was the greater part of Japan's modern history. The kindly reception everywhere recorded to Secretary Knox showed that his mission was deeply appreciated by the Japanese nation, and emphasized strongly the friendly relations that have for so many years existed between the two peoples. Our relations with the Argentine Republic are most friendly and cordial. So also are our relations with Brazil, whose government has accepted the invitation of the United States to send 2 Army officers to study at the Coast Artillery School at Fort Monroe. The long-standing Alsop claim, which had been the only hindrance to the healthy growth of the most friendly relations between the United States and Chile, having been eliminated through the submission of the question to His Britannic Majesty King George V as amiable compositor, it is a cause of much gratification to me that our relations with Chile are now established upon a firm basis of growing friendship. The Chilean government has placed an officer of the United States Coast Artillery in charge of the Chilean Coast Artillery School, and has shown appreciation of American methods by confiding to an American firm important work for the Chilean coast defenses. Last year, a revolution against the established government of Ecuador broke out in the principal port of that republic. Previous to this occurrence, the chief American interest in Ecuador, represented by the Guayaquil and Quito Railroad Company, incorporated in the United States, had rendered extensive transportation and other services on account to the Ecuadorian government, the amount of which ran into a sum which was steadily increasing, and which the Ecuadorian government had made no provision to pay, thereby threatening to crush out the very existence of this American enterprise. When tranquility had been restored to Ecuador, as a result of the triumphant progress of the government forces from Quito, this government interposed its good offices to the end that the American interests in Ecuador might be saved from complete extinction. As a part of the arrangement which was reached between the parties, and at the request of the government of Ecuador, I have consented to name an arbitrator, who, acting under the terms of the railroad contract, with an arbitrator named by the Ecuadorian government, will pass upon the claims that have arisen since the arrangement reached through the action of a similar arbitral tribunal in 1908. In pursuance of a request made some time ago by the Ecuadorian government, the Department of State has given much attention to the problem of the proper sanitation of Guayaquil. As a result, a detail of officers of the Canal Zone will be sent to Guayaquil to recommend measures that will lead to the complete permanent sanitation of this plague and fever-infected region of that republic, which has for so long constituted a menace to health conditions on the Canal Zone. It is hoped that the report which this mission will furnish will point out a way whereby the modicum of assistance which the United States may properly lend the Ecuadorian government may be made effective in ridding the west coast of South America of a focus of contagion to the future commercial current passing through the Panama Canal. In the matter of the claim of John Celestine Landreau against the government of Peru, which claim arises out of certain contracts and transactions in connection with the discovery and exploitation of guano, and which has been under discussion between the two governments since 1874, I am glad to report that as the result of prolonged negotiations, which have been characterized by the utmost friendliness and goodwill on both sides, the Department of State has succeeded in securing the consent of Peru to the arbitration of the claim, and that the negotiations attending the drafting and signature of a protocol submitting the claim to an arbitral tribunal are proceeding with due celerity. An officer of the American Public Health Service and an American sanitation engineer are now on the way to Iquitos in the employment of the Peruvian government to take charge of the sanitation of that river port. Peru is building a number of submarines in this country and continues to show every desire to have American capital invested in the Republic. In July, the United States sent undergraduate delegates to the Third International Students' Congress held at Lima, American students having been for the first time invited to one of these meetings. The Republic of Uruguay has shown its appreciation of American agricultural and other methods by sending a large commission to this country and by employing many American experts to assist in building up agricultural and allied industries in Uruguay. Venezuela is paying off the last of the claims, the settlement of which was provided for by the Washington Protocols, including those of American citizens. Our relations with Venezuela are most cordial, and the trade of that republic with the United States is now greater than with any other country. During the past summer, the revolution against the administration, which followed the assassination of President Cáceres a year ago last November, brought the Dominican Republic to the verge of administrative chaos, without offering any guarantees of eventual stability in the ultimate success of either party. In pursuance of the treaty relations of the United States with the Dominican Republic, which were threatened by the necessity of suspending the operation under American administration of the custom houses on the Haitian frontier, it was found necessary to dispatch special commissioners to the island to reestablish the custom houses, and with a guard sufficient to ensure needed protection to the customs administration. The efforts which have been made appear to have resulted in the restoration of normal conditions throughout the Republic. The good offices which the commissioners were able to exercise were instrumental in bringing the contending parties together, and in furnishing a basis of adjustment which it is hoped will result in permanent benefit to the Dominican people. Mindful of its treaty relations, and owing to the position of the government of the United States as mediator between the Dominican Republic and Haiti in their boundary dispute, and because of the further fact that the revolutionary activities on the Haitian-Dominican frontier had become so active as practically to obliterate the line of demarcation that had been heretofore recognized, pending the definitive settlement of the boundary in controversy, it was found necessary to indicate to the two island governments a provisional de facto boundary line. This was done without prejudice to the rights or obligations of either country, in a final settlement to be reached by arbitration. The tentative line chosen was one which, under the circumstances, brought to the knowledge of this government, seemed to conform to the best interests of the disputants. The Border Patrol, which it had been found necessary to reestablish for customs purposes between the two countries, was instructed provisionally to observe this line. The Republic of Cuba, last May, was in the throes of a lawless uprising that for a time threatened the destruction of a great deal of valuable property, much of it owned by Americans and other foreigners, as well as the existence of the government itself. The armed forces of Cuba being inadequate to guard properly from attack and at the same time properly to operate against the rebels, a force of American Marines was dispatched from our naval station at Guantanamo into the province of Oriente for the protection of American and other foreign life and property. The Cuban government was thus able to use all its forces in putting down the outbreak, which it succeeded in doing in a period of 6 weeks. The presence of 2 American warships in the harbor of Havana during the most critical period of this disturbance contributed in great measure to allay the fears of the inhabitants, including a large foreign colony. There has been under discussion with the government of Cuba for some time the question of the release by this government of its leasehold rights at Bahia Honda on the northern coast of Cuba, and the enlargement in exchange therefore of the naval station which has been established at Guantanamo Bay on the south. As the result of the negotiations thus carried on, an agreement has been reached between the 2 governments providing for the suitable enlargement of the Guantanamo Bay station upon terms which are entirely fair and equitable to all parties concerned. At the request alike of the government and both political parties in Panama, an American commission undertook supervision of the recent presidential election in that republic, where our treaty relations, and indeed every geographical consideration, make the maintenance of order and satisfactory conditions of particular interest to the government of the United States. The elections passed without disorder, and the new administration has entered upon its functions. The government of Great Britain has asked the support of the United States for the protection of the interests of British holders of the foreign bonded debt of Guatemala. While this government is hopeful of an arrangement equitable to the British bondholders, it is naturally unable to view the question apart from its relation to the broad subject of financial stability in Central America, in which the policy of the United States does not permit it to escape a vital interest. Through a renewal of negotiations between the government of Guatemala and American bankers, the aim of which is a loan for the rehabilitation of Guatemalan finances, a way appears to be open by which the government of Guatemala could promptly satisfy any equitable and just British claims, and at the same time so improve its whole financial position as to contribute greatly to the increased prosperity of the Republic, and to redound to the benefit of foreign investments and foreign trade with that country. Failing such an arrangement, it may become impossible for the government of the United States to escape its obligation in connection with such measures as may be necessary to exact justice to legitimate foreign claims. In the recent revolution in Nicaragua, which it was generally admitted might well have resulted in a general Central American conflict, but for the intervention of the United States, the government of Honduras was especially menaced. But fortunately, peaceful conditions were maintained within the borders of that republic. The financial condition of that country remains unchanged, no means having been found for the final adjustment of pressing outstanding foreign claims. This makes it the more regrettable that the financial convention between the United States and Honduras has thus far failed for ratification. The government of the United States continues to hold itself ready to cooperate with the government of Honduras, which it is believed cannot much longer delay the meeting of its foreign obligations, and it is hoped at the proper time American bankers will be willing to cooperate for this purpose. It is not possible to make to the Congress a communication upon the present foreign relations of the United States so detailed as to convey an adequate impression of the enormous increase in the importance and activities of those relations. If this government is really to preserve to the American people that free opportunity in foreign markets, which will soon be indispensable to our prosperity, even greater efforts must be made. Otherwise, the American merchant manufacturer, and exporter will find many a field in which American trade should logically predominate, preempted through the more energetic efforts of other governments and other commercial nations. There are many ways in which, through hearty cooperation, the legislative and executive branches of this government can do much. The absolute essential is the spirit of united effort and singleness of purpose. I will allude only to a very few specific examples of action which ought then to result. America cannot take its proper place in the most important fields for its commercial activity and enterprise unless we have a merchant marine. American commerce and enterprise cannot be effectively fostered in those fields unless we have good American banks in the countries referred to. We need American newspapers in those countries and proper means for public information about them. We need to assure the permanency of a trained foreign service. We need legislation enabling the members of the Foreign Service to be systematically brought in direct contact with the industrial, manufacturing, and exporting interests of this country, in order that American businessmen may enter the foreign field with a clear perception of the exact conditions to be dealt with, and the officers themselves may prosecute their work with a clear idea of what American industrial and manufacturing interests require. Congress should fully realize the conditions which obtain in the world as we find ourselves at the threshold of our middle age as a nation. We have emerged full grown as a peer in the great concourse of nations. We have passed through various formative periods. We have been self-centered in the struggle to develop our domestic resources and deal with our domestic questions. The nation is now too matured to continue in its foreign relations those temporary expedients natural to a people to whom domestic affairs are the sole concern. In the past, our diplomacy has often consisted, in normal times, in a mere assertion of the right to international existence. We are now in a larger relation with broader rights of our own and obligations to others than ourselves. A number of great guiding principles were laid down early in the history of this government. The recent task of our diplomacy has been to adjust those principles to the conditions of today, to develop their corollaries, to find practical applications of the old principles expanded to meet new situations. Thus are being evolved bases upon which can rest the superstructure of policies which must grow with the destined progress of this nation. The successful conduct of our foreign relations demands a broad and modern view. We cannot meet new questions nor build the future if we confine ourselves to outworn dogmas of the past, and to the perspective appropriate at our emergence from colonial times and conditions. The opening of the Panama Canal will mark a new era in our international life and create new and worldwide conditions which, with their vast correlations and consequences, will obtain for hundreds of years to come. We must not wait for events to overtake us unawares. With continuity of purpose, we must deal with the problems of our external relations by a diplomacy modern, resourceful, magnanimous, and fittingly expressive of the high ideals of a great nation. End of Part 1. End of Section 13.